Chapter 1. Now I am back to write the prequel that I have been preparing to write from the beginning, Diary of the Dragon Slayer. Because it is a side volume to fill in the gaps, the original plot must be based on the existing big holes to create a suitable plot. The difficulty of creation is actually quite high, so for now, I can only guarantee 2 chapters a day, the story of One Punch Man. Maybe it's the In My Lifetime series. If possible, the author will try to finish the story of One Punch Man. But don't have too high expectations, the author can't help the crazy desire to open a new book. Fiori Kingdom, Magnolia, Fairy Tale Guild. It has been a while since Guyun started his journey. Urza, who has become the president of the Fairy Tale Guild, is sorting out books in the guild library that have not been taken care of for a long time. Because Makarov officially retired and started to retire, the usual management and operation of the Fairy Tale Guild fell on Urza's head. Although it was not a very troublesome thing, it also caused Urza, the president of the Fairy Tale Guild, to not go out casually. After all, there are many things that require Urza, the president of the Fairy Tale Guild, to sign and handle them specifically. It is this kind of thing that is not very troublesome but very necessary, which has led to some restrictions on Urza's freedom. However, because of the relationship with the Fairy Tale Guild, Urza will not feel bored about it. At most, she will often complain about boredom. If it is a little more excessive, it is just a matter of secretly revealing a commission rated as S-level to vent. In short, I don't know when Urza gradually adapted to this kind of life. Of course, it is also worth mentioning here that Urza's mother, Guyun's wife Irene Belzarian, has eased a lot during this period of time. Although it has not reached the point of calling her mother, it is not as stiff as it was at the beginning. In addition, when Urza secretly reveals S-level commissions to relax, it is Irene Belzarian who pretends to be Urza. Otherwise, as the president of the Fairy Tale Guild, although Urza has a lot of free time every day, it is definitely not enough for Urza to go too far alone. Thanks to the fact that Irene Belzarian and Urza look so much alike, and her acting skills are quite good, and she has become familiar with everyone in Fairy Tale during this period, she has not been discovered. But even if she is really discovered, it doesn't matter. When Guyun is not around, Irene Belzarian is really qualified to be willful. It can be said that Irene Belzarian is a weakened version of Guyun. There is nothing wrong with equating Guyun with invincibility when Guyun is not around. Of course, even if Irene Belzarian occasionally switches shifts with Urza, Urza will still be bored frequently. After all, Irene Belzarian not only loves Urza, but also loves Guyun very much. Even compared to loving Urza, Irene Belzarian loves Guyun more, so after the relationship with Urza eased, Irene Belzarian began her long journey of running back and forth. 1, 3, and 5 come to Urza, and 2, 4, 6, and 7 go directly to Guyun through the world gate that Guyun has already prepared. So when no one was there to take her place, Urza did what she did now. She slowly began to organize the guild's special library. She was idle anyway, so it was good to move more. In the Fairy Tale Guild, apart from Levi who occasionally came to the library to read books and organize a little, no one else would be so bored as to wander around the library. After all, most of the guys in the Fairy Tale Guild were single-minded battle madmen, and there were almost no people like Levi who had an IQ advantage and basically didn't have to pay the IQ tax. However, even if it is like this, it is too exaggerated. Arisol looked at the dust in the library that was almost half a finger thick and touched her forehead helplessly, sighing softly. She didn't know when the Fairy Tale library became so dirty. Although usually almost no one would come here to read books peacefully, even Levi had not come to the library to read and organize books for a long time because she had finished reading the books in the library a long time ago. That's fine, so let's just do it this way, work hard for the whole afternoon, and just get through today. Tomorrow I can continue to ask Irene to help me look after the guild. I think the S-class mission commissioned yesterday is very good. It is famous for its beautiful environment and the dessert shop that ranks among the best in the world. Lucy and Natsu should be back tomorrow. Let's call Lucy and Natsu tomorrow. It's been a long time since I worked with them on a commission. As the voice fell, Urza, who was a little bit out of spirits, suddenly became energetic and started to tidy up the library, which could be said to be a mess. A large amount, no, a huge amount of dust was blown away by Urza using universal magic, and then she began to tidy it up bit by bit. I don't know how long it took. Just when Urza had almost tidied up the messy and dusty books in the library, Urza found something wrong. That is, compared with other places where the dust can be exaggeratedly said to be piled up to the sky, there is a place that is unexpectedly clean, without even a little dust, quietly placed a brand new book that exudes an ancient atmosphere. This is... Urza was a little curious and put down the things she had not finished. She walked directly to the book full of contradictions, picked it up, flipped through it casually, and was surprised to find that the second half of the book was blank, as if it was an unfinished book. Seeing this, Urza casually turned the cover of the book over and looked at the very eye-catching words on the cover, and then her pupils shrank slightly. Dragon Slayer Diary. _Philo reminds you, 3 things to do when reading, collection. Chapter 2. P.S. I just published a new book, I beg you to collect it. July 7th, X377. A large number of giant dragons are flying in the sky of the Ishgar continent. Each dragon exudes an extremely terrifying aura, and each dragon has the most powerful power besides its own kind. It can be said that any member of the dragon clan is at the top of the list compared to the strong men of other races. However, at this time, the giant dragons that could almost sweep away everything in the past gathered together as if facing a great enemy, and the existence they faced was just a human being whom they had never looked down upon before. If someone had said in the past that a large number of dragons gathered together as if facing a great enemy because of a human being, it would definitely be regarded as a joke by others, but if it is now, no one will question it. How dare a mere human being, a mere ant, be so presumptuous? Today, I, the Thunder Dragon King Alfred, will bury you here. Fellows, roar with all your might. Let me show you my power. In the sky, a golden dragon that was much stronger than the other dragons seemed impatient, or wanted to suppress the strong uneasiness in its heart, and roared at the humans standing on the ground like ants. The golden dragon slowly opened its mouth, and golden light began to flash inside its mouth. The extremely huge magic power began to boil in the body of the golden dragon, and terrifying electric currents continued to surge in the body of the golden dragon. Along with the movement of the golden dragon, the hundreds of thousands of other flying dragons in the sky also began to show extremely huge magic power, and colorful lights began to flash continuously in the sky of Ishgar. The unprecedented magic power of thousands of dragons seemed to resonate at this moment, and the earth began to tremble and crack as if it could not bear even the weakest pressure aftermath. Even the sky became gloomy and dim, a scene of the end of the world. In fact, for this world, the destruction caused by the collective rage of thousands of dragons can indeed be said to be the end of the world. The blood and tears you brought to our people, we will repay you 100-fold, 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. The roar of the Thunder Dragon King. As the words fell, countless beams of light with a destructive aura rushed towards the person who had been standing quietly on the ground. The sky roared, the earth was silent, and the ocean was silent. Facing the roar of thousands of dragons, everything in the world seemed to become eclipsed. Guyun looked at the thousands of beams of light with an extremely destructive aura rushing towards him, and his mouth curled up slightly. His slender palm gently placed on the hilt of the sword at his waist, and smiled. The dragons, who always thought highly of themselves, gathered together because of me and attacked me together. Interesting. Really interesting. The proud dragon clan scary, right? Fear, I am just an ant. Although he was talking with a smile, there was indeed an unprecedented cold light flashing in Guyun's eyes. You have high intelligence, but you have been living like beasts for countless years. In other words, you are just beasts that can talk and cannot be educated. When faced with humans who also possess high intelligence and live much better than you, not only do you not work hard to learn from them, but you bully them wantonly. Are you trying to prove something? Are you relying on your innate strength to prove your own strength? Born with high intelligence and the world's top power, he has such excellent conditions, but he is willing to fall. Just a mere ant, ha 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 ha, what a mere ant. No roar, no ferocity, no madness. Facing the roar of thousands of dragons, Gu Yun's heart was left with only calmness and indifference, absolute calmness and absolute indifference. Just as the dragons said, is it necessary to roar in anger and madness in the face of ants? If the ants want to commit suicide, then all you need to do is to crush them to death with one kick. Draw the sword, unsheath it. At this moment, there was silence between heaven and earth. At this moment, the world seemed to have lost all its colors at once, and everything stopped at this moment. After everything returned to normal, Gu Yun had long disappeared, and the thousands of dragons that had gathered together before also disappeared, as if they had never existed from the beginning. However, everyone was shocked to find that the Ishgar continent, which had existed for countless years, was split into two at some point, into a larger and smaller continent. The larger continent inherited the previous name Ishgar, and the smaller continent was named the Western Continent. At the same time, in front of an extremely huge gate, there were 5 giant dragons standing, and in front of each of the 5 dragons was an unconscious human child. Compared to the current situation, everyone already knows that the fellow has completely angered that guy, and there is no room for easing up. Everyone has long recognized how terrifying that guy is. One of the red dragons, who looked very strong, said with a serious face, his eyes were filled with complicated expressions. After hearing the red dragon's words, the other dragons all nodded with a serious face. In this case, let's get started. The next thing is up to you, Anahafatelia, Ziref Dragneel. The red dragon turned around and said a favor to the 2 people standing not far away, then turned into a red light and entered the body of a boy with cherry-colored hair. Following the action of the red dragon, the other 4 dragons also turned into light and entered the body of the human child in front of them. After all the dragons were small, the huge door slowly opened, and then slowly closed after the 5 human children entered, as if nothing had happened from the beginning. Jeff, do you think they can do it? Have no idea. Chapter 3. Janana could feel the extraordinary nature of the ice coffin that she found by chance, so at this time, Janana's decision was naturally to call everyone in the guild together to discuss how to deal with the ice coffin. You know, in the world of fairy tale, the most indispensable thing is the ruins of various magic eras. These ruins are often very dangerous, and you will be killed if you are not careful. Many wizards died in the dangers contained in the ruins themselves when they discovered the ruins. Gu Yun said before that the world of fairy tale is a safe world only relatively speaking. After all, this is a real world. If you take the initiative to die, there is no need to say what the consequences will be. Even the protagonist Natsu and his party in the original work, don't they have 3 different futures? The first future is that the group was wiped out in the hands of the winged black dragon Akunalaja in X798. The second future is that the group was wiped out in the invasion of the 10,000 dragons led by the great magic director Wu in X791. The third is a bright and hopeful future. In short, after thinking for a while, Janana was ready to move the ice coffin she found to the guild to show it to others, and then Janana lifted the ice coffin easily. The wizards in the fairy tale world are different from the general magicians in the Western world. The wizards in the fairy tale world are more like a kind of magic warrior. Because magic power and vitality are closely related in the fairy tale world, the vitality of wizards with strong magic power is also very strong. Not only can it prolong life to a certain extent, but it can also make the body stronger, and it is also very resistant to beatings. The fact that there are very few deaths in the original work is also related to this. Just as Janana was carrying the ice coffin she found and walking towards the guild, Janana did not notice that an extremely fine crack had quietly appeared on the ice coffin she was carrying, and this crack was constantly expanding. Kindness, it does look like a very unusual coffin, and it should have a long history. In the Fairy Tale Guild headquarters, a middle-aged man with dark purple hair who looked very weathered looked at the ice coffin placed in the middle of the guild and said with a little seriousness, "We don't know who is lying in the ice coffin, and we don't even know whether he is really dead or alive. Ruins are too dangerous and we can't deal with them. Therefore, let's notify the Magic Council and let them do it, even if every relic symbolizes a huge fortune." The middle-aged uncle standing in the Fairy Tale Guild with a cautious face is the fourth-generation president of Fairy Tale, Makao Kongbo. Of course, this president is not official yet, and an acting prefix must be added before the president. Although he has no strength and is just a B-level wizard, in the original work, the reason why Fairy Tale was able to survive those tenacious 7 years can be said to be largely due to Makao Kongbo. After all, sometimes, a guild cannot be established by just passion. Before, the Fairy Tale Guild was so high profile, and there were many people who were unhappy with the Fairy Tale Guild. Fairy Tale without a high-level standing is easy to bully. Almost no one thinks that the main force of Fairy Tale on Tenro Island can survive. It was really not easy for Makao Kongbo to support Fairy Tale. Then let's hand this ice coffin over to the Magic Council. I remember that the Magic Council will give some compensation to the Wizard Guild that voluntarily handed over the ruins or provided the location of the ruins, right? After hearing what Macau said, a fat man with black hair who was eating 2 huge pieces of barbecue in his hands said vaguely, "I think with that compensation, our pressure in the recent period should be much less, right? It can more or less deal with the greedy ghosts on the side of the Dusk Ghost. However, even if this ice coffin is handed over to the Magic Council for compensation, it is still not enough to repay all the debts. If there is no way to repay the debts of the greedy ghosts of the Dusk Ghost, I am afraid that..." The yellow-haired man sitting next to the black-haired fat man was a little pessimistic. Because the yellow-haired man knew very well how much foreign debt the Fairy Tale Guild had owed by forcing it to continue. Even though the Magic Council had always been very generous in compensating for the relics handed over, the generosity of the compensation was also based on the grade of the relics. Obviously, even if the ice coffin found by Janana was a relic, it was probably a small relic, and it would not be able to get too much compensation from the Magic Council. At least it was definitely not enough to repay the debt owed by the Fairy Tale Guild. I say to Sarasuke, at least the compensation bonus from the Magic Council is better than nothing. With the compensation bonus from the Magic Council, we can at least breathe a sigh of relief. Let's worry about the future later. I think it's because you, Dolar, have been too relaxed. Look at yourself. How fat you have become. What? Are you trying to say I'm fat again, you idiot? What else? These 2 fat and thin people who quarreled for no reason are the members of the Lane Engine team who teamed up with Levi in Fairy Tale. They are Sarasuke, who uses Divine Foot magic, and Doral, who uses plant magic. Well, it's still a sum of money. Let's go, Macau, let's contact the Magic Council. Looking at Dallaire and Sarasuke quarreling, the uncle standing not far away smoking said helplessly to Macau. Bang! At this moment, the slightly shabby door of the Fairy Tale Guild was kicked open, and 5 ruffian figures appeared in the sight of the Fairy Tale people. The originally harmonious atmosphere suddenly became oppressive. These 5 uninvited guests were the wizards responsible for collecting debts from the Dusk Ghost. Nothing good would happen every time they came. Ah, it's still the same as usual, so deserted in broad daylight. At this time, the cracks inside the ice coffin had begun to spread crazily, and strands of ice chips began to quietly fall off the ice coffin, but no one noticed this series of changes in the ice coffin. Chapter 4. P.S. Ah ha ha ha, I went out for a whole day on Singles Day. The Dusk Ghost is a new guild that quickly replaced Fairy Tale after the decline of Fairy Tale. When Fairy Tale encountered difficulties before, they lent Fairy Tale a loan to help it continue to support it, but they didn't expect that this loan was a loan shark, which completely trapped Fairy Tale. It can be said that the fact that Fairy Tale can fall to such a level is largely related to the Dusk Ghost. After all, Fairy Tale is not as good as it used to be. It can only barely pay the interest every month. Even now, because there are no tasks commissioned every month, even the monthly interest can no longer be paid. The next thing will naturally become simple. The Wizard of the Dusk Ghost came to collect the debt, and since Fairy Tale has not paid the debt at this time, of course it really has no money to pay the debt. The Dusk Ghost Wizard who couldn't get the debt naturally couldn't leave Fairy Tale happily, and directly started to smash and destroy the Fairy Tale Guild. As the party that owes money and debts, the members of Fairy Tale can only clench their fists and endure it, even though Fairy Tale has fallen to its current level and can still beat the Dusk Demon. Ha ha ha, what a loser! Is this the Fairy Tale, the first guild in Fiori back then? The leader of the 5-member Dusk Ghost debt collector group, the wizard holding a huge mace, looked at the Fairy Tale people who were enduring beside him and said with disdain, "This is really hilarious. Let's go back, kindness. It's really interesting to put a coffin in the guild. What? Are you ready to give up and run away?" Because the furniture in the Fairy Tale Guild had been smashed, the ice coffin standing in the middle of the guild became more eye-catching. The Mace Wizard looked at the people in Fairy Tale and grinned, "That won't do. You can give up, but no one can run away after owing us Dusk Ghost money, understand?" As he spoke, the Mace Wizard swung the mace in his hand towards the direction of the ice coffin. "Hey! Wait! This is..." When Macau saw the action of the Mace Wizard, his face suddenly changed, and he was ready to stop the Mace Wizard's action, but it was too late. With a bang, the ice coffin placed in the middle of the hall was smashed into the wall by the Mace Wizard. At the moment the ice coffin was smashed, the crack inside the ice coffin that kept spreading reached its peak. A clear cracking sound reached the ears of everyone present. A crack appeared on the ice coffin that was originally smooth and shining with a light blue light. And this crack spread wildly in the moment it appeared. It didn't take long for the surface of the ice coffin to be covered with cracks. "Sarasuke, it seems like something is coming out of it." Looking at the cracks spreading on the ice coffin, Delay swallowed subconsciously. The 5 debt collectors of the Dusk Demon didn't know, but the people of Fairy Tale knew that this ice coffin was not an ordinary ice coffin but a relic of a certain magical era. Now that the ice coffin was about to break, who knew what would jump out of it? After hearing what Delay said, Sarasuke nodded nervously, and a light golden magic circle flashed quietly under his feet. The magic of the Divine Foot was ready. If there was anything wrong, he would contact the Magic Council immediately. "Everyone, please retreat and leave here. This place is very dangerous. Let's contact the Magic Council first." Macau came back to his senses at this time. He looked at the cracks spreading on the ice coffin and shouted nervously. Compared with the actions of Fairy Tale, the 5 debt collectors of Dusk Demon felt a little weird. "What the hell? Do you think that you can just make a coffin that breaks at the touch and contact the Magic Council and everything will be fine?" The Mace Mage looked at the Fairy Tale people with a puzzled look on his face and said, "It seems that the lesson just now didn't make you understand what the situation is now, or maybe this coffin gave you the confidence. Then I will show you how I completely smash this broken coffin." After saying that, the Twilight Ghost's Mace Wizard once again swung the mace in his hand towards the ice coffin that was already covered with cracks. At this moment, the Mace Wizard found that he could not swing the mace any further after swinging it halfway, and an unprecedented palpitation emerged from the depths of the hearts of everyone present. It was as if the demon dragon that had been sleeping for countless years slowly opened its eyes and bared its fangs to the world again, and he was the one standing in the front and watching the fangs most directly. Everyone present felt as if a pair of invisible hands were pressing their necks tightly, making it impossible to breathe. "This what kind of existence has been released?" Macau felt the oppression coming from the ice coffin and said hesitantly. This kind of oppression was far less than that felt by Jupiter, who faced the Phantom Overlord. Before Macau could continue to say anything, the ice coffin that caused all this completely shattered, and a young man with long white hair appeared in the sight of everyone present. With the appearance of the young man in the ice coffin, the pressure on the scene disappeared all of a sudden, but for some reason, the palpitations in the hearts of everyone present became even more severe. The deduction degree is 99.9%. You deserve to die. The young man looked at the mace wizard and spoke word by word, emitting a bone-chilling coldness. Chapter 5. This young man with white hair is Gu Yun, who froze himself 400 years ago. As for why the style of the ice is the style of a coffin, it is just Gu Yun's unilateral bad taste. 400 years ago, after Gu Yun completely killed the dragons and frightened them, Gu Yun began to plan for his own life. You know, even the most ordinary dragons can have a lifespan of hundreds or thousands of years. It doesn't make sense that he can only live for 100 years and turn into a pile of yellow earth after 100 years. So Gu Yun began to study magic that can make him live forever or even immortal. Unlike other wizards in the fairy tale world, Gu Yun can experiment one by one through various conjectures on the earth about prolonging life, longevity, and immortality. For example, first achieve physical immortality through magic, and then achieve spiritual immortality by studying the soul and strengthening the soul. The combination of the two is the real immortality. It's just that although the general goal is very simple, when Gu Yun really started to study and do it, he found that it was very difficult. It is definitely not something that can be studied thoroughly in a short time or even in his lifetime. If there is no time, then try to make more time for yourself. So under the premise of ensuring that the mind can function normally, Gu Yun froze himself in an ice coffin and began to study the magic of immortality. Gu Yun does not need to worry about the spiritual lifespan of the soul for the time being. In fact, the reason why most people die is not because of spiritual reasons, but because the body is no longer sufficient to continue to function. After 400 years of research, Gu Yun has already achieved physical longevity and immortality, that is, to enhance cell strength and increase the number of cell divisions, so as to achieve the purpose of immortality. However, just when Gu Yun was about to study infinite cell division, he was interrupted by a mace from the mace wizard. You must know that immortality is easy to obtain, but immortality is hard to find. Immortality is something that can only be encountered by chance. If you are unlucky, even if Gu Yun's research progress has reached 99.9%, the last 0.01% of progress will never be touched by Gu Yun in his lifetime. How can Gu Yun not be furious? Unprecedented materialized magic power was boiling wildly in Gu Yun's body. The earth began to tremble and crack wildly. The originally cloudless sky suddenly became gloomy. The oppression far exceeded that of 1,000 dragons and made the world tremble. This kind of magic power is appalling. Even the 10 holy mages are far inferior to it. What era did that ice coffin come from? What era could a being have such powerful strength? A fear I've never felt before. Even if Urza and the others were still alive, they would be as fragile as children in front of this guy. Compared to the other members of Fairy Tale who were stunned by the terrifying sense of oppression from Gu Yun, Macao came back to his senses earlier. Looking at the guild that was shaking wildly and making a continuous piercing sound, he shouted madly. Stop being in a daze. Let's go. This place is going to collapse. After hearing Macao's crazy shout, all the stunned people came to their senses and tried to run out of the guild. Gu Yun did not stop these irrelevant people, but the mace wizard who disturbed Gu Yun could not stop him. But then again, the mace wizard was the closest to Gu Yun, and the mace wizard standing in front of Gu Yun could not even move a finger, let alone run away. Damn it! Move, I can't move. Don't kill me, I'm Noti, didn't mean it. The mace wizard looked at Gu Yun, who was in a furious state, and burst into tears, begging frantically. At this time, how could the mace wizard not know that he had provoked an incredible existence? This kind of oppression was something that even the 10 saint wizards could not achieve. The 10 saint wizards had to do it themselves to achieve the effect of destroying the world, but Gu Yun could achieve the same result just by relying on the momentum of the magic explosion. Didn't mean it. Gu Yun became even more furious after hearing the words of the ruffian mace wizard in front of him. If it wasn't intentional, why are you going to hit me with the second hammer? Die! Gu Yun frowned as he looked at the mace wizard in front of him, who was crying and even smelling a little like urine. He waved his hand at the annoying guy in front of him, and a red magic circle appeared under the feet of the mace wizard. A red beam of light that shot straight into the sky enveloped the mace wizard. At Gu Yun's level, he had already reached the level of meticulous control in the novel. Gu Yun pursued the intensity of attack rather than the fireworks roar of the Dragon Clan, otherwise the Dragon Clan 400 years ago would not be so powerless in front of Gu Yun. At the same time, the doomsday scene just now gradually subsided after Gu Yun killed the mace wizard. Molecular reorganization. Looking at the messy environment around him, Gu Yun also felt a little uncomfortable, so he used the magic he had researched to reorganize and renovate everything around him. So, in the astonished eyes of Makao and others outside, the originally dilapidated guild building suddenly looked brand new, and even the furniture that was smashed by the 5 members of the Dusk Ghost debt collector group was repaired and reorganized by Gu Yun. After restoring the building that was about to collapse to its new appearance, Gu Yun poured himself a glass of juice at the bar, found a seat and sat down, and began to look at the surrounding environment. 99.9% is fine. Even if the body is truly immortal, the soul still needs to be studied and researched. But then again, it was really a coincidence that I woke up in the fairy tale guild. Gu Yun, who was leisurely drinking a sip of juice, also noticed the guild emblem in the guild building at this time, and chuckled. It seems that I really slept for a long time, and fairy tale also appeared. I don't know what year it is now. Chapter 6. P.S. Hey, please give me a collection. No one can endure hundreds of years of loneliness and solitude, so when Gu Yun froze himself and prepared to study the magic of immortality, he was in a state of concentration. Only by focusing wholeheartedly can he endure countless years of loneliness. Of course, it was because of this that Gu Yun did not feel the passage of time, just like a long period of days. When he came to his senses, he found that hundreds of years had passed and the sea had turned into mulberry fields. And just when Gu Yun was sighing in the new fairy tale guild building, the series of effects caused by Gu Yun's anger just now did not end because of Gu Yun's calmness. You must know that the world tremble caused by the boiling magic power in Gu Yun's body because of Gu Yun's rage just now was not just a verbal talk. The collapse of the sky and the crack of the earth caused by the full firepower of the 10 holy wizards in the original anime is just an exaggerated modifier, and if Gu Yun really let the magic power in his body explode and boil in all directions, then it would really be enough to destroy the world. Therefore, the series of effects caused by Gu Yun just now are just the beginning. For example, after Gu Yun calmed down, the highest regulatory organization for wizards on the Ishgar continent was responsible for inspecting various wizard guilds, punishing guilds that violated the rules, and reaching offensive and defensive alliance agreements with various countries. Meeting room at the headquarters of the Magic Council. I think you all have seen the magic factor data report just now. In the conference room, an old man with a cowboy hat and 2 wrinkles on his face said seriously, "There is an extremely powerful magic factor fluctuation in Magnolia, the kingdom of Fiori, which is far more powerful than the limit. Moreover, just now, the Magic Council branch of the Kingdom of Fiori also received news that the wizards of the Fairy Tale Guild claimed to have found a relic item, an ice coffin, and a white-haired man emerged from the ice coffin, extremely dangerous. Please give your opinions. The powerful unknown wizard may have violated the laws of our Magic Council. The current C-class wizard Dibbo of the Dusk Ghost, the representative of the Magnolia Wizard Guild, is still alive or dead." The white-bearded old man who spoke first is the current chairman of the Magic Council, Grandoma. 7 years ago, after the previous Magic Council was destroyed by Jalal and Arusha, he successfully ascended the throne of the chairman of the Magic Council. Humph, what else can we do? After hearing what Speaker Gulen said, a middle-aged council member next to him sneered and chuckled. Of course we need to confirm whether the other party is dangerous, and then confirm whether the other party has violated the magician law formulated by our magic council. If the magician law is violated, do we have to pretend that nothing has happened? I just read the report. The unknown wizard who came out of a certain ruins may have killed the C-class wizard Dibbo of the Dusk Ghost. This has obviously violated the wizard law established by our magic council. For this dangerous wizard who violates the wizard law, our magic council will naturally impose sanctions and trials. However, the fluctuation of the magic factor just now was indeed very strong. Regardless of whether this level of fluctuation of the magic factor was caused by human beings, we should send the Crescent Knights over to be on the safe side. Indeed, this level of magic factor fluctuation is indeed horrifying. I have never seen such a strong magic factor fluctuation. By the way, the 4th Forced Supervision Force is free, so let the captain of the 4th Forced Supervision Force, Lahar, lead the 4th Forced Supervision Force and the Crescent Knights. Agree. If necessary, we can directly use force to detain people to ensure the dignity of our magic council. Seconded. 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 After seeing the results of the discussion, the Magic Council Chairman Gulen spoke again. It seems that everyone has reached a conclusion. I also second the result of this meeting and will not use the veto power. The captain of the 4th Forced Supervision Unit, Laharl, led the 4th Forced Supervision Unit and the Crescent Knights to Magnolia, the Kingdom of Fiori, to investigate the situation and confirm whether the target violated the magician law. If necessary, they could directly forcibly imprison the target. This meeting is over. With the end of the meeting between the chairman and the members of the Magic Council, the Magic Council began to turn rapidly like a clockwork gear. The 4th Forced Supervision Corps and the Crescent Knights, led by the captain of the 4th Forced Supervision Corps, Lahar, quickly rushed towards Magnolia in the Kingdom of Fiori. At the same time, after seeing the actions of the Magic Council, the other alarmed forces all calmed down and prepared to wait and see what would happen between the Magic Council and the existence that caused such a big commotion just now. The world that was like a stagnant pool of water because of the disappearance of the main force of Fairy Tale came alive again. Gu Yun's awakening was like a spark that was about to set the prairie on fire, igniting this fuse in advance. At the same time, the Fairy Tale members who had already passed the message to the Magic Council looked at the guild that had suddenly been renovated and didn't know what to do next. The other 4 members of the Dusk Demon Debt Collector group didn't know what to do next, whether to abandon their captain whose life or death was unknown or leave, or something else. At this time, these Dusk Demon Wizards had completely lost their temper when they smashed and destroyed the Fairy Tale Guild building before, and were at a loss like a child, useless, child, thing. Say, should we go in and take a look? At this time, Janana looked at the silent crowd and the renovated buildings and said hesitantly, or should we wait here for the people from the Magic Council to come? Of course, we are waiting here for the people from the Magic Council to come and deal with this matter. You have seen how terrible that guy was just now. If we go back now, we will definitely die a miserable death. After hearing what Janana said, Delaye directly objected, with a look of horror still on her face, and she was obviously frightened by the commotion that Gu Yun had just made. Chapter 7. P.S. I'm a newbie. I don't know if what I wrote is in line with the taste of the readers. If it is, can you give me a collection to encourage me? PS2. Well, I heard from other authors that they must strive to get on the weekly collection list every Monday. Tomorrow is Monday, and I have decided to change from 3 updates a day to 4 updates a day. Seeing how hard I work, please don't hesitate to collect my works. No, let's go back. At this moment, Macau, who always looked timid, cowardly, and submissive, gave a different response. After seeing the stunned eyes of everyone around him, Macau explained seriously, I believe everyone has seen the strength of that person just now. If that person really wants to kill us, can we escape? I can't run away. Even with my magic of divine feet, I can't run away from that guy. I can't even move. Sarasuk also expressed his opinion at the side. Just now, when Guyun was furious because he was interrupted by the mace wizard at the most critical moment of his research, Sarasuk wanted to directly use his magic of divine feet to quickly leave the guild and inform the magic council. As a result, he found that he couldn't use magic in front of Guyun. Faced with the unprecedented pressure of magic power, the condensed magic circle collapsed instantly at the moment of condensation, and the magic could not be used. So, since we have no way to escape at all, why should we be so scared? Makao looked at everyone present and said with a smile, besides, they helped us renovate the guild building, so they are more or less guests of our fairy tale guild. How can we all run away when there are guests sitting inside? At this time, Makao threw away his previous cowardly and submissive image, and showed a strong courage that had never appeared before. It must be said that the Fairy Tale Guild was able to survive in such a difficult 7 years, and it was not without reason. After hearing Makao's words, the fairy tale people thought about it for a while and found that what Makao said was indeed very reasonable. Maybe they were still a little afraid of Guyun, but they all agreed with Makao's idea of going back. Then, in the idiotic eyes of the remaining 4 wizards of the Dusk Ghost, Makao led the remaining members of Fairy Tale back to the direction of their own guild building that had been inexplicably renovated. Finally, after Makao and others returned to the guild, they saw a guy sitting in his own guild drinking juice. He even said very familiarly, "Welcome back." Guyun looked at Makao and others who had returned to the guild and said with a smile, "I helped you renovate the dilapidated guild. It should be okay for me to drink some of your juice as a reward." "No, no problem." Makao looked around the guild in surprise, even a little dazed. Ever since Makarov took Urzanatsu and most of the main forces to Tenro Island to take the S-class wizard assessment and never returned, the Fairy Tale Guild building has become more and more dilapidated year by year. It looks so new now, and it must have only been seen 7 years ago when everyone was still there. After sighing a little in his heart, Makao immediately came back to his senses. Although he was very happy that the guild was renovated, Makao still had one most important thing to confirm. "Well, I want to ask, where is Dibbo?" Makao looked at Guyun seriously, his face filled with a serious expression he had never had before, and asked seriously, "Where is the wizard with a mace who just disturbed you and made you angry?" As Makao's voice fell, the other fairy tale people who were still curiously observing the guild that suddenly looked new also reacted at once, and their originally slightly relaxed expressions became tense again. "Yes, where is Dibbo?" Just now, the fairy tale people and the other wizards of the Dusk Demon did not run far, and they did not see Dibbo, the wizard who used a mace, leaving the guild building that suddenly looked new, but now Dibbo was not seen in the guild. So there is no need to say more about what the situation is now. In fact, Guyun did not hide anything, nor did he feel that there was any need to hide anything. Of course he died. Guyun looked at Makao and others who were horrified and chuckled and said, "I was so lucky to be able to die so easily because I was disturbed at the most critical moment. I have to say that the wizard named Dibbo was lucky." As he spoke, Guyun drank a sip of juice in front of everyone. The main plot time period in the original fairy tale is indeed very peaceful, and there is nothing wrong with it. After all, there are wizard laws formulated by the Magic Council to constrain all wizards in the open. However, it was different in the world 400 years ago when the Dragon Clan dominated the world. The idea that all humans would gather together to deal with the dragons in the face of a great enemy was a complete joke from the beginning. It was an extremely cruel world. Because the Dragon Clan was rampant, everyone was in danger. Most humans wanted to enjoy themselves before being toyed to death by the Dragon Clan, especially the wizards who possessed extraordinary powers. You know, in the world 400 years ago, there was no Magic Council to supervise the world, and it was even more impossible for there to be any wizard laws to constrain wizards. Those who had strength far beyond that of ordinary people were not allowed to do so. Wizards can really do whatever they want. That was an era when evil spirits were rampant, and that was an era when evil spirits were more terrifying than dragons and demons. Even some of the evil spirits' behaviors made those dragons feel a little chilled, and those demons felt a chill in their hearts. Guyun killed many dragons, that's right. But Guyun killed more evil spirits in human skin. It can be said that although history calls Guyun a dragon slayer, 90% of the blood on Guyun's hands is the blood of evil spirits of the same race. Guyun is not only a dragon slayer, but also an executioner, and the most vicious person. Of course, having said that, the times are indeed different from 400 years ago. There are clear laws to constrain wizards who control powerful forces. So after hearing that Guyun killed the mace wizard named Dibbo, everyone's eyes changed when they looked at Guyun. This guy is really dangerous. Chapter 8. Die dead, dead. After hearing Guyun's matter-of-fact answer, Delay said with a trembling voice, "It's just that I disturbed you a little bit. There's no need to kill him. Just teach him a lesson will be enough." "Hey, Dolar, shut up, do you want to piss this guy off?" Dolar's partner Sarasuk heard what Dolar said and stepped on Dolar secretly and reminded him in a low voice, "Look at that guy saying murder and death so casually. Don't you understand what's going on now? This guy is the kind of dark wizard who kills without blinking an eye. In this situation, can you use your brain a little more? Has your brain turned into fat in the past few years?" "Profoundo, sorry Sarasuk, I didn't expect this at all. People will die." Looking at the nervous Sarasuk, Dolar asked quickly, "What should we do next?" "Let's see how the president handles it." Sarasuk whispered, "This guy should be different from ordinary wizards. I don't think the matter should be too serious." Then the scene suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Everyone looked at Guyun nervously, fearing that Guyun would do something out of line. There was nothing that could be done about it. After all, the times had changed. It was not the chaotic era 400 years ago when the dragons were rampant. The reckless wizards of this era were all rats that everyone wanted to kill. Guyun looked at the scene that suddenly fell into silence and roughly knew what Makeo and the others were thinking. When Guyun saw the emblem of the Fairy Tale Guild in the building, he knew that his action of killing the mace wizard would definitely cause him a lot of trouble. However, just like the protagonist in a certain urban cultivation novel that Guyun read on Earth. "Why should I, Chen, explain my actions in my life to others? Kill, just kill, no explanation. After all, he is the strongest in the world." In addition to the fact that the god Angsilram who cursed Ziref in the original work is too unknown, Guyun really doesn't believe that there is anything else in this fairy tale world that can pose a threat to him. There is nothing wrong with being submissive when you are not as strong as others. However, Guyun is the strongest now. Since he is the strongest, does Guyun still need to consider the feelings of others? As for the so-called Magic Council, in the original work, the Jackal, which is only one of the 9 ghost gates of the Gate of Hades, can kill all the members and the speaker of the Magic Council. If Guyun wants to do it, it will be even easier. The only thing that makes Guyun a little wary is the core technology of the Magic Council, the super time and space destruction magic guide spirit power. This magic only appears once in the original work, but it is the strongest output in the original work. In short, Guyun, who had been suppressed for more than 10 years in the world of fairy tale before finally shining, was not going to continue to be suppressed. He didn't care about the Magic Council and the magic spirit power. Of course, he was with one's own mind and followed his own heart. Of course, Guyun was relaxed and comfortable, but the fairy tale people standing in front of Guyun didn't think so. Instead, they looked at Guyun as if he were facing a great enemy. In this case, I can only say that I am very sorry. Killing people will cause trouble to our fairy tale guild. Although I am very grateful to you for renovating the building of our guild, I still hope that you can understand. However, after a while, Makeo took a deep breath and said, "Can you please leave?" As Makeo's voice fell, the already quite depressing atmosphere solidified instantly. Whether it was Dallaire, Sarasuk, or Janana who found Guyun, all of them became nervous involuntarily. Everyone was ready to fight at this moment. It's funny to say that the members of Fairy Tale can endure the bullying of the Dusk Ghost, but they are mentally prepared to fight at any time when facing Guyun, the murderer. That's right, whether it's Makeo or other members, they are very good, which cannot be denied. After all, if they don't do this, Fairy Tale may not survive the blank 7 years. Without the strong strength, Fairy Tale will definitely die ugly if it still does things like before, but it's right, even if it's because of different positions, but Guyun still feels inexplicably funny. Okay, don't be so nervous. I didn't plan to stay here for long. After all, the world is so big, it would be a pity if I don't walk around and take a look. Although he changed from the second dimension to the third dimension, Guyun still roughly recognized the identities of the people standing in front of him in the original anime. The one who mustered up the courage to talk to him directly should be Makeo, the 4th-generation president of Fairy Tale, and the little girl who found him should be the snake Janana, the poisonous dragon slayer. The fat man who questioned him just now should be the guy who used plant magic in the Lane Engine team in the same group as Ribi, and the other one is the wizard who used divine foot magic. Of course, Guyun also found out that he had overslept and had slept through all the plots of the first season of the original work. If Janana hadn't found him, Guyun felt that after he had deduced the last 0.01% of the immortality magic, it would not be impossible for him to sleep until the end of Fairy Tale. However, before I leave, I have one very important thing to ask you, so that you don't miss the wonderful show. Yoon looked at Makeo and the others and asked with a smile, what is this year? But at this moment, the ground, which had been calm, began to vibrate slightly again. Guyun swallowed the words he had not yet finished speaking. Through the things coming from outside, Guyun roughly knew what time period he was in. Chapter 9. P.S. I said I would update 4 more chapters, so I beg you to collect them. Ignoring the people of Fairy Tale who were like frightened birds behind him, Guyun slowly pushed open the door that had become brand new, and looked up slightly at the top of the guild building. At this moment, at some unknown time, a huge spaceship appeared in the sky above the Fairy Tale Guild building. On the bow of the spaceship is a pure white Pegasus building with its wings spread out, which is one of the symbols of the Blue Pegasus, one of the regular wizard guilds that is also very powerful in the original work. And this spaceship itself is also the iconic building of Blue Pegasus, the magic crit boat Christina, which has a very good long-range attack capability. Looking at the magic crit boat Christina of Blue Pegasus in the sky, Guyun subconsciously frowned. Because of some experiences 400 years ago, Guyun subconsciously thought of the high and mighty dragon clan. 400 years ago, there was no such thing as a magic crit boat technological gadgets. The only things that can fly in the sky are a few wizards and birds with specific attributes, and the dragons that once dominated the world. In general, if the era of the original main plot is equivalent to the modern Earth, then the era 400 years ago is equivalent to the ancient Earth, and because of the dragon's reckless behavior, the world 400 years ago was quite boring and ancient. Thinking of this, Guyun shook his head lightly and stopped thinking about these things. Forget it, since the magic attack boat of Blue Pegasus has arrived here at this time, then now should be the time period when the second season of the original novel begins. Guyun touched his chin and began to think. Because Guyun is different from other time travelers and does not have a golden finger, Guyun often thinks about some things, such as how to survive and how to become stronger. Similarly, Guyun often reviews the plot in the original novel to learn new things, even if Guyun did not think that he could live to the day when the original novel began. By recalling the plot of the second season of the original novel, Guyun first determined the time point where he was, which was the beginning of the second season in X791. In the original novel, the reason why the people from Blue Pegasus came here at this time was because they had discovered the news of the Sirius Island that had disappeared for 7 years, and came to tell the remaining guild members of Fairy Tale. Blue Pegasus. After seeing Guyun coming out, Makeo and others followed closely and walked out carefully. Looking at the magic attack boat Christina floating in the sky, Makao muttered to himself with a surprised look on his face, why did Blue Pegasus come here at this time? Things naturally became simpler afterwards. Although the plot process was completely different from the original work due to Guyun's intervention, the result was still similar. This time, the top team of Blue Pegasus came, the funny and handsome group Trimens who had previously cooperated with Fairy Tail, and the leader was one of the most powerful wizards in Blue Pegasus, Yi Yi. Of course, Yi Yi was also professional in comedy. He jumped directly from the magic attack boat Christina and landed on his face. This made Guyun, who saw the familiar scene again after many years, couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth slightly. However, when Yi Yi was greeting the team he led and the others from Fairy Tail, Yi Yi also found something wrong. Yi Yi made it's funny, but as Aoki Pegasus's signature S-class wizard, he is still very professional. Well, not in the funny aspect, but only in terms of his professionalism as a wizard. And Fairy Tail and the others didn't hide anything. Yi Yi could clearly feel that the Fairy Tail members were afraid of something when they were greeting him and the others. What were they afraid of? Those debt-collecting wizards of Dusk Demon not far away? Only 4 people? One person is missing, which is a bit strange. But would Fairy Tail members be afraid of Dusk Demon's wizards? Not likely. Yi Yi knew that Fairy Tail owed Dusk Demon a lot of money, but if someone said that Fairy Tail was afraid of Dusk Demon, that Yi really didn't believe it, and Dusk Demon. The wizards there are just so-so, it's just a small guild. In terms of strength, in fact, even the ruined Fairy Tail guild is slightly inferior. The reason why Fairy Tail was bullied so badly by the Dusk Demon is entirely because the Fairy Tail members owed money and were in the wrong and dared not resist. Where does this fear come from? Yi Yi was puzzled. Similarly, Yi Yi could see the problem, and Guyun could naturally feel the unnaturalness of the Fairy Tail members. After all, the shock that Guyun brought to everyone just now was too strong. Thinking of this, Guyun shook his head helplessly. He was frightened without realizing it. 400 years ago, although Guyun was feared and terrified by many people, he had more people regard Guyun as a savior, the only peerless human who can face the Dragon Clan head-on. Since he has disturbed others, Guyun is not going to stay here any longer and get in the way. Now is only the beginning of the 2nd season of the original plot, and there are still several days before the return of the main force of Fairy Tail. Guyun can take advantage of these few days to have a good look around Magnolia. After all, compared to 400 years ago, the main storyline of Fairy Tail 400 years later is completely equivalent to a modern society on the magical side, which gives Guyun a sense of nostalgia. It would be even more perfect if it were possible to research computers and networks on the magical side. However, at this moment, Guyun slowly stopped his steps, and the variables came. Men, sir, could you please stop for a moment and tell me where you hid Mr. Dibbo? Yi Yi's voice came slowly from behind Guyun, and standing behind Yi Yi were the 4 debt collectors of the Dusk Ghost. Chapter 10. P.S. I heard from other authors that the collection is very good, but the author is not sure. Although I have only written 10 chapters and 20,000 words, I still look forward to the readers who have read it to give some opinions in the book review area. There is no doubt that the 4 debt collectors of the Dusk Ghost told Yi Yi what happened just now. If it was just like this, it would not be a big deal. In the past, Fairy Tail often knocked out the wizards of other guilds and waited for people to pick up the body in a corner. Everyone was an adult, so what was there to worry about if they disappeared for a while? But if this time is combined with the inexplicable surge in magic factor fluctuations and the inexplicable fear of the Fairy Tail people, then it will be different. Although the reason for coming to Fairy Tail this time is to tell the Fairy Tail people about the matter of Tianlang Island, Yi Yi is also very concerned about the super-violent magic factor fluctuations that occurred in the middle of the way. Connecting these 3 clues, Yi Yi can draw a conclusion that Guyun is a dangerous person. Moreover, Guyun may have made some very dangerous moves, such as the sudden fluctuation of magic factor and the disappearance of the wizard named Dibbo in the Twilight Ghost. Mr. Dibbo. After hearing Yi Yi's question, Gu-yun slowly turned around, looked at Yi Yi's serious expression and chuckled. If the Mr. Dibbo you are talking about is the wizard with the mace before, then I can only tell you with great regret that I think Mr. Dibbo has been hidden in heaven or hell by me. I think, if he only relies on himself, then I think Mr. Dibbo will definitely not come back. As Gu-yun's voice fell, the originally barely harmonious scene suddenly became weird. Fairy Tale was a little better. Gu-yun's previous performance had made everyone in Fairy Tale more or less mentally prepared. As for the two guilds of Blue Pegasus and Dusk Oni, they were truly shocked and stunned. No one expected that Gu-yun would admit it so lightly. He clearly killed a person but said it as easily and casually as if he had killed a grass. At the same time, after the shock, an inexplicable chill rose from everyone's heart. As wizards, everyone present was not without preparation for their companions to be killed or to kill people. After all, even the so-called regular wizard guilds would encounter the situation where they had to resist, and they might die if they let go a little. It's a very ugly situation. It's just that whether you kill or are killed, everyone will more or less value life. In the words of Zerev, everyone knows the preciousness of life and has more or less respect for life. But Gu-yun is different. The era of the main storyline of the original fairy tale is an era with a sound legal system. Not to mention that the wizards of the so-called regular wizard guild have few opportunities to kill people. In fact, even the wizards of the Dark Wizard Guild do not have many opportunities to kill people in such a great era with a sound legal system. Therefore, guys like Gu-yun who kill people to the point of being numb to life are very rare. It's not that there are none, but under normal circumstances, such people will be forcibly imprisoned and tried by the Magic Council, and will not have any chance to come out and do evil. One night master. One night teacher. One night brother. What should we do now? Should we just start fighting? X3. After hearing what Gu-yun said, the three members of the Tri-Men's team rushed over and stood in front of Yi Yi, posing a fighting stance towards Gu-yun. However, when they saw Yi Yi's expression, they all consciously quieted down, because they saw an unprecedented serious expression on Yi Yi's face. They were familiar with Yi Yi and knew that Yi Yi was angry, and the fury was unprecedented. In the original book, Yi Yi, who always appeared in a funny way, once became serious. It meant that Yi Yi was really angry. The more serious he was, the angrier he was. There had never been a situation that could make Yi Yi so serious. Man. Yi Yi looked at Gu-yun seriously. This young man with white hair and extreme indifference to life said slowly. Killing is no joke. I hope you can reorganize your thoughts and words before speaking again. Otherwise, I'm afraid I can't let you go today. I will personally take you to the Magic Council and force you to be imprisoned. After saying this, a huge pressure began to slowly emanate from Yi Yi. This was the pressure brought by the huge amount of magic power in Yi Yi's body that was constantly boiling. As an extremely veteran S-class wizard, it must be said that the magic power in Yi Yi's body was already very close to that of the 10 great saint wizards. Or, if there were only 10 vacancies for the 10 great saint wizards, then Yi Yi might be the 11th of the 10 great saint wizards, possessing the terrifying magic power that could make the heavens boast, and the earth expand, and change, repair, the color, decoration. Oh! This is a bit interesting. Then, for the Knight of Blue Pegasus, I am curious about how you can keep me here. He waved his hand at the ground, and a throne made of earth appeared. He controlled the cup in the Fairy Tale Guild building to pour himself a glass of juice, and then he leaned on the throne leisurely and chuckled. Are you trying to make me stay by being funny? Don't be disrespectful to Teacher Yi Yi like this. Since you don't deny what Teacher Yi Yi said, it means you admit to killing him. Things happened. A fair-skinned blonde handsome man in front of Yi Yi couldn't stand it anymore, and yelled at Gu-yun, let the pure snow punish you, white roar. This is one of the members of the Tri-Men's team led by Yi Yi, Ivan Tyram, codenamed Holy Knight. He possesses snow magic and can manipulate snow at will. He is a veteran A-class wizard with quite good strength. The white spiral wind wave composed of snow quickly invaded in the direction of Guyun. Just the attached cold airflow wind blade made people feel like they were being stabbed by a blade. You can imagine how terrible it would be once it really attacked the body. It can be said that he is worthy of the strength of a veteran A-class wizard. It's just too tender another dimension. Chapter 11. P.S. After reading the comments, I definitely don't have an identity to hide. As for how the identity was revealed, it's an S-level secret. In the shocked eyes of everyone around him, Guyun gently extended his index finger and gently drew an invisible line in front of him, blocking all the impacts. No, it can't be said to be blocked, but it is similar to the effect of being so close yet so far away in the immortal martial arts novels. The magic cast by Ivan showed no signs of being blocked at all, and it continued to attack the direction where Guyun was, but it could not fly. It was obviously just a very short and fleeting distance, but it was like an invisible natural chasm. This is an extremely clumsy use of magic. But you can't be blamed for this. After all, you are not the only one. Most of the wizards in this world use magic in such a crude and clumsy way. I was troubled by this matter for a long time. Guyun looked at Ivan with a horrified face, chuckled, sighed a little, and recalled the bitterness of the past. Because he didn't have a golden finger, Guyun had a very difficult and hard time when he first came to the fairy tale world 400 years ago. Facing the era of extreme chaos and everyone like evil spirits, Guyun naturally wanted to become stronger. Guyun's goal was really simple at the beginning, just wanting to have the power to survive. Then in the process of looking for power, Guyun encountered the most pitfall when he watched fairy tale on Earth before, that is, although all humans in the fairy tale world have magic power in their bodies, not all of them are wizards, and not all of the magic power in their bodies can release magic, especially combat magic. And those powerful wizards, either because of some opportunity, have powerful magic power or are born with powerful magic power. To be honest, Guyun was really splashed with dog blood at that time. No wonder humans in fairy tale were bullied so badly by dragons 400 years ago. So becoming strong depends entirely on natural ability. In the world of fairy tale, magic power is intertwined with vitality, so most wizards increase their magic power naturally as they age and their vitality increases. Even the growth of magic power, which is closely related to magic power, is like this, not to mention magic. Magic is almost always some kind of flame, some kind of ice, or some kind of beam of light. In a word, it's all about releasing magic power all at once, and all of them take the path of quantitative change. Quantitative change to a certain extent can indeed cause qualitative change. Guyun does not deny this, but if it can cause qualitative change, why not start with qualitative change? For example, what Guyun is doing now. Snow magic is not just for creating blizzards. If you can control the molecular structure of snow and reorganize it, then snow magic can also do the same. Maybe it's too early for you to talk about molecules now, so let's put it another way, pure extreme compression. In the shocked eyes of everyone around, a large amount of snow condensed and compressed in front of Guyun, and finally a huge ice blade appeared in front of everyone. It was obviously snow, but after extreme compression, it turned into ice. After putting 2 small ice cubes into the juice, Guyun casually waved his hand in the direction of Ivan, and the huge ice blade directly cut through the white roar of snow magic released by Ivan as easily as cutting tofu. The vast white torrent had no way to shake the huge ice blade condensed by Guyun. Ivan, be careful. Air barrier. After seeing the ice blade released by Guyun easily cut through Ivan's ultimate move, a member who used air magic quickly blocked in front of Ivan and released defensive magic. This was another member of the Tri-Men's team, Lian Chayu, codenamed Kanjai, who was also a veteran A-class wizard with very practical air magic, and had made achievements in both attack and defense. However, an even more shocking situation came. Even the defensive magic air barrier released by Lien, emphasized, "This is a man," still couldn't stop the ice blade from advancing a bit, and it was still as easy as cutting a piece of tofu. Don't think that Guyun was just a piece of ice blade condensed casually, but its hardness and strength have already far exceeded the absolute ice released by Uru in the original book when he consumed all his vitality. In fact, let alone A level, even S level, the existence of the 10 holy wizards can't break it. If it is a strong man at the level of Hades, he can try it a little. At this time, Yi Yat, who had been wearing a serious expression, naturally would not continue to watch. The magic power in his body, which was extremely close to the level of the 10 holy wizards, burst out and instantly came in front of Yvonne and Lien. Yi Yat, who has become completely serious, is definitely a powerful and terrifying wizard, and he is definitely worthy of the title of the strongest man in Blue Pegasus. Well, the president of Blue Pegasus, Bob, is a she-male, not a man. Men, this is no longer an enemy you can handle. Leave the rest to me, Yi Yat. You, Fairy Tale, and the Dusk Demon over there, leave here quickly. This person is the most vicious person I have ever seen in my life. His disregard for life is chilling. No matter how strong you are, today I, Yi, will personally detain you in front of the door of the Magic Council and force you to be imprisoned. Feel my charming fighting scent, enhanced scent, close-range inhalation, the scent of power. Yi directly inserted 2 test tubes emitting yellow breath into his nostrils. Yi, who was less than 1.4 meters tall, instantly turned into a muscular giant of 3 meters tall, and roared at Guyun men. Boom! A huge roar sounded, and in the horrified eyes of everyone, Yi, the veteran S-class wizard who burst out with all his strength, the strongest man in the Blue Pegasus Guild, was pushed nearly 100 meters away by the ice blade condensed by Guyun and fell in a ruin. Chapter 12. P.S. I said 4 updates, so please give me a collection. One Night Master. One Night Brother. One Night Teacher. Are you okay? X3. After seeing Yi Ye being defeated by Guyun so easily and decisively, the 3 members of Yi Ye hurriedly ran to Yi Yi's side and looked at Guyun, who had not moved since the beginning and was leaning on the throne drinking juice, with a vigilant look on their faces. The Fairy Tale and the remaining 4 debt collectors of the Dusk Ghost all looked at the scene in front of them with horror. You know, that was Yi Yat. The strongest man in Blue Pegasus, a veteran S-class wizard, a powerful wizard whose strength is extremely close to the 10 Saint Wizards. The strongest wizard among all the people present is undoubtedly Yi Yat. Although in the magic world, Yi Yat is very frivolous and funny, but Yi Yi's strength is definitely recognized by everyone. His unique scent magic and powerful auxiliary ability make him a difficult existence for everyone. Well, the premise is that Yi Yat is in a serious state. If it is a normal Yi Yat, ordinary people can defeat him. Jane, I can't believe it, no. It's totally unbelievable. After everything happened, Makeo looked at the mess and barely came back to his senses. He said with some difficulty Mr. Yi Yat was defeated so easily. This is Mr. Yi Yat. So, President, what should we do next? Should we fight that guy? Sarasuke said hesitantly, Blue Pegasus has helped us a lot in the past few years, and often helps us find the streams of Natsu and the others. It's not good for us to just stand by and watch. Fight. Stop kidding, how can such a being fight? After hearing Sarasuke's slightly hesitant voice, Delay jumped up and objected whether it was before or now, everyone should have seen the gap in strength between us and that guy. It's impossible. There's no way he could beat that guy. Yi Yat is the strongest man in the Blue Pegasus Guild, but even in this state, he was still easily killed by that guy. This is something that the 10 holy mages can't do. But, are we really just going to stand by and watch? Have you forgotten the help that the Blue Pegasus gave us? It was Mr. Yi Ye who asked us to evacuate first. With our strength, even if we really go up to fight that guy, we will be a drag. I am not forgetting the kindness of the Blue Pegasus to us, I am being rational, bastard. The people from the Magic Council should be here soon. It has been a while since we communicated with them. We will let them handle these matters when the time comes. Looking at Sarasuke and Dallaire, who were arguing again, Makao said helplessly and a little frustrated. Dorel is right, Sarasuke, we really can't participate in a battle of this magnitude. Although it makes me sad to say this, we are no longer who we were 7 years ago. Just to keep fairy tale going, just this, already makes me exhausted. We don't have the ability to be as reckless as we were 7 years ago. As Makao's voice fell, the fairy tale, which was a little noisy, suddenly became quiet. Sarasuke and Dallaire, who were arguing, seemed to remember something and fell silent. Yes, what ability does the fairy tale have now to meddle in other people's business? Just to support the fairy tale guild from disbanding is already doing its best. Guyun did not pay attention to the fairy tale people who were inexplicably pessimistic, but still looked at the direction where Yiye fell with interest. Guyun has always been more tolerant of interesting guys who can make him feel interesting. Just like a precious toy, even if it will be thrown away one day in the future, it will be cherished for a while before. Guyun still feels quite good for a professional funny guy like Yiye. So the ice blade was blunt before, and Guyun did not add sharp attributes, otherwise there would not be such a mess now. But everything was cut off in a silent manner. Just like when Guyun split the Ishgar continent with one sword 400 years ago and killed thousands of dragons with one sword. There was no so-called loud roar, no so-called light and shadow characteristics, just a silent sword, everything was cut in half. Considering the fact that the vitality of fairy tale is closely related to the magic power, although this scene looks quite big, Yiye will not suffer any fatal injuries, and it is unlikely that there will be any injuries that will cause serious injuries. Although Yiye is very powerful, in fact, Yiye's scent magic is more inclined to the auxiliary type, enhancing strength, speed, defense, etc., and even has a scent that heals injuries. It is because of this that Guyun is sure that Yiye will be fine, so he can continue to please himself. Guyun doesn't mind letting Yiye kill his boring time since he is free. There is no network Wi-Fi and computer in the other world these days, so he can only find something to entertain himself. President Makao is right. No matter what we do, we need to do it within our capabilities. Just leave the rest to us, the Blue Pegasus. You don't have to worry at all. I am Yiye, the strongest man of the Blue Pegasus. A night under the healing aroma is unstoppable. The Devil Muscle Man stood up again from the ruins. Surrounded by the green aroma, the flesh wounds on his body disappeared rapidly. He inserted 4 test tubes into his nose again and said, "And because of my taller figure, my nose has also become bigger, increasing the speed scent and defense scent." Men. Reading during Dragon Boat Festival. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Activity time, June 8 to June 10. Chapter 13. P.S. I have to go out and hand in the contract during the day, so the remaining 3 updates will be updated at night. Since Yiye has made it so clear, the fairy tale people standing next to them began to slowly retreat under the leadership of Makao. Although most of the fairy tale members were very unwilling, there was nothing they could do. Compared with the fairy tale people who were unwilling, the 4 debt collectors on the side of the Dusk Demon were more natural and had no psychological burden at all. Although on the surface, the Dusk Demon was a formal wizard guild recognized by the Magic Council, in fact, as a wizard guild that lends money at high interest rates, since it can be related to loan sharks, the nature of the guild is needless to say. Morality and the like. These 4 Dusk Demon wizards had long lost them. Even if they knew that Guyun was so strong that even the Blue Pegasus was no match for him, it is estimated that these 4 would not dare to tell Yiye about it. Maybe, these guys are already regretting it in their hearts. But when they were halfway through the run, Makao seemed to suddenly think of something and stopped. He glanced hesitantly at Gu Yun, who had been sitting on the throne drinking juice, then gritted his teeth and reminded Yi Yi loudly. "Mr. Yi Yi, this scary guy came out of an ice coffin ruin. I think Mr. Xiang can use ancient document magic to look up relevant information and maybe find some useful information." After saying that, Macau didn't wait for Yi Yi to reply, and left quickly without even looking back. After all, he had seen Gu Yun's performance just now, and Macau couldn't guarantee whether his reminder to Yi Yi would anger Gu Yun. In Macau's eyes, Gu Yun was the kind of guy who didn't take human life seriously and was chilling. But Gu Yun didn't care about this kind of thing. To anger himself? Don't take yourself too seriously. Gu Yun really didn't think there were many people who were qualified to anger him. Not every weakling can be as lucky as the wizard with a mace to disturb him. Men, the ice coffin ruins? The guy who came out of the ruins. After hearing what Ma Kao said, Yi Yi nodded a little in daze, and probably understood why Gu Yun was so indifferent to life and why he didn't take human life seriously. Yi Yi also knew about some of the chaos in the past era. If a person from the past era suddenly came to the present, then such indifference to life would not be incomprehensible. After all, the Magic Council only completely stabilized the order and formulated the magician law in the last 100 years. "Yvonne, Lian, you two come with me to hold this guy back. Xiang, use the ancient book magic to look up the guy's information. Such a powerful being cannot possibly have left no traces in history. It is not a good thing that the enemy knows something about us, but we know nothing about the enemy." "I understand, Teacher Yi Yi." A handsome guy with golden hair, dark gold, like Yvonne replied seriously after hearing Yi Yi's order. "I will start investigating historical data immediately. This is the last member of the Tri-Men's team, Xiang Litus, codenamed Bei, who possesses ancient documents and can search for all knowledge and information. To be honest, this magic is quite perverted. He can have all the knowledge but is in such a mess now. It has to be said that there are really many weirdos in the world of fairy tale." Then Xiang began to quickly use the magic ancient documents to search for information about Gu Yun, but Gu Yun has been a mysterious existence until now. Xiang doesn't know his name or anything else. He can only search based on Gu Yun's appearance and the strength he has shown so far, so the search process will be very slow. But this kind of thing is not important, because Xiang successfully attracted Gu Yun's attention. In other words, Xiang's magic ancient documents successfully Gu Yun's attention was all drawn to the three-dimensional panel composed of golden magic power, as well as the paired virtual buttons and screens. In Gu Yun's eyes, this trademark was not the so-called ancient book magic at all, it was completely computer magic. God has pity on him. Gu Yun, a guy who can't live without a computer for a day, hasn't touched a computer for more than 20 years. Originally, Gu Yun had gotten used to the days without a computer after such a long time, but when he saw something similar to a computer appear in front of him again, Gu Yun couldn't help it anymore. He stood up from the throne and appeared in front of Xiang in an instant. Looking at Xiang, who was frightened by his instant approach, Gu Yun said lightly, "Xiang Letties, right? Your magic is very good. Tell me how to learn this magic. You have no right to refuse." "Men." Yi Yi's reaction was also very fast. He reacted the moment he saw Gu Yun coming to Xiang's side. With his full strength and the speed and fragrance of Yi Yi seemed to have turned into a stream of light full of power. With a momentum that was extremely terrifying to ordinary magicians, he rushed directly towards Gu Yun. "Forget it, to save some trouble, I'll just show you a little bit." Looking at Yi Yi, who attacked him without thinking, Gu Yun frowned. Because he was eager to get Xiang's ancient book magic, Gu Yun's patience was completely exhausted. "Feel it and think about the consequences of rejecting me." Gu Yun completely let go of his control over his momentum, and the bloodthirsty breath of slaughtering millions of lives directly made Yi Yi and others' minds go blank. Just like a sleeping prehistoric beast opening its eyes, Yi Yi, Xiang, Yvonne, and Lian knew what kind of terrifying existence they were fighting against. Boom! The pressure that exceeded the limit even created an effect similar to gravity magic. Yi and others could not bear this sense of oppression at all, and they knelt down directly. The force was so strong that the ground where Yi and others' knees touched cracked like a spider web. The gap between the two sides was so huge that it was despairing. P.S. The author feels that chapters 13, 14, and 15 are beginning to deviate from the main plot set at the beginning, so they are deleted and rewritten. Chapter 14. P.S. I am extremely dissatisfied with the chapters 141,516 that I wrote because I was in a bad state. I deleted all of them and rewrote them. If the author owes me 3 chapters, I will make up for it with 5 chapters every day in the next 3 days. Men. Yi struggled to stand up from the ground, but as he continued to struggle, he gradually fell to the ground, sinking deeply into the cracked ground. The sense of oppression revealed by Guyun alone had already vaguely exceeded Yi's endurance limit. You know, Yi is now using the defense fragrance and power fragrance. It is not an exaggeration to say that Yi has the combat power of the 10 holy wizards when he explodes to the limit. But even in this state, he still can't withstand Guyun's momentum. Since even the strongest man of Blue Pegasus, Yi, is like this, the other members of Yi Trimen's team are naturally even more unbearable. Except for Xiang, who had the magic that Guyun needed and was taken care of by Guyun a little bit, the other 2 guys simply couldn't bear Guyun's aura. The bloodthirsty breath made me faint. How is it? Guyun grabbed the collar of Xiang Lightus, who was lying on the ground, and brought Xiang in front of him, laughing softly. Your teacher and his companions all fell in front of me overnight. If I wanted, they could all go to one of the 2 places everyone will eventually go to, maybe heaven or hell. I never force anyone, everything is voluntary, come, choose. After saying that, Guyun simply threw Xiang aside and waited for Xiang's choice. However, Xiang could clearly feel that the palpitations in his heart did not subside at all, but instead increased at a more violent rate. As long as he dared to say no, Guyun would kill his teacher and companions overnight. What on earth do you want to do? Thinking of this, Xiang shouted at Guyun, who was standing quietly without saying anything from the beginning, I didn't understand what your purpose was. Whether it was to kill the wizard Dibbo of the Dusk Demon Wizard Guild or to fight us now, you couldn't get anything out of it. What else can you do except to cause trouble for yourself? Purpose? Haven't I told you my purpose? After hearing Xiang Letti's roar, Guyun chuckled and said, my current goal is to obtain the magic you just used. Come on, tell me your choice. My patience is not as long as you think. The almost materialized magic power began to condense in Guyun's hands and quickly transformed into a cyan wind attribute. Finally, it materialized into a ball of light emitting cyan light. It spun wildly in Guyun's hands, driving the surrounding airflow. Then, in front of Xiang, Guyun casually threw the cyan ball of light in his hand towards a distant mountain. The cyan ball of light, which was only the size of a palm in Guyun's hand, instantly turned into a huge ball of light with a radius of thousands of meters and composed of cyan wind blades. Boom! The wind blades frantically cut through any obstacles they encountered, and finally a hill hundreds of meters high was directly and thoroughly destroyed. Disappeared in front of Xiang. Yes, that's right, this is the S-class magic Raise Nan developed by Guyun alone. It has been said before that in the world of fairy tale, whether it is 400 years ago or 400 years later, the use of mana and magic is extremely crude and inferior, so when Guyun first started learning magic 400 years ago, he began to think about whether he could apply some of the moves set in other anime to create them in the form of magic in this world. For example, the electromagnetic cannon composed of the magnetic force created by coins and lightning, for example, by changing the structure of water molecules, learning the 3 homogeneous properties of water, snow, and ice at the same time. Different amounts of magic, for example, the magic version of the Raise Nan that is currently used. After all, The raise nan in Naruto is almost to make the chakra rotate at high speed to achieve the purpose of killing the enemy. Compared with the ninjutsu in the world of Naruto, the magic in the world of fairy tale can have corresponding property changes from the beginning. It can be said that as long as the research of the raise nan is successful, it will directly be a raise nan of the property change level. Moreover, the magic power in the body of the magician in the world of fairy tale is either natural growth or opportunity, while Guyun himself is trying to actively system the magic power in the air. Just like the immortal cultivators in the immortal cultivation novels on Earth. The success of these brain holes eventually made Guyun have the current invincible strength. Relying on the absorption and compression of the immortal cultivation novels to improve the quality and quantity of magic power, Guyun easily possessed a more excellent and powerful magic power than the Dragon Clan. At the same time, because the magic power and vitality are intertwined, Guyun's vitality is also passively enhanced under the growth of magic power. In the end, even if he only relies on his body, he can directly defeat the Dragon Clan. It has to be said that the brain holes in the animations on Earth are very good, and many of them can be put into practice. Okay, I will tell you how to learn the magic ancient text. Xiang Letis looked at the small mountain that had completely disappeared with a look of horror. Even though he had guessed about Guyun's strength, he couldn't help but be shocked when he really saw the scene of destroying a mountain with ease. It's completely a different dimension. Xiang can surrender to evil forces without caring about his own life, but Xiang cannot ignore the lives of his guild mates, so after seeing the absolutely crushing destructive power displayed by Guyun at this moment, he surrendered directly. The ancient magic ancient texts are not complicated, at least in Guyun's eyes. After all, Guyun has been studying magic continuously since 400 years ago. During the 400 years of freezing, he also conducted various magic researches in order to perfect the magic of immortality. So after Xiang finished talking about the method of practicing the ancient text magic, Guyun directly performed it in front of Xiang. In Xiang's horrified and numb eyes, a three-dimensional screen composed of magic power and matching buttons appeared in his sight. Not bad, it's pretty much what I imagined. Guyun looked at the screen in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. Although it was at most equivalent to a computer in the early 1990s, Guyun was confident that he could continuously optimize it. It would be a waste to use it only for searching information. Just as Guyun was thinking about how to optimize the ancient book magic, the troops from the Magic Council finally arrived in Magnolia and quickly rushed towards Guyun's direction. Chapter 15. P.S. There is a brand new Chapter 15, and there are 3 more chapters. The author is updating it frantically. Although he has long been accustomed to the other world without computers, mobile phones, and the internet, when something similar to a computer really appeared in front of him, Guyun couldn't help but get excited. The most important thing is that computers are not only good for entertainment, but also for assistance. For example, the incomplete immortality magic that Guyun spent more than 400 years to research. If Guyun could get the ancient book magic first and then improve it to a certain extent to become computer magic. Finally, let the computer assist himself in deduction, and give all those complicated things that do not need to be mastered to the computer, then the incomplete immortality magic that Guyun spent 400 years to complete may only take a few decades or even more than 10 years. In this way, the time spent on studying magic can be greatly reduced in the future. Thinking of this, Guyun muttered to himself very happily. Many of the magic settings I had in mind before can now be deduced by computers after I optimized the ancient magic into a computer form. I only need to be slightly responsible for the most critical parts. But there is no need to think too much now, let's first think about how to optimize the ancient book magic. At this moment, a blue beam of light attacked Guyun. Boom! A huge roar sounded, and for a moment, dust filled the area where Guyun was. Mr. Yi, Xiang, Lian, and Yvonne, are you all okay? A young man wearing glasses and a white uniform shouted to Yi and others who were not far from Guyun, and then said to Gu Yun with a serious face, "You are the guy who came out of the ruins. I have heard about the crimes you committed. No matter how powerful you are, no matter what era you originally lived in, killing is absolutely not allowed in our time. Today, I, the captain of the 4th Forced Imprisonment Unit, Lahar, will detain you and await trial." As Laharl's voice fell, the 4th Forced Supervision Force and the Crescent Knights behind Laharl began to move. Although the magic elf power of the Magic Council is very powerful and is a strategic weapon that can shock the world, since it is said to be a shock, it can be known that the magic elf power cannot be used easily. Therefore, the Magic Council is also very strong in other aspects, such as the Crescent Knights, the army of the Magic Council. Perhaps the members of the Crescent Knights may not be as good as B-level magicians individually, but once they are formed into a scale, they can temporarily share magic power through a special magic circle, which is absolutely a terrifying existence. Yi and others have been rescued by the members of the Magic Council's Forced Supervision Force and temporarily settled aside. They don't bother to care about the small actions of the Supervision Force. Gu Yun waved his hand to dissipate the disgust of the dust in the sky, and looked at Laharl, who said righteously that he would judge him. "Judge me." Gu Yun looked at Lahar, who was interrupting his thoughts, and the 4th Forced Supervision Force of the Magic Council and the Crescent Knights around him, and said lightly, "I didn't expect that after that idiot, someone else would interrupt me when I was thinking and researching. It seems that 400 years is a bit too long, so long that you have completely forgotten what kind of existence I am, and you are so presumptuous in front of me. Haha, it turns out to be an antique from 400 years ago. No wonder he dared to break the law and kill people at will." After hearing Gu Yun's words, Lahar also laughed angrily, and said angrily, "No one can break the law and kill people wantonly in this peaceful world. I will catch you and let the Magic Council publicly judge you and judge your crimes." The 4th Mandatory Supervision Force forms a formation. The Crescent Knights form a formation. As Laharl's voice fell, the 4th Mandatory Supervision Force of the Magic Council and the Crescent Knights quickly surrounded Gu Yun in the middle to form a huge magic formation. The green light turned into a huge beam of light that shot straight into the sky. The magic power of thousands of wizards gathered together at this moment to resonate. This is the difference between the Wizard Guild and the Wizard Army. The magic learned by the wizards of the Wizard Guild is different and varied, but the Wizard Army learns the same magic and has the same magic properties, which makes it easier for the wizards in the Wizard Army to resonate with magic. But at this time, someone's face changed drastically after hearing the conversation between Gu Yun and Laharl. This person is Xiang Letties, a member of the Blue Pegasus Tri-Men's team who was asked by Gu Yun for magic training methods before. An antique from 400 years ago. After hearing the conversation between Gu Yun and Lahar, Xiang Letties muttered to himself with an unpleasant expression, "Wasn't it the era when the Dragon Clan dominated the world 400 years ago? If it was a strong man from that era, it should be easy to find him." Cast Magic, Ancient Book. Search Direction, 400 years ago, white-haired wizard, decisive in killing, extremely powerful strength positioning. Comparable to a dragon. Start searching. With the continuous search of magic, Xiang Letties, who originally only had a slightly ugly face, began to slowly sweat. Although he still had not found some information about Gu Yun for the time being, Xiang Letties began to understand what a terrible existence it was 400 years ago. The dragons wantonly teased and slaughtered humans, and humans did not have even the slightest ability to resist. Perhaps humans 400 years ago did not have any entertainment activities, but the offensiveness of human magic 400 years ago was far superior to that of the current era of magic. Otherwise, there would not be so many wizards following the illusory lost magic. Still no, found. This is strange. Since it is from an era 400 years ago, there should be corresponding information. Why is there none? Even if the information has been destroyed, as long as it still exists, then the ancient documents should be able to be searched. Chapter 16. P.S. The 3 newly written chapters look much better than the deleted ones. There are 2 more chapters to go, so don't worry, dear readers. It should take until the early morning to finish the update. Looking at Guyun and the Magic Council, who were already in a complete confrontation, Xiang Letis had an extremely bad feeling in his heart. The era 400 years ago was an extremely dangerous era, and it was also an era when magic was extremely dangerous. In order to deal with the Dragon Clan, the human wizards at that time really racked their brains to increase the destructive power and offensiveness of magic. There were endless levels of all kinds of weird magic, and even the extremely evil and perverted time magic and space magic appeared in that era. It can be said that the wizards of the era 400 years ago may be slightly inferior to the wizards of this era in terms of magic power, but if they really want to compare strength, they can definitely beat the wizards of this era in various ways. It is not impossible for a B-class wizard 400 years ago to fight against an A-class wizard now, or even win by a narrow margin. What's more, the extremely terrifying magic power just felt. That's right, that guy is from an era 400 years ago. Although the magicians of the era 400 years ago were generally very powerful in combat, they were relatively weak in magic power. However, this guy possessed magic power that was countless times stronger than that of teacher Ichia. It was needless to say what this meant. The magic this guy possesses is far more bizarre and destructive than ours. Even his magic power is several dozen times more terrifying than we imagined. It is impossible for such a guy to remain unknown. Search direction: 400 years ago, white-haired wizard, decisive killing, strength positioning the strongest. After Xiang Letis once again determined the search direction, the virtual panel composed of golden magic began to flash a series of magic codes frantically, and finally froze on a picture. What was presented on the screen was an extremely dilapidated and ancient book. Just by looking at the appearance of the book, one could feel the sense of history. After seeing that he had finally found a result, Xiang Letis quickly chose to use the ancient book magic to read the contents of the book, and then the title of this book full of historical sense appeared on the virtual panel. The Heyday of the Human Race. Xiang Letis quickly read the contents of the book. The general content of the book was about the destruction of the dragon race and the prosperity of the human race. At first glance, it seemed that it had nothing to do with what Xiang Letis wanted to find, but Xiang Letis's face became uglier and uglier as he read. From the very beginning, the whole book vaguely introduced an extremely terrifying existence and the power of the dragon race. The decline of the dragon race was not a gradual decline, but a direct decline from the peak period. The reason for this is here. This book also introduces that it was a holy war that decided the final fate of the dragon race and the human race. At that battle, the dragon race had thousands of dragons participating in the battle, and there were so many dragon kings that the dragon race could count them on one hand. The lineup was unprecedentedly strong. You have to know whether the total number of dragons at that time was 5 digits. The dragons participating in the battle were the best among them, and each dragon was far more powerful than the limit. On the human side, there was only one person, yes, only one person who made the dragon race deal with it as if it were facing a great enemy. No one knows the final result, but since then, the Ishgar continent, which was originally like a whole, has been divided into 2 parts. The larger one inherited the original name and is now the continent where the kingdom of Fiori is located, Ishgar, and the slightly smaller one is called the Western continent. After that battle, the dragon race began to decline, and even disappeared completely after a short period of time. The human race became the new king of this world because of the disappearance of the dragon race, ushering in an unprecedented prosperity. Seeing this, Xiang Letis's face became paler and paler. Could it be that? Could it be? An extremely absurd thought began to emerge in Xiang Letis's mind. It was also 400 years ago, and the strength was also extremely terrifying. Even Yi Yat, who had the strength of the 10 holy mages, was killed instantly. Could it be that this person inside? Finally, when Xiang Letis finished reading all the contents of the book and saw the last page, he stood up directly. Stop it! Xiang Letis shouted at Lahar. Mr. Lahar. Stop it quickly. This guy is. Looking at the contents of the last page of the book displayed on the virtual panel of the ancient document, Xiang Letties broke out in a cold sweat. This person has white hair and the magic power to make the world tremble. The decline of the dragon race and the prosperity of the human race were both caused by this person, but however, not everyone thinks this person is a hero. On the contrary, quite a number of people think this person is a devil who will hold his hand. History has given mixed reviews of this man, but one thing is certain, although his hands are stained with the blood of countless dragons, the blood that is stained the most is still the blood of his own people. After the Holy War, this person disappeared completely like the Dragon Clan. Although the prosperity of mankind is all due to this person, as the author, I also hope that this person will disappear forever and never appear again. Because this person's disregard for life chilled even the Dragon Clan at that time. This person acts recklessly based on his own preferences. Although most of the people he killed were bad guys, it was not because he was righteous. It was just that good guys were more honest than bad guys, and most of the people who provoked him were bad guys. This person is the most evil person I have ever seen, the source of chaos. This man has no name, but we all call him the Dragon Slayer. This person is the strongest in the absolute sense. At the same time, an extremely vague figure's back appeared on the last page of the book, and this back instantly overlapped with Gu Yun's back now. Then everything was too late. Gu Yun completely ignored the shouting of Xiang Letties not far away, and said to Laharl and the surrounding forced supervision troops and the Crescent Knights lightly, "Kneel down." Chapter 17. P.S. Click, click, the fourth update. There is one more update, don't worry, dear readers. A sound like glass breaking sounded. As Gu Yun's voice fell, the huge magic circle formed by the fourth forced supervision force and the Crescent Knights on the side of the Magic Council shattered, and the huge green light column that shot straight into the sky turned into starlight and disappeared. Before Lahar and the magicians of the fourth forced supervision force and the Crescent Knights understood what was going on, the oppression they felt the night before was like a towering mountain pressing on everyone. Boom! Everyone knelt down at this moment because they could not bear the unprecedented oppression. At this moment, everyone seemed to feel an invisible big hand pressing their necks tightly, making them unable to breathe. This feeling of suffocation was something no one had ever felt before. Laharl felt the seemingly endless pressure on his body and struggled with all his might to stand up from the ground. However, as Laharl continued to struggle, the pressure on his body became heavier and heavier. The ground could no longer bear the pressure and began to crack like a spider web. Laharl's muscle fibers began to be strained and even collapsed. Even as Laharl struggled desperately, the bones in his body began to squeak like rusty springs, as if they could break and collapse at any time because they could not bear the pressure at all. This is what kind of pressure is this? Lahar looked at Gu Yun who was standing there calmly without moving, and said with gritted teeth, "Damn it, as a law enforcer of the Magic Council, how can I kneel down in front of a guy like you? Get up, get up." Very subtle cracking sounds began to emanate from Lahar's body. If someone could directly see the bones in Lahar's body at this time, they would be able to see very subtle cracks spreading from the bones in Lahar's body. But it must be said that under Lahar's desperate struggle, Lahar really stood up slowly under the pressure of Gu Yun and became the only man standing in the whole audience. However, these were of no use to Gu Yun. "Since you don't want to kneel, then just lie down." Gu Yun looked at Lahar, who stood up with a crazy obsession and said expressionlessly, "If I tell you to kneel, kneel down obediently. If I tell you to lie down obediently. Lie down." Ka snap! Under everyone's horrified gaze, Lahar's arms and thighs were all twisted due to the sudden increase in pressure. Lahar, who had been struggling to stand up, fell down just as Gu Yun said. And the gravity did not decrease even a little bit because of Lahar's lying down. Lahar's arms and thighs were all twisted under the pressure of gravity, and finally turned into a pool of meat paste. Ah! Laharl began to wail continuously. The powerful vitality that every magician possessed prevented Laharl from fainting even after suffering such a severe blow. Instead, he kept wailing and screaming to vent the pain he felt. Sinner! The extreme pain had made Lahar numb to the pain. Instead, the rage that kept rising in his heart made Lahar ignore the pain in his body. He looked at Guyun, who seemed to be fine, and roared. "We, the Magic Council, will definitely judge your crimes. No one dares to act so recklessly under the management of the Magic Council. Dark mages cannot do this, the strongest Dark Mage Guild, the Balam Alliance, cannot do this, and you cannot do this either. It's terrible." After hearing Laharna's hysterical roar, Xiang Letis, who was already very pale, turned even paler. Xiang Letis, who had already looked up some information about Guyun through the ancient book Magic, recalled the few sentences describing Guyun's character. This person's disregard for life chilled even the Dragon Clan at that time. This person acts recklessly based on his own preferences. Although most of the people he killed were bad guys, it was not because he was righteous. It was just that good guys were more honest than bad guys, and most of the people who provoked him were bad guys. This person is the most vicious person I have ever seen, and the source of chaos. Xiang Letis really wanted to stop Lahar from continuing to commit suicide, but at this time, Xiang Letis really had difficulty breathing. Not to mention stopping him, even speaking to remind him was impossible. He could only watch in despair as the situation developed in an unknown direction. Ha 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 ha. Interesting, really so interesting. How long has it been since someone said something like this to me? Ha 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 ha. Guyun looked at Lahar, whose limbs were completely crippled by him, and was still barking at him like a mad dog, and then he just laughed. As Guyun laughed, everyone found that the pressure on their bodies disappeared. Feeling the disappearance of the pressure on his body, Xiang Letis was pleasantly surprised, and hurriedly wanted to remind Lahar not to continue to do stupid things, but soon the surprised expression on Xiang Letis's face became stiff. Although there is no pressure on the body, but his body was inexplicably imprisoned, unable to move at all. Is this the power of the legendary dragon slayer who brought prosperity to the human race? Xiang Letis looked at Guyun, who was laughing while his face became colder than ever before, and he felt a wave of despair. I'm suddenly looking forward to the day when the Magic Council judges me. Guyun snapped his fingers lightly, and an ice throne emitting a chilling aura slowly emerged behind him. Guyun gently sat on the ice throne, chuckled and said, "So, to give you some motivation, I decided to sentence you. Capital offense." Chapter 18. P.S. Let me tell you about the update time under normal circumstances. At present, I don't have any manuscripts saved, so I can only wait for the author to go home at night to update. When I have the opportunity to save manuscripts in the future, I will set a time every day for automatic update. After saying this, Guyun waved his hand lightly, and endless cold magic began to gather madly in the sky. As the endless cold magic gathered in the sky, a large number of ice swords exuding a cold and sharp aura condensed and emerged from the sky. Let me think, what should this move be called? Guyun thought for a moment, chuckled and muttered to himself, let's call it an inferior version of Infinite Sword System. After saying that, Guyun didn't care about the horror in the eyes of everyone around him, and simply pressed his palm down lightly. Endless cold ice blades slid quietly from the sky, and the extremely sharp ice blades silently cut through everything that blocked their way, but whether it was trees, rocks, land, or the body of the magician, everything was cut through. Except for the Blue Pegasus and others who were not related to the Magic Council and Laharl, who was left behind by Guyun, the Fourth Forced Supervision Force of the Magic Council and the Crescent Knights brought by Laharl were all wiped out, and blood covered the earth. The powerful Crescent Knights and the Fourth Forced Supervision Force of the Magic Council were removed from the list. The scene suddenly became extremely quiet. Everyone was staring at the ground in front of them that was dyed red with blood, stunned, and chilled. Lahar, who had been barking at Guyun just now, was now speechless with trembling lips. Lahar, who didn't know Gu Yun's identity and past, had never thought that Gu Yun could do such a thing and take away the lives of thousands of people. Similarly, Yi Ye and others on the side of the Blue Pegasus also fell into complete silence when they saw the scene in front of them. When they met an unprecedented "what can you do when there is an existence that is so powerful that you cannot beat it no matter how hard you fight? You can only remain silent." Xiang Litus looked at Gu Yun sitting on the ice throne, and his heart kept getting cold. This time, whether it was Xiang or the others, their hearts were really cold. No matter how they described it, it was not as good as seeing it with their own eyes. Although they had found some information about Gu Yun in the ancient book Magic and knew what kind of person Gu Yun was, when they really saw what Gu Yun did, they were still shocked and trembling. But since things have come to this point, so Xiang Litus was too lazy to care about it. How bad could it be anyway? The only thing that made Xiang Litus feel a little fortunate was that he and his companions from the Blue Pegasus were not implicated. Or perhaps this was the root of human inferiority. Just like that, the scene was silent for a long time. Gu Yun was not impatient. He looked at Lahar, who had collapsed on the ground and vowed to judge him, with great interest. Gu Yun even took a deep breath. Well, the familiar taste is really nostalgic. Gu Yun sighed slightly in his heart. How dare you do this? After an unknown amount of time, Lahar, who had collapsed on the ground, came back to his senses. He stared at the bloody ground in front of him with bloodshot eyes and asked in a hoarse and trembling voice. These are the lives of thousands of people. How dare you do this? How cold and dark is your heart? Don't you have even a little hesitation? Answer me, bastard. Hesitation. After hearing Lahar's question, Gu Yun just smiled. Just like ants. Just ask yourself, who would hesitate or even cry because they accidentally stepped on a bunch of ants? Speaking of this, the smile on Gu Yun's face slowly calmed down, and he said lightly. You just attacked me out of your sense of responsibility as a law enforcer of the Magic Council. How could that kind of action possibly have any effect on me? Without hatred as motivation, you would never make me feel even a little bit interesting. But now you have begun to make me look forward to it. It turns out that hatred can give anyone unlimited possibilities. Bring it on. Come on, try it, do your best to do what you said before, judge me. If you can't do it, then enjoy endless regret for the rest of your life. While speaking, Gu Yun slowly stood up from the ice throne and walked towards the distance. Gu Yun has felt a little bored with the things here. As for where to go next, Gu Yun himself doesn't know. Gu Yun has always lived alone, so he will go wherever he goes. Sometimes Gu Yun would miss the life with companions. Gu Yun was not so indifferent to everything from the beginning. When he was on Earth, Gu Yun was also a very normal person. Even in the early days when he just mastered the power, Gu Yun still wanted to become a hero. To use a sentence in the novel, he would use his sword to deal with all the injustices of the time, uphold justice, punish evil and promote good. Then, he experienced many things in the middle, which cannot be described and summarized by a sentence. After some training, he finally became the strongest in the world. But that is a thing of the past after all. Gu Yun had companions, but they were just different in their paths. If I pity others, then who will pity me? So, I don't need others' pity, and I won't pity others. I shook my head and shook out those inexplicable thoughts in my mind. The next step is to find a place to study this ancient book magic. Since we have already had a very long life, we can't be too bored. We must promote the magic network and magic computer. Gu Yun still yearns for a life of lying at home, watching movies, eating melon seeds and playing games. After all, even if you deduct the more than 400 years of sleep, Gu Yun has not played a computer for more than 20 years. At the same time, the destruction of the 4th Forced Supervision Unit of the Magic Council and the Crescent Knights swept through every corner of the Ishgar continent like a storm. Chapter 19. P.S. N.A. I'm going to start typing like crazy. Please don't be anxious, dear readers. I'm asking for your collection. As a world-class organization, the Magic Council is definitely not bad at all. Although there is almost no top-level combat power under its direct control, the combined strength of the magician army and troops under its control is definitely far greater than that of most magician guilds. Otherwise, the dark magician guilds in the original work would not be hiding like rats crossing the street. The dark magician guilds such as the Devil's Heart and the 6 Demon Generals are not counted. Even the Hades Gate, which has been active in the world for 400 years, chose to lie dormant, which can show the problem clearly. Not to mention that the Hades Gate is afraid of fear. After all, the Hades Gate headquarters can resurrect demons at any time, but it is absolutely true that the Magic Council is difficult to deal with. Such a large army and troops are also difficult to deal with even the undead demons. Finally, coupled with the strategic nuclear magic elf power of deterrence, the current position of the Magic Council was determined in one fell swoop. Now, the 4th Forced Supervision Unit of the Magic Council and part of the Crescent Knights were killed, and the Magic Council law enforcer Lahar was crippled. The pressure of the Magic Council for hundreds of years has been challenged unprecedentedly. How can it not attract attention? And at this time, Xiang Litus of the Blue Pegasus Tri-Men's team also revealed some of the information about Guyun that he had obtained from the ancient book Magic. The information from the Dragon Slayer 400 years ago was like adding fuel to the fire, completely igniting this topic. Everyone was discussing everything about Guyun crazily. Even if the main force of Fairy Tale, which had disappeared for 7 years, returned again, it only attracted the attention of a very small number of people. Compared with the shock caused by the return of Urzanatsu and others, the relationship between Guyun's killing of the 4th Forced Supervision Unit of the Magic Council and the Crescent Knights is like a drop of water falling into the sea, causing a very small circle of ripples and then calming down again, as if nothing had happened. While the outside world was having a heated discussion about the matter between Guyun and the Magic Council, the Magic Council also held an unprecedented serious meeting because of Guyun's behavior and strength. I think everyone already knows the theme of this meeting. The chairman of the Magic Council, an old man with a long white beard and a cowboy hat, looked at the members who had already prepared and said seriously, "This time, our Magic Council has been provoked unprecedentedly. If we don't respond, I think the status of our Magic Council will be seriously affected. That's right, this matter is too serious. Mr. Speaker, I suggest that we mobilize all the troops of our Magic Council to encircle and kill the so-called Dragon Slayer from 400 years ago. We must let the world know our Magic Council's determination." A bald counselor immediately jumped out and gave his suggestion. "I think it is not appropriate to mobilize all the troops. Haven't you read the report on the battle in Magnolia?" After hearing the bald counselor's suggestion, a younger counselor sitting opposite the bald counselor objected rationally. "The opponent has the strength of the Holy Ten Reserve Yi Yawang de Lei Shao, who easily crushed the Blue Pegasus, and the 4th Forced Supervision Force led by Captain Lahar and part of the Crescent Knights were killed instantly. With this kind of strength, I think no matter how many armies we have, it will not be enough. Even if we really rely on a large number of troops to kill the Dragon Slayer, it will be an unprecedented blow to our Magic Council itself." At this time, another white-haired council member who looked a little older also nodded in agreement and said, "In Magnolia, our Magic Council had 1,000 troops killed instantly, and the other side was very easy. At present, the Magic Council controls about 80,000 wizards. If we just pile them in head-on, we may be able to kill them, but at least half of our Magic Council's troops will be killed or injured. At that time, our Magic Council's control over the local area will be greatly reduced, and then it will be really troublesome. In other words, it is not reliable to rely solely on the army to encircle and kill such a powerful wizard. We need to use a stronger and more deterrent force to make the world quiet again." As the elderly white-haired congressman finished speaking, the scene suddenly fell into absolute silence. After an unknown amount of time, a slightly hesitant voice sounded. Do you want to use the power of magic elves? Wouldn't this be bad? What if the other party is in the city? Do we have to use magic elf power as well? If possible, most of the members of the Magic Council are unwilling to use the strategic nuclear magic elf power. After all, this is not a single target magic, but a large-scale group magic. Once the Magic Council uses the magic elf power to do something bad, for example, when Guyun was wandering in a city and activated the magic elf power, then it is easy to guess what the consequences will be. At that time, the Magic Council will really be shaken. No one wants a regulatory organization that takes human life lightly. At that time, everyone will be in danger, and they may even gather together desperately to overthrow the Magic Council. Therefore, even if the magic elf power is in the hands of the Magic Council, the Magic Council dare not use it easily. In this way, the meeting of the members of the Magic Council suddenly fell into a deadlock. No one is willing to bear the consequences of using the magic elf power at all costs. Well, let's not act rashly on the Magic Council side. First, comfort the families of the deceased members of the 4th Force Supervision Corps and the members of the Crescent Knights. About this Dragon Slayer, we'll take a long-term view on everything. Finally, the Speaker of the Magic Council ended the meeting. But what all the members and the Speaker didn't notice was that the Magic Council's law enforcer Lahar, who had almost recovered under the healing magic, was standing outside the meeting room with a ferocious face and a crazy look in his eyes. Chapter 20. Healing magic can heal Lahar's wounds, but it cannot eliminate the hatred in Lahar's heart. When he thought of the scene where thousands of colleagues were ruthlessly killed by Guyun under his leadership, Lahar's guilt could not be calmed down, and he blamed himself madly. Lahar, who really couldn't calm down, knew that the members of the Magic Council and the Speaker were holding a meeting in the conference room against Guyun, the Dragon Slayer from 400 years ago. Lahar was ready to come over to eavesdrop, eager to know how the Magic Council was going to deal with this matter. Then he heard the words of Gulen, the Speaker of the Magic Council: "Everything should be considered in the long run." What a joke! What do you mean by considering the long run? How can justice succumb to evil? If you succumb like this, then what about the thousands of colleagues who died in the hands of that guy? And how should I deal with myself? Lahar's mentality completely exploded at this moment. Just as Guyun said before, if there is no hatred between Lahar and Guyun, then Lahar might really listen to the decision of the Magic Council this time and stop caring about Guyun. Lahar can take action against Guyun because of his responsibility as the law enforcer of the Magic Council, then he can also leave Guyun alone because of the decision of the Magic Council. If it really develops like this, wouldn't it be too boring? However, soon, the distorted expression on Lahar's face slowly calmed down, and he turned around and left here. It seemed that Lahar seemed to have calmed down all of a sudden. Although Lahar's face has regained its original calm expression, the depth of his eyes does reveal an extreme madness, like a pitch-black flame that is about to burn everything. No, I won't take the long view. Even if he was really the Dragon Slayer from 400 years ago, so what? Aren't they just like ants in front of the magic spirit power? If the Speaker and the other members of the House of Representatives cannot make a decision, then I will do it. The consequences will be borne solely by me, Lahar. In short, with the decision of the chairman of the Magic Council, the Magic Council is temporarily in a wait-and-see attitude towards the outside world's saliva. Lahar has not made any moves for the time being. Even if he really wants to seek revenge on Guyun at all costs, he must first find Guyun's location. If he can really find a person's specific location so easily, then there will not be so many dark wizard guilds in the fairy tale world. And the top leaders of the Magic Council have also said that they will temporarily watch the fire from the other side of the river and observe secretly. Even if Lahar wants to make trouble, he can only do it in secret. At the same time, the forces lurking in the dark around the world began to stir after seeing the silence and inaction of the Magic Council. However, every dark force that has just emerged and wants to make trouble has been uprooted by the Magic Council, which has long been secretly angry. Guyun sighed. The Magic Council can't do anything about Guyun for the time being, can't it do anything about you guys? Just like that, under the high suppression of the Magic Council, the dark forces that were originally ready to move once again chose to lie dormant honestly. After all, they have been dormant for so many years and don't mind lying dormant for a little longer. Everyone with a little eye knows that if the information and news revealed by Xiang Letties of the Blue Pegasus Tri-Men's team are true, then the world will soon become chaotic. And now they just need to be a little patient and wait for a while before the world becomes chaotic. Of course, although the world has become calm again on the surface, it is not the case in the dark. Deep in a certain black building floating in the sky. How is it? A man in a black robe and with long black hair sat on a skull throne and looked at a charming figure with green hair half kneeling in front of him and asked with a chuckle. Did the former old man of the Magic Council agree? Lord Jill, the old man is still hesitating. After hearing the question from the black-haired man, the charming green-haired figure replied respectfully, but I think if I continue to persuade him for a while, there will be results. The old man is also dissatisfied with his current life. We need to speed up, Quanghua. The black-haired man nodded, looking at the news on the newspaper in his hand, and chuckled. Now this world is really becoming more and more interesting, so interesting that even I, the Pluto Mardogil, can't help but want to join in the fun. Dragon Slayer? A mere human. Western continent, Albaraz Empire. Dragon Slayer Guyun, is that you? A woman wearing a black cloak, holding a white antler-shaped wand with black spots, with crimson hair and a face that looks strikingly similar to the fairy queen Urza Chocolatto, murmured in a slightly daze. I regret it. But is it any use regretting it now? It's probably too late. Compared to the outside world, which was constantly in turmoil because of his own affairs, Guyun's side was much more normal. It was the same as before. The only difference was that Guyun spent most of his time studying magic. After all, the ancient book magic obtained from the member of the Blue Pegasus Tri-Men's team, Xiang Letties, once again triggered Guyun's otaku soul. So after leaving Magnolia, Guyun spent most of his time on ancient book magic besides rushing on the road. How to make ancient book magic more like a qualified computer, this is Guyun's first stage goal. Chapter 21. P.S. Please add it to your collection. The 4th and 5th updates will probably be a little late. Readers who want to continue waiting for updates can go to bed first and read tomorrow. Don't stay up late. However, the most difficult goal is the first one. After all, Guyun was not a professional when he was on Earth. His understanding of computers was only about how to use them, not how computers are made. The most important thing is that Guyun's impression of computers is a technological thing. It is indeed quite difficult to realize it in the magical world of fairy tale. The ancient book magic has completed the most basic general structure, but there are still many things that Guyun needs to study by himself, looking for magic texts that can be replaced, or magic codes. In addition to the first goal of realizing the computer of the technological world in this magical world, Guyun also needs to study the network of the magical world, so that it can be completely inferior to the magic network era. At that time, he will take a little lead and promote the development of entertainment in this era, so that Guyun can return to the life before crossing, eating, drinking, playing games, reading novels and anime at home all day. This is a relatively complicated task. Guyun has no way to make the picture in his imagination appear in the world of fairy tale in a short time. In addition to taking a certain amount of time every day to study and perfect the ancient book magic, all Guyun needs to do is to enjoy life. 400 years ago, Guyun was always under high pressure and didn't enjoy it much. He was either studying magic or working hard to study magic power, and then fighting with powerful dragons. There was no time to enjoy leisurely, especially after Guyun luckily killed and tore a dragon alive. As for why Guyun has white hair, it is because he has to passively overdraw his vitality and fight with the entangled dragons. When Guyun was studying magic and practicing magic power, he had the idea of having some life-saving trump cards because of those immortal fantasy novels on Earth. After all, many protagonists in novels can have various life-saving trump cards and fight back against adversity. Gu-yun felt that he also needed to have a life-saving trump card like the protagonist in the novel, and the easiest way to understand it was to gain strength by overdrawing vitality. And because magic and vitality are closely related in the world of fairy tale, this was also very easy to achieve. In addition, time was indeed very tight at the time, so Gu-yun directly studied a magic that gained extremely huge magic power by overdrawing the vitality in the body. Finally, under the repeated pressure of the dragon, he broke out, directly consuming a large amount of vitality and converting it into extremely high-quality magic, combined with the raise nan that combined the changes in wind attributes and fire attributes. He killed the first dragon, which shocked the world in the end, but also completely angered the high-ranking dragon clan. What happened afterwards was the same as the protagonist of the evil fantasy novel. Gu-yun and the dragon clan were running and fighting all the way, trying their best to become stronger all the way. In the end, the dragon clan that crushed him at the beginning was completely crushed by him without knowing it. Haha, now that I think about it, I might actually have the aura of a protagonist. But my hair has turned completely white without me noticing, and even if my lifespan is greatly extended now, I can't recover. Sitting on the snack street in the capital of the kingdom of Fiori, Gu-yun muttered to himself while drinking afternoon tea. None of this matters. White hair makes me look more elegant. If I hadn't researched that magic that overdrafts vitality at the beginning, I wouldn't be sitting here drinking tea leisurely. After leaving Magnolia, Gu-yun didn't know which places in the fairy tale world were more interesting. There was no detailed introduction to the map in the original book, so Gu-yun decided to visit the capital of the kingdom of Fiori. As the capital of a country, it must be one of the most prosperous cities in the country. Since it is one of the most prosperous cities, there must be a lot of interesting things. So after deciding where to hang out, Gu-yun decided to visit the capital of the kingdom of Fiori. Facts have proved that Gu-yun's decision was not wrong at all. The kingdom of Fiori is even more prosperous than Gu-yun imagined. As a neutral country, the economy of the kingdom of Fiori is very prosperous. The economic system is very perfect, not to mention the entertainment facilities. Except for the lack of digital technology like in computer movies, all the entertainment facilities on Earth are basically available here. It is even more interesting than on Earth because of magic. As for the money needed to enjoy life, Gu-yun does not need to worry about this problem. Gu-yun had already considered the issue of money when he left Magnolia. He went directly to the vault of the current representative guild of Magnolia, the Dusk Ghost, and emptied the vault of the Dusk Ghost. Gu-yun did not know how much money there was, but it was definitely enough for Gu-yun to spend arbitrarily. If you have money, don't use a bastard. The capital of the kingdom of Fiori is pretty good. Let's settle down here for a while. Gu-yun stretched his waist and made plans with a smile. In a while, the kingdom of Fiori will hold a grand magic show. Since the magic network era cannot be realized in a short time, the real-life drama cannot be missed. And At this moment, Gu-yun frowned and turned his head to look at the other side of the street. A figure wearing a black cloak appeared in Gu-yun's range. Looking at this figure wearing a black cloak, Gu-yun said in a slightly strange voice, "The breath of time, no, the time of this person is incompatible with the time around him." Chapter 22. P.S. To be honest, the transition chapter in this chapter is very confusing. Can you guys read it? When people first decided to study the magic of immortality, they would normally think of time. After all, other means of prolonging life and longevity can be achieved, but if it is immortality, then it is difficult to achieve it with means other than time. So when Gu-yun first froze himself to study the magic of immortality, he studied time magic for a long time. The reason why Gu-yun was able to sleep for more than 400 years was because he spent a long time studying time magic. Although Gu-yun was unable to make time magic reach his initial expectations until the end, it did not mean that Guyun had done nothing in vain. For example, Guyun had already achieved a deep attainment in time magic. For example, now Guyun felt that the meaning of time was wrong for a while and found this guy who was incompatible with the surrounding time. However, after being surprised for a while, Guyun immediately came to his senses. Since the kingdom of Fiori has begun to prepare for the great magic director Wushu, the person who appears now should be Rog 7 years later. Although each plot in the original book takes a long time to update from the beginning to the end and to the beginning of the next plot, in fact, if you really count it in the anime, the time experienced in the anime is not long. In the original work, from the return of the main force of Fairy Tail 7 years later to the beginning and end of the Key of Time chapter and finally to the beginning of the Great Magic Director Wu chapter, it would definitely not take more than a month. Therefore, it is not impossible for the Shadow Dragon Slayer Roger Chaney to appear here 7 years later. He may have already appeared and fooled the Emerald Princess of the Kingdom of Fiori. Guyun looked at the future Roger standing on the other side of the street and thought about it. Then he turned around and drank his afternoon tea. Although he was a little surprised that he would meet the future Roger here, it did not arouse Guyun's interest. The next thing naturally became simple. According to Guyun's plan, he was going to travel around the world, but after getting the ancient document from the member of the Blue Pegasus Tri-Men's team, Hibiki Letties, Guyun decided to find a good place to settle down and enjoy life while studying and perfecting the ancient document magic. The conflicts between Guyun and the Magic Council in Magnolia made him the center of attention, and the name of the Dragon Slayer spread across the continent again. Some believed in him, while others disdained him. But in fact, few people knew what Guyun looked like. The Magic Council decided to wait and see for the time being, so they naturally couldn't spread Guyun's appearance all over the world. The Blue Pegasus and Fairy Tail were also very honest and didn't make any moves. Of course, except for a hot-blooded bastard who wanted to challenge Guyun and ask about the news of the Fire Dragon King Igneel. And the attention of this hot-blooded bastard was soon diverted to Lucy's sister who came with the accessories of the Key of Time. The chapter of the original Key of Time finally unfolded. Well, from the beginning to the end, it had nothing to do with Guyun. Guyun's daily life is a straight line. During the day, he walks around the capital of the Kingdom of Fiori, then finds a nice and quiet place to have afternoon tea. At night, he studies ancient magic documents. Guyun has been like this until the end of the chapter of the Key of Time in the original work. At most, he watched the free meteor shower at the end of a certain night. Occasionally, Guyun would run into future Rogue, who was wandering around the capital of the Kingdom of Fiori. If he was lucky, he could run into Jalal and Ultia who were chasing future Rogue. Similarly, with Guyun's disappearance, the topic about the Dragon Slayer and the Magic Council gradually faded. Just like entertainment gossip, if you don't come out to make trouble, you will be forgotten by the audience sooner or later. Except for Laharl, even the members and the speaker of the Magic Council seemed to have forgotten about Guyun. There was nothing they could do about it. At the last meeting, all the members and the speaker understood that Guyun was a very difficult guy. If you were not careful in handling him, you would break a mouthful of teeth. Therefore, as long as Guyun does not continue to cause trouble, the high-level politicians of the Magic Council decisively chose to keep things quiet and pretend that nothing had happened. To be honest, this is a very correct choice, but it is different for another guy, that is, Lahar, the law enforcer of the Magic Council who hates Guyun very much. As one of the very few people who know what Guyun looks like, Lahar has secretly asked the people of the Magic Council to look for Guyun in secret since the first day he returned to the Magic Council. As the law enforcer of the Magic Council, Lahar has such a right. Although it is very difficult to find someone who is unknown in such a big world, the Magic Council, as a world-class regulatory organization, still has a very strong regulatory power over the capitals of various countries on the Ishgar continent. Guyun has been staying in the capital of the Kingdom of Fiori and has never changed his position since the beginning. In addition, most people don't know what Guyun looks like and only know some very popular features. So after spending some time, Lahar finally found Guyun's location. The capital of the Kingdom of Fiori. The capital of the Kingdom of Fiori. Looking at the intelligence report handed over by his subordinates, Lahar gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, "Take a walk and drink afternoon tea every day. Damn it, such an evil person must be punished." At this point, Lahar's expression became calm or indifferent again, and he threw the explosion in his hand on the table beside him and walked towards the office of the chairman of the Magic Council. Usually, if there is no special situation, the chairman usually drinks tea and reads newspapers in the chairman's office. Chapter 23. P.S. Well, it's dark, I beg you to collect it. Lahar walked slowly to the door of the Magic Council chairman's office and knocked gently. Everything was no different from usual, at least on the surface. There was nothing big happening on the Magic Council side except what happened in Magnolia last time, so after Lahar knocked on the door, he quickly got a reply from Chairman Gulen. "Please come in." Gulen opened the door and walked slowly. The Lahar he picked up did not find anything wrong. He put down the teacup in his hand and asked seriously, "It's Lahar. You came to me at this time. Is there something you want to report to me?" As the chairman of the Magic Council, if there is nothing special and important, Lahar, as the law enforcer of the Magic Council, can handle it directly. So in Gulen's opinion, Lahar must have something important to report to him when he came to him at this time, otherwise Lahar would definitely not disturb him so easily. "Yes, Mr. Speaker." After hearing Gulen's question, Lahar said seriously, "The members of the third mandatory supervision team found the location of the Dragon Slayer, so I came here to report to you, Mr. Speaker, what should be done next." The fourth mandatory supervision team of the Magic Council was completely removed because of Guyun's relationship and was in a state of waiting for reorganization. So after consideration, Gulen directly made Lahar the captain of the third mandatory supervision team. The members and the Speaker of the Magic Council were very confident in Lahar, who was a confidant. Everything was no different from usual. Although the Magic Council had not taken any action against Guyun recently, as the Speaker of the Magic Council, Gulen was still very concerned about Guyun, the Dragon Slayer. After all, what Guyun did before was not something that a peaceful person could do. So, after hearing Lahar's report, Gulen pondered for a while and asked, "So where is this Dragon Slayer? What is he doing now?" "The Dragon Slayer is in the capital of the Kingdom of Fiori, Merucleus. Note, this is the name of the palace. If the name of the capital cannot be found, the name of the palace will be used instead. He is not doing anything dangerous at the moment. His daily activities are basically going out for a walk, drinking afternoon tea, and staying in the rented villa at night." Lahar did not distort Guyun's behavior because of his hatred for Guyun, but reported it directly and truthfully. To some extent, Lahar still has his own insistence on justice, which is gradually twisted. Taking a walk and drinking afternoon tea, he is so leisurely. He is indeed a guy who does not take human life seriously. Gulen frowned. It was less than a month since Guyun killed 1,000 wizards of the Magic Council. He did not expect that Guyun could maintain such a leisurely state and was not troubled by his own actions. Such people usually do things according to their own wishes. If they are happy, they may do good things and become a good person in the eyes of others, but once they are unhappy, they may become a devil in the eyes of others. Such people will have their own set of behavioral norms when doing things, and will not be shaken by the words of others. For example, if everyone around says to a person, "You are wrong to do this, you are wrong." Normal every ninja would think if he was wrong. If everyone around him says that he was wrong, then he must change. But the Dragon Slayer would not think so. He would only think that everyone around him was wrong. This kind of person may not really be the kind of demon king who likes to destroy the world, but he is definitely an extremely dangerous person. In the last second, he may be the savior that everyone is grateful for, and in the next second, he may become the hand that everyone fears. Just like the evaluation of the Dragon Slayer by history, it was the Dragon Slayer who brought the prosperity of magic to the human race, but not many people thanked the Dragon Slayer. Instead, there were more people who were afraid of him. Thinking of this, Gulen sighed deeply and exclaimed, "He is really a dangerous person. It seems that we really need to take action." Gulen did not notice that after he said this, a gleam of surprise flashed in Lahar's eyes. "Let the captain of the 1st Forced Supervision Unit lead the 1st Forced Supervision Unit to the capital of the Kingdom of Fiori, Merucleus, to monitor the Dragon Slayer's every move. If the Dragon Slayer does not have any dangerous behavior, do not act rashly." Instantly, Lahar, who was a little surprised at first, became extremely disappointed after hearing Gulen's order. To be honest, Lahar is not the kind of person who does not know how to adapt, but now he is blinded by hatred. So, for the first time, Lahar raised an objection to his boss, Speaker Gulen. "Mr. Speaker, why do you do this?" Unconsciously, Lahar looked at Gulen with an indifferent face and asked, "I don't quite understand why you let the darkness go and wait until the darkness makes some dangerous moves before taking action. Since you know from the beginning that it is impossible to just give up, why do you have to compromise to a certain extent? Although no major troubles have occurred during this period, small troubles have continued to come to us. Isn't it because our Magic Council treated the incident of the Dragon Slayer some time ago as if it had never happened? We, the Magic Council, must show our strength and determination to not let go of any darkness, so that those rat scum can know what fear is. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, please take a rest for a while. I, Lahar, will bear all the consequences." Lahar, you. For now, let's not worry about what's happening at the Magic Council and turn our attention back to Guyun, who is drinking afternoon tea. Chapter 24. I have gone astray again without realizing it, so I have decisively deleted chapters 24, 25, and 26. I have something else to do tomorrow, and it is already past 1 in the morning. I really can't make up for it, so I will take a day off to plan the transition plot. In fact, I have already thought about every pretentious plot, but the transition between the plots annoys me a little, so I will go astray when I am not paying attention. In addition, my typing state is constantly declining. I was full of energy when I was typing the first update, but I was very tired and easy to make mistakes when I was typing the last update. So after thinking for a long time, I decided to take a day off to adjust. I am very sorry. November 18, 2017. P.S. Note, I requested a leave on November 17, 2017. Chapter 25. Lord Crawford, what have you thought about our affairs? In the residence of the former chairman of the Magic Council, Crawford Shim, an enchanting figure wearing a mask, armor, and green hair persuaded in a serious manner, I hope Lord Crawford will make a decision quickly. This is the enhanced demon seeing Lishan Quanghua, the head of the 9 ghost gates of Hades Gate. The actual, president of Hades Gate, Hades Maldo Gil Tartarus, wants to resurrect the strongest demon and he needs to use the Magic Council's previous deterrent weapon, White Heritage Fez, to make the magic power of the whole world disappear. Compared with the magic elf power, White Heritage Fez is a real nuclear weapon that perishes together. The Magic Council has always been very serious and strict in dealing with White Heritage Fez. And in order to launch White Heritage Fez, it is necessary to pass the former chairman of the Magic Council, Crawford. Because of the relationship between Crawford Shim and Hades Gate, Hades Gate has been trying to persuade the former chairman of the Magic Council, Crawford Shim. They hope that the former chairman Crawford can cooperate with Hades Gate, and then Hades Gate will let Crawford take the throne of the chairman of the Magic Council again. However, Crawford has been very hesitant and has not given a clear answer to Hades Gate. After all, Crawford knows very well what the consequences will be if he does this, so Crawford is very hesitant whether to cooperate with Hades Gate, the head of the Dark Wizard Guild that he had to deal with when he was in office. Becoming the Speaker of the Magic Council again is indeed a very tempting condition. The former speaker Crawford looked at Kuang Hua sitting in front of him and said hesitantly, "But the matter about the White Heritage phase is too serious. The consequences are not something I can bear. I still need to think about it carefully." "Lord Crawford, I don't know what you want to consider." After hearing Crawford's words, Kuang Hua was a little anxious. If he couldn't get a clear answer from Crawford, it would be difficult for Hades to pass. Kuang Hua had been Hades' subordinate for hundreds of years, and he knew very well how cruel Hades Maldo-Gil was. Hades Maldo-Gil always felt that emotions would hinder thinking, so he was extremely ruthless and extremely cruel in dealing with anything. He was a thorough strategist with an extremely deep mind. Kuang Hua had to admit that even though he was a demon and was feared by others, he was also afraid of another demon, Hades Maldo-Gil. Thinking of the consequences of not getting a clear answer from Crawford this time, Kuang Hua stood up a little excitedly and said, "Lord Crawford, don't you understand yet? Once the White Legacy Phase is activated, everyone in the world will lose their magic, and all wizards will lose their combat effectiveness. At that time, with the support of our Hades Gate, it will be extremely easy for you to become the chairman of the Magic Council. I really can't understand what you are hesitating about, Lord Crawford." This is because if you are going to be infamous in history, you don't have to worry about it, Lord Crawford. All the heroes and strong men in history are not as great as described in history." As if he knew what Crawford wanted to say, Kuang Hua replied without waiting for Crawford to finish his words, "The strong are the ones who really determine history. No matter what you do, Lord Crawford, your image in history will be positive. Lord Crawford, you will be a hero of mankind. So now, please tell me your decision, Lord Crawford. This is the last time I will ask you, Lord Crawford. If Crawford wants to continue to live this kind of life that no one cares about, if Crawford wants to continue to live in this corner until he dies, I have nothing to say." As Kuang Hua's voice fell, the scene suddenly became quiet. Crawford's originally hesitant eyes gradually became firm, and the depths of his eyes revealed a light that was extremely dangerous. "Yes, as long as the White Legacy Faith is successfully launched, then all the magic in this world will disappear. At that time, who can resist me with the support of the Gate of Hades? History will also be written by myself, and I will be the greatest person. Since you have already said this." Crawford looked at Kuang Hua and said calmly, "I agree." However, Crawford had never thought that once he really helped the Hades Gate to achieve this, what kind of fate he would encounter. By then, he would be completely worthless and would be a piece of fat meat that could be slaughtered at will. This is what happened to Crawford in the original novel. He was killed by Xinglish and Kuang Hua directly because he lost his usefulness. At the same time, in the central square of the capital of the Kingdom of Fiori, Merucleus, there were already a huge crowd of people because of the celebrations being held today. Everyone was looking at the podium in the middle of the central square with anticipation and excitement. "Oh, it's really incredible. Basically, more than 90% of the people in the city have gathered here." Guyun also stood in the huge crowd, looking at the podium in the center of the square with a little interest. Compared with the crowded situation of others, Guyun's side was much more relaxed. Then, in the expectation of everyone and Guyun's surprised eyes, a man wearing the white robe of the Magic Council law enforcer and with a scar on his face stood on the podium. This is the law enforcer of the Magic Council, the captain of the 2nd Forced Supervision Unit, and the member of the Fairy Tale Guild, Doran Bart. Chapter 26. Dolan Bart swallowed his saliva subconsciously when he looked at the huge crowds of people in front of him. Because he was proficient in the space magic teleportation, Dolan Bart was asked by Lahar to come to the Kingdom of Fiori to evacuate the people. Dolan Bart would use magic to teleport all the people in the capital of the Kingdom of Fiori. As for whether Dolan Bart could teleport all these people away and whether he would teleport Guyun away together, there was no need to worry at all. At that time, the magic crystal with magic elf power on Dalanbart's body would replace the magic power in Dalanbart's body to release magic, and the magic effect dominated by magic elf power would be greatly enhanced. However, because the Magic Council has not yet studied and controlled the magic elf power deeply, Dalanbart, as a carrier, would suffer a serious injury at that time, and even a slightly more serious person might be directly disabled. To be honest, if he didn't know that Lahar was very concerned about what happened in Magnolia before, Dalanbart really wouldn't do this. After all, the magic elf power is too dangerous, and a little carelessness will lead to serious consequences. Even though the Magic Council has gained a deeper understanding of the magic elf power through research and application in recent years and has been able to roughly apply it to magic, it is still too dangerous to allow wizards to directly borrow the magic elf power. It is difficult for wizards' bodies to withstand the extremely high quality of the magic elf power, which is called the power of God. Originally, the Magic Council was planning to conduct research for a few more years to see if they could achieve the goal of allowing wizards to use magic with the magic elf power. Of course, from the original book, in which the Magic Council was wiped out in the face of the attack by the Gate of Hell, it can be seen that the goal of allowing wizards to use magic with the magic elf power is a distant goal. It's really troublesome. But since Lahar has asked me to do that, I might as well give it a try. After taking a deep breath, Dalanbart took the hand containing the power of the magic elves and slapped it directly on the ground of the podium, breaking it, and activated the space magic teleport. Boom! The earth was shaking wildly, and a super-large magic circle emerged, directly covering the entire central square in the center of the capital of the Kingdom of Fiori. You know, the central square of the capital of the Kingdom of Fiori can accommodate millions of people, and the area is very large. I didn't expect Dalanbart to be able to directly create such a huge magic circle. Guyun, who had been watching the show, finally changed his expression. If Dalanbart, who was within Guyun's sight, was a very stable individual who was very harmonious with the surrounding environment before, he suddenly became extremely unstable at this moment. The magic power in Dalanbart's body boiled in an instant. No, it evaporated directly in an instant, followed by a very high quality. A large amount of magic power was forcibly filled into Dalanbart's body. Dalanbart, who was as harmless as a sheep in Guyun's eyes, turned into a wolf cub with milk teeth in this instant. Well, although it still does not pose even the slightest threat, it has at least changed from a herbivore to a carnivore. Although he did not know what the effect of this magic circle was, Guyun had never let others decide his future, so Guyun just waved his hand slightly, ready to directly interrupt and destroy Dalanbart's magic. Following Guyun's actions, the magic circle on the ground composed of the power of the magic elves shook violently, but something happened to Guyun's surprise. The magic circle on the ground did not collapse and become invalid because of Guyun's actions, but it was still running. Although this had nothing to do with Guyun's strength, you have to know that there are very few magic circles in this world that can withstand Guyun's interference. No, it's not because the magic circle is too stable. Guyun's attention was immediately drawn to the magic circle on the ground. He murmured to himself with a bit of seriousness, it's because the magic power that makes up the magic circle itself is too stable. More importantly, the quality of this magic power is too high. Surpassed me. Moreover, it has the two supreme attributes of time and space. This special attribute, this extremely high quality, is this magic spirit power. You should know that the magic power in Guyun's body has been constantly compressed, refined and streamlined, and during the time when Guyun froze himself, Guyun's body was still constantly absorbing and refining magic power. After 400 years, the quality of the magic power in Guyun's body has long become astonishingly terrifying. It can be said that the current Guyun can beat himself who cut off the continent with a sword 400 years ago. But even so, the quality of the magic power in Guyun's body is still not as good as the magic power that constitutes the magic circle. What else can it be except the magic spirit power that is blown to the sky in the fairy tale world? Then in the next moment, the super-large magic circle that wrapped the entire central square was activated, accompanied by a huge space fluctuation, and the capital of the kingdom of Fiori suddenly became silent. The central square, which was originally crowded with people, suddenly became empty, leaving only Guyun and Dolenbart lying on the podium, and the army disguised as normal people before. Oh! Guyun chuckled as he looked at the Magic Council army that surrounded him not far away. You must have used magic spirit power just now. It seems that your Magic Council is quite courageous. You have directly brought most of your Magic Council's troops here. Looking at Dolenbart lying on the podium and breathing heavily, Guyun said with a smile. I wonder if you are prepared to lose most of your troops. Chapter 27. You are the heinous person that Lahar mentioned, right? The legendary Dragon Slayer. After hearing Guyun's words, Dorabart touched the corner of his mouth with faint bloodstains and smiled. The forced use of magic spirit power just now caused Dorabart's body to suffer serious injuries. If he doesn't slow down and recover a little, he can't use the magic spirit power again immediately, even at the risk of completely collapsing his body. Unlike Lahar, who was blinded by hatred, although Dorabart came here to execute the order to capture Guyun, the legendary Dragon Slayer, the legend about the Dragon Slayer was too horrifying. Even if we ignore the authenticity of historical data for the time being, the historical information about Guyun, the Dragon Slayer, is exaggerated, but Guyun killed 1,000 people in one blow in Magnolia. The record of 1,000 wizards can't be exaggerated. Since Guyun can kill 1,000 wizards in one blow, the strength of 1,000 wizards is far from the limit of Guyun's strength. Maybe it is 1,001, but it may also be 10,000 or even 100,000. Dorabart cannot fail to consider these things. After all, as the commander of this operation, Dorabart needs to be responsible for the lives of his subordinates. At least, if there is a situation that cannot be defeated, a way out must be left. This is the majority of the power of the Magic Council, and too much of it must not be lost here. Therefore, after a few heavy breaths, Dorabart was not in a hurry to let the surrounding Magic Council troops take action, but was ready to talk to Guyun for a few words to recover first. Dragon Slayer or something like that is just a title given to me by others. Personally, I don't really want to acknowledge this title. Ignoring the Magic Council army that had formed a magic circle around him, Guyun just smiled and said. After all, compared to using the word kill to describe a weak person who kills a strong person in adversity, I prefer to use the word slaughter to describe. The so-called dragons are as weak as ants to me. Although I can't kill them in a bunch by just stepping on them, I can still kill them as easily as taking something out of a bag. So compared to the word killer, I prefer the title of Dragon Slayer. Dragon Slayer. After hearing Guyun's words, Dolenbart fell silent. His eyes turned serious as he looked at Guyun. He said seriously, "It's really amazing. He has such powerful magic power and has brought a magical heyday to mankind. Really worthy of being called a Dragon Slayer, no, a Dragon Slayer. But, with such strength, why do you become what you are now, an executioner who kills people at will? Why don't you want to be a hero? Become a hero who brings unprecedented glory to mankind." Guyun felt a little funny watching Doranbart's low-level mouth cannon to him. Do the guys from the Fairy Tale Guild have the habit of talking nonsense? They always want to say a few words of truth before the battle, but Doranbart's mouth cannon skill is too low. Not only did Guyun feel nothing in his heart, but he even wanted to laugh. Compared with Mavis's strongest mouth cannon, Doranbart's mouth cannon is far worse. Okay, no need to talk about these things. Everyone has a completely different opinion on whether to kill or not, whether to do it casually or not. After yawning a little, Guyun said calmly, "My opinion is different from yours. Most importantly, even if I really listened to your sudden awakening and wanted to become a hero who would benefit humanity, what would happen? Would you just take these guys and leave? Don't keep saying things that make people feel a little stupid." Now all the civilians around have been teleported away by you using space magic. You don't need to worry at all. Come, let me see how powerful your magic council is compared to a few dragons. 1 or 2, or even less than 1. After hearing that Guyun didn't want to continue the conversation, Dolan Bart took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, looking at the Crescent Knights and the Forced Supervision Force who had already set up their formation, and said loudly, "Then let's speak with strength. All members of the Crescent Knights, form a formation. All members of the Forced Supervision Force assist, share magic power." Boom! The marble floor of the central square of the capital of the Kingdom of Fiori began to crack one after another because it could not withstand the huge pressure. A super-large light column with a radius of several thousand meters, far exceeding that of Magnolia, shot straight into the sky. In an instant, with this huge movement, the eyes of the world began to pay attention to the capital of the Kingdom of Fiori. Similarly, with the power of the Magic Council army, the Magic Council law enforcer Lahar could no longer hide from other counselors that he had privately instigated the army to attack Guyun, the unfathomable dragon slayer. All the counselors who were drinking tea, enjoying food, or planting flowers rushed to the door of the office of Gulen, the chairman of the Magic Council headquarters, as quickly as possible, and then found that the sleepy Speaker Gulen was standing next to Lahar. "Speaker Gulen. You directly, Lahar. What happened to Speaker Gulen?" "Lahar, you should know what happened. The power to dispatch the army in the parliament has always been in your hands. Why didn't Speaker Gulen choose to take action against the Dragon Slayer directly after the meeting? Although I agree with this behavior." "Yes, I agree with you, but Speaker Gulen shouldn't just bypass us and interfere in the major events of the Magic Council. Otherwise, what's the point of having us as members of this council?" Chapter 28. Most of the members of the Magic Council did not have any particular dissatisfaction with the action taken by Guyun, the Dragon Slayer. If it were not for the last meeting where Speaker Gulen decided to wait and see, the Magic Council would have taken action long ago. After all, although Guyun killed 1,000 magicians in one go, all the members felt that killing 1,000 magicians in one go was already Guyun's limit. Even if he was a little stronger, it would not be much stronger. There was no need to be timid because of Guyun's matter. The reason why these members reacted so strongly now was entirely because Speaker Gulen bypassed them and directly controlled the Magic Council without going through the meeting. Although Gulen was the speaker and had the highest status in the Magic Council, this was not a reason for Speaker Gulen to bypass them and directly control the Magic Council. The Magic Council was not a one-man show, and other members were even less likely to watch the Magic Council become the one-man show of the incumbent speaker, because it was related to their own vital interests. Only those who had a say in the Magic Council would have people curry favor with them and bribe them because of their status as members of the Magic Council. Therefore, even the most inactive members of Parliament would be very concerned about the speaker doing something important without holding a meeting. I can understand the feelings of the members of Parliament. Looking at the members of Parliament who were quarreling in front of him, Lahar was much calmer and said seriously, "It's just that there are special reasons for this situation this time. The specific reasons are not convenient to explain to the members of Parliament at present, but after this matter is over, I will explain it to the members of Parliament in person. As for what will happen next, please follow me to the meeting room. Perhaps after some force majeure, the Magic Council will use the magic spirit power to kill the target." All the council members looked at Lahar and Speaker Gulen, who was sleeping on the seat next to him, with surprise. Using the magic spirit power is not a small matter. You should know that in the history of the Magic Council, the magic spirit power has been used only a few times, and each time it must be approved by more than half of the council members. And the background forces behind each council member are different, and there will be considerable conflicts in interests. This ensures that the Magic Council can use the magic spirit power correctly. Even 7 years ago, the Magic Council was used by Gerald, which led to the collapse of the original Magic Council. If the fact that Speaker Gulen secretly mobilized the army without our knowledge can be regarded as a small matter, and we can listen to your explanation after the incident, Lahar, then the use of magic elves is no small matter. Well, if you don't tell me the reason, I will definitely not agree to use the magic spirit power. That's right, Lahar, you should quickly wake up Speaker Gulen. We must hear the reason for using the magic elves' power. You know, the magic elves' power can easily destroy cities and countries. Once we really use the power of magic spirits, other countries will definitely ask our magic council to give an explanation. If there is no legitimate reason, then it will be really troublesome. Yes, Speaker Gulen. Stop pretending to be asleep here. Get up quickly and give me every explanation, otherwise I will use my power of impeachment. After a moment of silence, the members of the Magic Council suddenly became excited, and regardless of whether Speaker Gulen was really sleeping next to them, they started shouting in the direction of Speaker Gulen. However, these members soon discovered that the situation seemed to be more complicated than they had imagined. No matter how they shouted at Speaker Gulen, who was lying on the table, Speaker Gulen did not respond at all. Even if he was really asleep, he could not have slept so soundly. He should have thought that he was awakened by the intrusion of them. Okay, all the senators, please stop arguing. I will take over the affairs of Speaker Gulen until he wakes up. Let's take a look at the capital of the Kingdom of Fiori first. Lahar looked at the members of the Magic Council and said with a smile, the battle situation in the capital of the Kingdom of Fiori will affect the decision of our Magic Council on whether to use the magic elves. As for whether innocent people will be hurt, please rest assured, all irrelevant people in the capital of the Kingdom of Fiori have been evacuated by Dalanbart's space magic teleportation. Apart from the need to compensate for the destroyed city, we don't need to worry about other things. While speaking, Lahar took out a crystal ball, and the picture of the capital of the Kingdom of Fiori appeared in the crystal ball. Although it is known that the movements of the Magic Council army in recent times have been a bit too tough, because Lahar can conceal it, the members present actually don't know what Lahar is going to do this time. Looking at the members whose attention was attracted, Lahar continued to say with a smile, this is the theme of the last meeting, the Dragon Slayer. Now our Magic Council army has completely confronted this Dragon Slayer. If our army loses, then Dalanbart will use the space magic teleport to take everyone away, but at this time, simply choosing to escape will not solve any problems. At that time, we may be found by this extremely powerful Dragon Slayer. Therefore, I hope that you will think carefully about whether to use the magic spirit power. As Lahar finished speaking, the noisy councillors suddenly became quiet. No one was stupid. Everyone knew the seriousness of the problem. If the Dragon Slayer really showed a powerful force far beyond the limit, and even the army of the Magic Council could not defeat him in a frontal battle, the councillors who had offended the Dragon Slayer would definitely be unable to sleep or eat. Even if they did not make this decision. Chapter 29. The first reason why the Magic Council rarely uses magic spirit power is that the destructive power of magic spirit power is too great, so every time the Magic Council uses it, it needs to think carefully. However, the real main reason is that there is no existence that can directly threaten the Magic Council. If there is really any dangerous and terrible existence that threatens the Magic Council, then the Magic Council will definitely use its ultimate weapon, magic spirit power, without hesitation. The meeting is just a symbolic thing. Now it is almost the case. 100% of the Magic Council's troops have been transferred to the capital of the Kingdom of Fiori to hunt down or even kill the Dragon Slayer who killed 1,000 wizards of the Magic Council's army some time ago. The strength of the Dragon Slayer and some historical data and legends have been more or less understood by the councillors present in this month. Even if you don't believe the exaggerated descriptions of Guyun's image and strength in the historical data, what happened in Magnolia has already given everyone a rough idea of Guyun's strength. No matter what, the strength of Guyun, the Dragon Slayer, is at the top level in the world, whether it is the instantaneous defeat of the Saint 10 reserves of the Blue Pegasus or the instant killing of the 1,000 magicians of the Magic Council. Therefore, after knowing that the Magic Council was fighting with Guyun, the Dragon Slayer, all the members present focused their attention on the picture in the crystal ball. Although they were very dissatisfied and did not believe that Gu Yun could defeat the tens of thousands of troops of the Magic Council, if even the tens of thousands of troops of the Magic Council could not defeat Gu Yun, the Dragon Slayer, then in the case of having completely offended Gu Yun, the Dragon Slayer, they could only choose to use the Magic Council's trump card Magic Spirit Power. In the central square of the capital of the Kingdom of Fiori, Merucleus, the army of the Magic Council was still confronting Gu Yun, who was surrounded in the central area. The magic power of tens of thousands of magicians who were not too weak gathered together at this moment, and the extremely huge magic light column even made the whole city begin to tremble slowly. The massive amount of magic power merged by tens of thousands of people is enough to achieve the level of quantitative change leading to qualitative change. That's right. Dolan Bart, who was standing on the podium in the central square as the guide of the magic circle, commanded with a serious face, "Now, according to the content of the performance, complete the part of the magic power that you should do, and complete the super large magic, Purgatory Shattering." Under Dolan Bart's command, an extremely huge dark golden magic circle appeared under Gu Yun's feet. Purgatory Shattering, similar in status to Magic Guide Spirit Power, is composed of the attribute magic power of the four basic elements of the world: fire, earth, water, and wind. It can produce extremely huge dark fluctuations. Just a single person can destroy Purgatory Shattering with one blow, and it can affect half of the city. Now that tens of thousands of people's magic power are used together to break Purgatory, the movement caused can be imagined. Perhaps the only magic that can surpass the magic Purgatory Shattering cast by tens of thousands of people in power is the ultimate strategic weapon of the Magic Council, the Magic Guide Spirit Power. With the formation of the dark golden magic circle symbolizing the absolute destruction of the magic Purgatory Shattering, the capital of the Kingdom of Fiori, Merucleus, trembled even more, as if it could collapse at any time. Oh! Gu Yun looked at the dark golden magic circle that appeared under his feet and asked with a little curiosity, "The power of the magic of Purgatory Shattering is indeed good, but it seems that you have surrounded yourself, right? Are you so determined that you are willing to sacrifice tens of thousands of troops to wipe out me?" "Of course not." After hearing Gu Yun's words, Dolan Bart smiled and said, "This is an improved version of Purgatory Shattering. This huge magic circle is just to let everyone's magic power be shared and mobilized together. This is the magic circle that truly represents absolute destruction." As Dolan Bart's voice fell, in addition to the huge dark gold magic circle under Gu Yun's feet, a bright gold magic circle appeared on the basis of the dark gold magic circle. Compared with the scale of the dark gold magic circle, the range of the bright gold magic circle is relatively small, with a radius of only about 50 meters, which only wrapped Gu Yun in. As for the army of the Magic Council around him, it had no effect at all. Boom! The king's capital, which was only slightly shaking, began to shake violently the moment the bright gold magic circle appeared. It was like an earthquake shaking the earth. But at this moment, in the underground of the Palace of Lanterns in the capital of the Kingdom of Fiori, Merucleus, a huge door with a sun logo on it, hundreds of meters high, was slowly pushed open amidst the earthquake, and a girl with beautiful blonde hair and a delicate face slowly walked out of the huge door. The girl's cheeks were full of tears and despair, and she was very embarrassed, and even her right arm was empty. If Gu Yun was here at this time, he would be able to recognize that this girl with tears and despair on her face and even a broken arm was the heroine Lucy Hoffatelia in the original book, or Lucy Hoffatelia from the future. "Neslibian, everyone in the guild, what am I doing now? What should I do?" Lucy looked at everything around her in confusion, muttering to herself. At this time, Lucy, or future Lucy, did not react that she had passed through the eclipse gate and came to the past, but was immersed in pain, sadness, and memories. Chapter 30. Facing the invasion of 10,000 dragons, the world where Lucy is in the future does not have even the slightest power to resist. Whether it is fairy tale, the Kingdom of Fiori, or the Magic Council, none of them have any power to resist. The world where Lucy is in the future has been ruled by the dragons again. Everything seems to have returned to the era of 400 years ago. Humans are once again ruled by the dragons. This time, there is no terrifying dragon slayer in history. Even though humans are generally much stronger than 400 years ago, they are not powerless to resist the dragons. The Magic Council also has a powerful magic spirit power, and the 12 shields of the Albarez Empire are all very powerful. However, compared with the dragons that number up to 10,000, they are too small. Even the black dragon Aknologia, known as the Wings of the End, was just following Guyun and turned into a dragon in the end. And all the truly powerful beings in the dragon clan had been killed by Guyun because they had troubled him. In addition, Aknologia was not fighting against Guyun like a 1 on a thousand, so he was able to destroy the dragon clan. But this time it was different. Tens of thousands of dragons appeared directly to teach Aknologia how to be a human, not a dragon, and all kinds of hanging hammers. If one can't beat it, okay. Then 2 together. Can't beat it with 2 together. That's fine. 10 of them surrounded and killed. In this way, the strongest big boss in the fairy tale world was also knocked down by the dragon clan's Dragon Sea tactics. If there is only one existence that has a chance to knock down 10,000 dragons, it is the last trump card of fairy tale, Luminous Starlight. Lumen Starlight, also known as photon reconstruction, is collectively known as the fairy's heart. It is the secret magic of the fairy tale guild. It is an absolutely forbidden magic that can possess infinite power and infinite magic. Just the word infinite can tell how powerful and terrible this absolutely forbidden magic is. If the lowest power magic elf power is the sum of the magic power in all the wizards on the continent, then once the fairy's heart is activated, the highest power magic elf power can be used infinitely, which is terrible to the limit. This is the only way for humans to resist the invasion of 10,000 dragons and even annihilate them. It's just a pity that because it was the great magic director Wu at the time, all the members of Fairy Tale were in the capital of the Kingdom of Fiori, and they encountered the 10,000 dragons that appeared from the Eclipse Gate at the first time, and were finally completely annihilated. Makarov Dolia, the third-generation president of the Fairy Tale Guild who was the only one who knew how to use the fairy's heart, died directly in the first full-scale battle between humans and dragons after 400 years. In the end, only 2 people from the Fairy Tale Guild survived. They were Levi and Lucy, who had no idea about the Fairy Tale Guild's biggest secret, the fairy heart. Lucy missed Natsu and the others so much that she unknowingly came to the place where Wanlong appeared, the Eclipse Gate. In the end, she inexplicably opened the Eclipse Gate and came to the era where Guyun is now. No, why is the ground shaking so violently and the light suddenly becomes dim? As the ground shook more and more violently, future Lucy, who had been in sadness and reminiscence, came back to her senses at this time, and murmured in surprise, I really want to remember this place. Here isn't this the underground where the Eclipse Gate was originally stored in the Lantern Palace in the capital of the Kingdom of Fiori? How did I suddenly come here? But, wasn't the Kingdom of Fiori destroyed long ago? This underground has long been destroyed, it is impossible to exist. No, there must be something I haven't figured out. Future Lucy was very surprised at how the environment around her changed in a trance, and more importantly, the surroundings suddenly became a scene that had been destroyed and no longer existed, which had to surprise future Lucy. However, as the underground vibration became stronger and stronger, future Lucy also realized that this place was very dangerous. She temporarily put aside the doubts in her heart and hurriedly ran up to the ground along the route she remembered before. Finally, she ran to the Lantern Palace, the royal palace of the capital of the Kingdom of Fiori, and was horrified by the beam of light that shot straight into the sky not far away. Not only was she horrified by the terrible magic power, but she was even more horrified that the capital of the Kingdom of Fiori, Malul Alex, which had long been destroyed under the roar of thousands of dragons, still existed. The only thing that surprised future Lucy was that there was no one in the entire Lantern Palace, and the street not far away was also empty. This made future Lucy a little doubtful, whether she had really returned to the past. No matter what, even though it seems very dangerous over there, I must know the answer. Gritting her teeth, future Lucy looked at the huge beam of light in the distance that was emitting a terrible sense of oppression and murmured to herself with a determined look. This is the last chance. Looking at Guyun, who was wrapped in the bright golden magic circle, Dolan Bart breathed a sigh of relief, as if everything was settled, and said with a relaxed smile, "Admit your crime and accept the trial of our magic council, then your life will not be in danger. Think about it carefully, how about it? Don't say any more meaningless nonsense, come on, let me see your strength." After hearing Dolan Bart's persuasion, Guyun said with a smile, "I am suddenly interested in the magic elf power of your magic council. Give me all the information about the magic elf power, and I will let you live, how about it? I have always kept my word. For example, the guy from the Blue Pegasus gave me the ancient book magic, so I let them go. Think about it carefully. I said I would let you go, and I will definitely let you go as long as I am satisfied. It seems that you are stubborn and unyielding." Dolan Bart's face turned cold and he said indifferently, "Start. Purgatory is broken." Chapter 31. P.S. After reading the comments, it is true that putting corresponding pictures at the right time can enhance the reading experience. Tomorrow the author will go to the editor to modify the permissions to add pictures. By the way, thank you again for the 70,000 VIP points of support from 201-7001. The bright golden magic circle under Guyun's feet is blooming with unprecedented light. However, don't just look at this bright golden light and conclude that this is some kind of light-attributed magic. Although it looks extremely bright, Guyun can feel the deep breath of darkness from it. Just like the name and the introduction just now, Purgatory Shattering is a magic composed of the magic power of the 4 basic elements. It can produce huge dark fluctuations. In the world of fairy tale, all magic is born from darkness and is also called a miracle. The brighter the light at this time, the more powerful the power of Purgatory Shattering will be. It is almost similar to the situation in martial arts novels where the anode produces the yin. The extreme of darkness is light, and the extreme of light is also darkness. The power is indeed quite good, let's not talk about whether it can reach the level of affecting me. Guyun looked at the magic circle under his feet that temporarily emitted the ultimate light, and chuckled. Based on the pure destructive power, this magic is not up to standard and does not have enough deterrent power. No matter how powerful the magic you release is, as long as the magic does not contain spatial attributes, or simply the strength of the attack to directly shatter space, then it is impossible to have even the slightest impact on me. While speaking, Guyun just made a stroke in the direction of the void under his feet, just like when he dealt with the attack of Yvonne, a member of the Blue Pegasus Tri-Men's team in Magnolia, and left it alone. Guyun directly cut a small hole leading to the other dimension in the middle of the contact between his feet and the magic circle. The other dimension is infinite. As long as any attack does not have spatial attributes or is strong enough to shatter space, then Guyun's defense is invincible. No attack can pass Guyun's defense and have any impact on Guyun. If there is a wizard who is proficient in spatial magic present at this time, he can see that the space under Guyun's feet is incompatible with other spaces, just like a small hole in a plastic bag. No. Coincidentally, Dolan Bart is proficient in space magic. There is something wrong with the space under this guy's feet. I can't sense the spatial coordinates under his feet. Dolan Bart's originally relaxed expression suddenly became serious again. He stared quietly at the ground where Guyun was standing in the light and said, "It's like heights, like there's one more or one less space in the normal space. It's a pity that although Dolan Bart is proficient in space magic, it's only a branch of space magic, teleportation. So even if Dolan Bart noticed that something was wrong, he still couldn't think of any solution. In fact, it's because Dolan Bart is a half-baked space magician that Guyun doesn't care. There are perverted magics in the fairy tale world, but these magics seem to be disassembled into parts one by one and used separately by the magicians. For example, Doran Bart, who is now staring at the ground under Gu Yun's feet with a look of horror, uses space magic that only has the branch function of teleportation. He doesn't use any other space magic such as Space Blade and Space Collapse. Otherwise, Gu Yun would be in trouble. This kind of super-large purgatory crusher requires more or less trouble. Dolan Bart was not given much time to think. The purgatory crusher that gathered the magic power of tens of thousands of wizards completely erupted. In this unprecedented extreme light, everyone saw the dark light born in the light. This dark light was as dark and deep as a black hole, as if it had traced back to the origin of magic, darkness. Darkness was born in the extreme of light, and finally became the extreme of darkness. As a touch of darkness emerged in the golden light, the surrounding golden light was quickly swallowed up by this touch of darkness, and finally in the eyes of everyone, Gu Yun was swallowed up by the extreme darkness. There was not even a trace of roar, but it made people feel unprecedented fear from the bottom of their hearts. Haha, it seems that this so-called Dragon Slayer is not as scary as imagined. That's right, I saw him looking so relaxed just now that I thought he had some way to deal with the forbidden magic purgatory shattering cast by tens of thousands of people. Now I think he was completely frightened by magic of that scale. Even if this guy is really the Dragon Slayer as mentioned in history, he is an antique from 400 years ago. Although this guy is indeed very strong and was invincible 400 years ago, being invincible 400 years ago does not mean that he is invincible today, 400 years later. In this case, since this guy was able to defeat the legendary Dragon Clan 400 years ago, then now this so-called Dragon Clan may be just like that, and there is nothing to be afraid of. Okay, Lahar, now that the Dragon Slayer has been dealt with, you can also explain to me what is going on now. Speaker Gulen should not have simply fallen asleep, right? What is going on? The members of the Magic Council who had been closely watching Gu Yun's situation breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Gu Yun completely swallowed by the darkness. As a way to vent their feelings, everyone began to wantonly ridicule Gu Yun, who had made them nervous before, regardless of whether Gu Yun, who was far away in the sky, could hear their ridicule. By the way, they also began to ask Lahar, after all, Speaker Gulen, who was obviously abnormal, was still lying there not far away. However, Lahar did not pay attention to the questions of the members around him, but still kept his eyes on the crystal ball, on the increasingly ugly face of Dolan Bart in the crystal ball. Chapter 32. P.S. Yes. I'll write one more chapter before I go out, and start saving my drafts. Why does Dolan Bart look so ugly? Lahar originally subconsciously wanted to breathe a sigh of relief like the other counselors around him, but after seeing Dolan Bart's ugly face, Lahar felt that things might not be as simple as he thought. It might be a bit incredible, but it's possible that Gu Yun really took a purgatory-shattering attack of tens of thousands of people. After all, until now, the Magic Council didn't know what the upper limit of Gu Yun's strength was. Gu Yun hadn't made a few moves since he appeared. It was in Magnolia that he showed the combat power of killing the 10 Saint Reserves and 1,000 wizards of the Magic Council in one night. If this is the upper limit of Gu Yun's strength, although it is still very strong, it is not particularly outrageous. The Magic Council can still deal with it. But this is not the upper limit of Gu Yun's strength. On the contrary, this is still the lower limit of Gu Yun's strength. In historical materials, the description of Gu Yun, the Dragon Slayer 400 years ago, is even more exaggerated, well, exaggerated. No one wants to believe that Gu Yun really fought and split the continent in half, as described in history books, even though Gu Yun was known in history as the strongest who could never be surpassed. After all, compared to the winged black dragon Aknologia and the black mage Ziref Dragneel, the pain Gu Yun brought to the world was not deep enough. In other words, compared to Ziref and Aknologia who have always been active in the world, Gu Yun disappeared for too long. For more than 400 years, Guyun did not even show up. Hey! Lahar, are you listening to us? You have to give us an explanation now. It seems that you, Laharl, are not normal. Even if you are the law enforcer of our Magic Council, you have gone too far today. That's right, Lahar, if you don't explain to me what's going on, I will ask Speaker Gulen to revoke your position as a law enforcer and send you to the lower level troops to gain more experience. Wait, something seems a little off. Of course something is wrong. If it were right, I wouldn't have rushed here. You know, I haven't finished watering my flowers yet. Yes, I have guests at home. If the situation is normal, I would not abandon the guests and come here to make trouble. No. I mean something is wrong in the crystal ball. That guy. What about that guy and that guy? What could be wrong with the crystal ball? The dragon slayer was swallowed up by darkness before the shattering of purgatory, leaving no trace behind. For it, how can it be? Impossible. Even if this guy is really strong, how can he not hurt at all? You have to know that this is the purgatory shattering magic that was cast by the shared magic power of tens of thousands of people. Apart from the magic elves, there is really no magic with stronger destructive power than this. But how could a magic with such strong destructive power have no effect at all? Judging from the image just transmitted from the crystal ball, that extremely deep darkness purgatory shatter was definitely activated successfully, but why is it like this? It's really unbelievable. Following the reminder of one of the counselors, the other counselors who were making noises once again turned their attention to the crystal ball. When they saw the scene in the crystal ball, all the counselors cried out in horror. Then they fell into a dead silence. All the counselors didn't know what to say at this time. Even all the counselors couldn't help but feel a sense of panic in their hearts. Magic Council had actually provoked such a terrible enemy. Could the magic elves really deal with such an existence? All the counselors didn't have time to care about what was right or wrong at this time. The most important issue now was how to deal with Guyun, the Dragon Slayer. You know, the purgatory shattering that was just launched was already the strongest power of the Magic Council besides the magic elves, but even so, there was still no way to deal with Guyun. It seems that all the members have understood what is going on now. Lahar stared at Guyun, who appeared in the crystal ball, then took a deep breath to divert his attention from the crystal ball, and said to all the members around him with a serious face, "The army composed of tens of thousands of wizards is the strongest force of our Magic Council besides the magic elves. Even if tens of thousands of wizards share their magic power and use the purgatory shattering technique, it has no effect. Apart from the magic spirit power, we have no other way to deal with this dragon slayer from 400 years ago. I have said just now that if our Magic Council army loses, Dolan Bart will once again forcibly borrow the power of the magic elves to launch a super large teleportation magic to take all the troops away. Then it's time to vote. First, on behalf of Speaker Gulen, I vote in favor of using the magic spirit power against the Dragon Slayer." After hearing what Lahar said, the members around looked at each other, hesitated for a while and became determined. If you don't kill the snake, you will suffer from it. If you don't cut the grass, it will grow again. Since you have already done this, why not do it even more decisively? Seconded. 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 Chapter 33. Soon all the counselors agreed to use the magic spirit power. After all, it had come to this point, and they couldn't use it even if they didn't want to. Laharl took a look at Doran Bart in the crystal ball and directly chose to activate the magic spirit power. Just as they had agreed at the beginning, after finding that it was impossible to stay on the ground, they immediately activated the teleportation magic to take all the troops of the Magic Council to leave the capital of the Kingdom of Fiori, Milo Alex, and then the Magic Council used the magic spirit power to attack Guyun. Following Laharl's choice, the satellite magic array that had been floating quietly outside the atmosphere began to charge and began to locate Guyun's location. The capital of the Kingdom of Fiori began to accumulate energy to activate the magic spirit power. This guy guided the dark waves of Purgatory's shattering to another space. After turning his attention to Guyun again and seeing that Guyun had experienced the dark waves of Purgatory's shattering but was unscathed, Dolan Bart roughly understood what Guyun had done. At present, we have no means to break through the space defense magic except for using the last trump card magic spirit power. Looking at Guyun, who stood there without moving from the beginning to the end, Dolan Bart muttered to himself with a serious face, "It seems that we can only retreat. Most of the power of the Parliament is here, and there can be no mistakes. Although I am still a little weak, the number of people is much less than the previous huge crowd, so it should be possible." After understanding the gap between himself and Guyun, Dolan Bart knew that he and others could not have any impact on Guyun. As a user of teleportation magic, a branch of space magic, Dolan Bart deeply knows how powerful and terrifying a magician who is proficient in using various space magics is. The most important thing is that due to the scarcity of time and space magic, the Magic Council actually has very little experience in fighting time magicians and space magicians. Dolan Bart is just a half-baked space magician. Next, we can only put our hope on the magic spirit power. The magic spirit power has the dual attributes of time and space. It is a super space-time destruction magic. The method this guy used just now is ineffective in front of the magic spirit power. Only could it really be that simple? No matter what, the most important thing now is to retreat quickly. There is no point in staying here any longer. Thinking of this, Dolan Bart did not hesitate anymore. He directly grasped the other magic crystal containing the magic spirit power in his hand, and just like the situation that he had just teleported all the people in the capital of the Kingdom of Fiori, he slapped the ground again, forcibly mobilizing the magic spirit power known as the power of God. Activate. Space Magic Teleport. A magic circle much smaller than before appeared under everyone's feet. At the same time, the Magic Council army also increased their magic suppression on Guyun at this moment. Dolan Bart still remembered clearly that Guyun almost interrupted the teleportation magic just now. The magic circle was successfully formed, and ripples began to appear in the space. The next moment, it could be launched successfully. "Did I tell you to leave like this?" At this time, a very calm voice came over, without giving Dolan Bart any time to react. The magic circle that had been formed on the ground shook violently, making a series of dense cracking sounds and then shattered. "I just didn't use enough force just now, so you were able to successfully activate the teleportation. If I really let you teleport away right under my nose this time, I will have no place to hide my face," Guyun said with a smile as he looked at Dolan Bart, who had been lying on the podium and couldn't stand up after forcibly using the magic spirit power twice in a row. After that, Guyun turned around and drew a line in the air with his hand. The magic power field composed of tens of thousands of magicians of the Magic Council also followed the footsteps of the teleportation magic circle and shattered. Everyone was horrified to find that the space around them seemed to be imprisoned and could not move. "All of you will be my hostages from now on. If you, the Magic Council, do not agree to hand over the relevant data on magic elves to me, I will kill you. The higher the quality of the magic, the greater the power of magic." After hundreds of years of extraction and refinement, the magic in Guyun's body has already reached an extremely high level of quality. It started as a gas and then developed into a mist, then slowly developed into a liquid state, and now it is almost substantial. However, even so, Guyun found that the quality of his magic was still quite different from the magic elves, which was called the power of God. The magic elves were solid-state magic, or even higher. The magic elves still had considerable research value. He suddenly looked up at the sky. Guyun found that he seemed to have underestimated the courage of the Magic Council. An extremely huge magic circle appeared in the sky, covering the entire sky, and as time passed, the magic power of this magic circle fluctuated more and more violently. Looking at the super-large magic circle in the sky, Guyun was surprised. If Guyun remembered correctly, the magicians of the Magic Council who surrounded him now accounted for more than 90% of the Magic Council's current army. I didn't expect the Magic Council to be so decisive and directly planned to launch the magic spirit power to destroy him and Dolan Bart and others. But Guyun would never think that according to the normal plan, Dolan Bart would take everyone away, and then the Magic Council would launch the super time and space to destroy the magic spirit power. As a result, because he trusted Dolan Bart too much, or didn't expect Guyun to directly destroy the magic circle that had been successfully launched, he chose to launch the magic spirit power directly after Dolan Bart successfully launched the teleportation magic circle. Now, the Magic Council is actually in a mess. Chapter 34. Magical spirit power is irreversible. So at this time, even if the Magic Council is in chaos, it is useless. Whether it is Lahar or the other members, they all look at the scene in the crystal ball with mixed feelings. Especially Lahar, his mood is extremely complicated. On the one hand, he hopes that Guyun can die under the bombardment of the magic spirit power, and on the other hand, he hopes that his best friend Dolan Bart will not die under the bombardment of the magic spirit power. Bastard! Lahar punched the wall hard. It's over, the Magic Council is over. Dolan Bart, who was lying on the podium, said with despair as he looked at the increasingly fierce magic circle in the sky. Once the magic spirit power descends, although it is very likely that Guyun, the extremely dangerous dragon slayer, will be left here forever, 90% or even 95% of the Magic Council's troops will also be wiped out. At that time, the Magic Council will only have one magic spirit power and hundreds of wizards to protect itself. The Magic Council, which has lost most of its troops, will reduce its control over the local area to the lowest point. It may even reappear the chaotic era of 100 years ago when the Magic Council was not strong. Just think about the Dark Wizard Guild that was suppressed in the darkness by the Magic Council and dared not show up. It's easy to imagine how chaotic it would be if they all came out to take advantage of the drastic weakening of the Magic Council to cause trouble. Thinking of this, Dolan Bart closed his eyes in despair, without any hope. However, at this moment, Dolan Bart, who had closed his eyes in despair, suddenly opened his eyes again and looked at where Guyun was. An unprecedented sense of oppression suddenly rose from Guyun. The magic power that seemed to be real burned and boiled crazily on Guyun's body. The ground of the central square cracked rapidly like a spider web. All the surrounding buildings collapsed in the shaking, including the podium where Dolan Bart was lying, which also collapsed in a violent shaking. What kind of magic power is this? What kind of existence is this? Dolan Bart was lying in the ruins after the collapse of the podium, looking at Guyun with horror. At the same time, Dolan Bart also remembered the introduction of Guyun that he had seen in historical materials before. At that time, except for the analysis of his character, he felt that it was more correct, but Dolan Bart actually did not believe the other introductions of his battle records. But at this time, Dolan Bart could not help but believe it. The oppressive feeling of magic power that erupted from Guyun's body alone actually exceeded the oppressive magic power of tens of thousands of troops of the Magic Council just now. Interesting. Guyun looked at the huge magic circle in the sky and chuckled. Since it has the attributes of time and space, the trick of the alien space will have no effect, so let's fight hard against hard. As Guyun's voice fell, a sword made of ice condensed in Guyun's palm, and the satellite magic array in the sky also completed its energy storage at this time. A beam of light like a divine punishment with an extremely destructive aura fell from the sky. Guyun could clearly feel that with the descent of the magic elf power, the surrounding space was shaking violently, and there were extremely subtle and obvious sounds like glass breaking. The magic elf power with the dual attributes of time and space has completely made the world unbearable. Of course, although the magic elf power is very terrifying, Guyun is much calmer, because Guyun knows very well that this level of magic elf power will never threaten him. The Magic Council's use of magic elf power is too crude. It just keeps gathering the magic elf power and releasing it all at once. So I said, with this crude method of application, it's no wonder that humans were beaten by the dragons 400 years ago. Looking at the beam of light descending on him, Guyun said helplessly, and then just like the scene 400 years ago, he drew his sword, unsheathed it, and swung it in the direction of the magic spirit power. Sala. An extremely terrifying scene happened. As Guyun swung his sword, the space in front of Guyun was torn apart like a piece of rag, revealing the darkness behind the space that was as deep as a black hole. And this space crack was still spreading wildly in the direction of the magic spirit power, and then in the horrified eyes of everyone, the magic spirit power emitting an extremely terrifying aura was cut in half by Guyun's sword, and then shattered by the torn space crack. At this moment, no matter whether it was Dolan Bart and the magicians of the Magic Council army who were present, or Laharl and the council members who were watching through the crystal ball in the Magic Council, or other forces hiding in the dark and observing secretly, all fell silent. Why is the Magic Council able to have such a high status in the world? Isn't it because of the magic wizard power that transcends time and space? If it weren't for the existence of the magic wizard power, which is absolutely awe-inspiring, the Magic Council would have been destroyed countless times. You must know that in the original book, only one of the 9 ghost gates of the Hades Gate, a jackal that was not that strong, could wipe out all the high-level officials of the Magic Council, and there are really many wizards stronger than the jackal. Well, now I think your Magic Council should be desperate. Guyun looked at the sky without any movement, turned around and looked at Dolan Bart lying in the ruins and said with a smile, now all of you are my hostages. If you don't want me to kill you, then give me a set of relevant research materials on magic elves. That's about it. You can teleport back to report the news. I interrupted the teleportation magic just now, so I don't think your health is so bad that you can't use magic. My patience is very limited. Chapter 35. At this point, Dolan Bart had nothing to say. After all, the Magic Council had completely lost. Barely controlling his body that was about to fall apart due to the 2 forced uses of magic spirit power, and exhausting the little magic power that he had just barely recovered, Dolan Bart's feet appeared with an extremely faint magic circle and disappeared on the spot. Although Guyun wanted the core secret of the Magic Council, the research data and data of the magic spirit power, but considering that Guyun now had most of the Magic Council's troops as hostages and Guyun himself was more terrifying and powerful than the magic spirit power, Dolan Bart felt that the Magic Council still needed to consider it. After all, now he was at the mercy of others. Guyun's strength was fully demonstrated just now. If he could split the magic spirit power with one sword, then the entire continent with one sword. Although it was still unbelievable, it made people a little suspicious. In short, the Magic Council no longer had any ability to resist Guyun. What would happen if he didn't hand it over? I'm afraid it will be even more embarrassing if Guyun comes to the door directly. In any case, it's better than being killed by Guyun directly. After seeing Dolan Bart disappear, Guyun shook his head. Although there are many good things in the fairy tale world, it is indeed a deformed and terrible world. It's okay that magic is used like a barbarian, but there are some good and awesome magics, such as time magic and space magic, which are only a branch of time or space or even just magic with a certain characteristic. Thinking of this, Guyun shook his head, looked at the messy environment around him, and used the ready-made materials to assemble a sofa. He sat on it comfortably and said with a smile, "No need to hide, I've seen you, little girl. Yes, don't think about whether to call me I'm calling you." Just now, when Guyun was confronting Dolan Bart and others, he had already sensed the arrival of an individual who, like Future Rog, had a time that was out of tune with the surrounding time. Future Rog had long been teleported away because of Dolan Bart, so the identity of this individual who was out of tune with time was obvious, and it was Lucy from the future. Guyun estimated that it would take some time to wait for the Magic Council to discuss it. After all, the magic elf power was one of the most core secrets of the Magic Council, and even in the current situation, it would not be agreed to casually. So Guyun was going to find someone to chat with to kill time. There was nothing he could do about it. The people in the capital of the Kingdom of Fiori had just let Dolan-Bart go. Lanbart used teleportation magic to teleport away, and after a series of events just now, the capital of the Kingdom of Fiori had already become a mess. Except for the palace of Huideng Palace, which had some magic circles with a strong effect, most of the buildings had collapsed, not to mention having afternoon tea. Then a girl with a disheveled appearance, her clothes were torn a lot, and her body was slightly exposed, appeared carefully in Guyun's sight. She was covered in dust and looked dirty, but she still couldn't hide the exquisiteness of her face. This girl who looked very embarrassed was the future Lucy in the Great Demon Director Wu chapter of the original novel. Because the future was too tragic, she was immersed in the memories of the past and came to the past through the eclipse gate. Hello. Future Lucy looked at the white-haired young man sitting on the sofa and said nervously, "My name is Lucy. I don't have any other intentions. I just want to ask some small questions. Of course, if you don't want to answer, I don't mind at all. I will leave here immediately and won't disturb you." Future Lucy saw the conflict between Guyun and the Magic Council just now, especially the record of Guyun cutting the magic elf power in half with one sword, which shocked Future Lucy. Future Lucy also experienced the Tower of Paradise incident, and she knew the power of the magic elf power very well. Future Lucy still remembered the despair, but now Guyun actually shattered the magic elf power in front of her with one sword, which was really scary. And if Future Lucy was not mistaken, the people who fought with Guyun seemed to be the Crescent Knights of the Magic Council. Although Future Lucy didn't know that the Magic Council and the Crescent Knights, which had been destroyed by the Dragon Clan, still existed, there was no doubt that Guyun was the enemy of the Magic Council, and the enemies of the Magic Council were generally not good people. So, just like that, Guyun had been labeled as a big bad guy in the heart of Future Lucy. Ask a question. Looking at the Future Lucy who was carefully moving in front of him, Guyun just smiled and said, "Don't be so nervous. I think you probably want to ask what year it is now, right?" After hearing what Guyun said, Future Lucy immediately remembered her purpose, looked at the mess around her, and asked nervously, "What year is it now?" Future Lucy was very cautious, and did not tell Guyun about the strange and long-destroyed kingdom of Fiori. She only asked Guyun about the current era and time. Anyway, she only needed to know the specific year, so that Lucy could answer the doubts in her heart. It is now the year X791. Using wood-shaping magic and water magic to pour a glass of water for himself and Future Lucy, Guyun said slowly, "Congratulations, you have returned to the past and got the opportunity to change your life and reach the pinnacle of your life. But I also have a small question for you, is there a legend of a dragon slayer in your future?" Chapter 36. Guyun didn't just want to kill time to chat with Future Lucy. After discovering Future Lucy, Guyun suddenly remembered some things he cared about, such as the 3 different routes of development and future in the original book. The first future is the future of Future Lucy. In Future Lucy's future, the invasion of 10,000 dragons occurred, and the world was once again ruled by dragons. Then Future Lucy returned to the past without Future Rog and closed the Eclipse Gate to spend 7 years in peace. The second future is because Future Lucy changed the future, causing the world to change and thus creating Future Rog's future. Because there was no invasion of 10,000 dragons, 7 years later in X798, the Black Dragon Acknowledge dominated the world for unknown reasons. No one could resist the notice of the Black Dragon Acknowledge, so Future Rog chose to go back to the past. The third is the normal main plot in the original book. Future Rog returned to the future that Future Lucy returned to. After a series of things, the 7 dragons plot occurred. P.S. I watched Fairy Tail again and found that the previous order was wrong. The first one was the future of Future Lucy. It was because Future Lucy changed the future that there was the future of Future Rogue. Then Future Rogue also used the Eclipse Gate to return to the past, and finally the future in the main plot of the original work, Future Lucy and Future Rogue, existed. All of this would happen without Guyun. Therefore, after discovering Future Lucy, Guyun was a little concerned and curious about whether he existed in the future of Future Lucy. After all, Guyun traveled to the world 400 years ago. According to common sense, whether it was the future of Future Lucy or the future of Future Rogue, he would exist. If he existed, then the Future Lucy or Future Rogue returning to the past would not happen at all. Whether it was 7 dragons or 10,000 dragons, it didn't matter. If he wanted to make trouble, it was just a matter of one sword. 400 years ago, Guyun was able to cut off the continent with one sword and kill thousands of dragons. 400 years later, Guyun, who became more powerful, could not have imagined the so-called tens of thousands of dragons. If he wanted to make trouble, he could just kill them again. So the question is, in the future of Future Lucy, does he exist or what is he doing? Really? After hearing Guyun's words, Future Lucy suddenly became excited and said excitedly, what month and day is it in X791 now? Has the annual Grand Magic Martial Arts Conference of the Kingdom of Fiori been held? No, that's not right. If it is really the year X791, I don't remember such a big thing happening in the capital of the Kingdom of Fiori in X791. In my memory, there is no memory of you fighting with the Magic Council. Although she was very excited, Future Lucy quickly calmed down, because Future Lucy found that there were many situations that did not match her memory. The most obvious one was the battle between Guyun and the Magic Council, and the magic elf power that was launched in the sky of the Kingdom of Fiori. If so many explosive events really happened in the future where Future Lucy was, then Future Lucy felt that it was impossible for her not to know about these things, so Future Lucy quickly calmed down. The situation did not seem to be as simple as she imagined. It seemed that she had returned to the past, but this past was not the past that Future Lucy was familiar with. And Future Lucy looked at Guyun with a puzzled look and asked, "Why? You seem to have known my origins from the beginning, and know that I came from the future. Because the time on you is out of tune with the time around you, it's too obvious." After hearing Future Lucy's doubts, Guyun smiled and said, "And this is not the most important thing. You haven't answered my question yet. Tell me, is there anything about Dragon Slayers in your future?" Dragon Slayer. Future Lucy touched her head in confusion and began to recall, "I don't think I've heard of this name before." No, although I haven't heard of this name before, I seem to have heard them mention this name during the invasion of 10,000 dragons. What a hateful Dragon Slayer, how dare he do this and that. After that, the dragons began to attack the Kingdom of Fiori. In such a hurry, the Kingdom of Fiori had no power to resist. In fact, even if the Kingdom of Fiori was fully prepared, it would not be able to resist. Not to mention the Kingdom of Fiori, even the Magic Council did not have much resistance. They launched the magic spirit power several times, but it was not without effect. It did kill some dragons, but it also completely angered the dragons. Everyone in the guild also died in the first wave of Wanlong's attack. Despair, absolute despair. During this period, Wanlong did force out many powerful beings, but they were all useless. So, we must find a way to avoid. At this point, Future Lucy suddenly raised her head and looked at Guyun. At this time, Future Lucy remembered that this man seemed to have shattered the magic spirit power of the Magic Council with his sword. You know, even dragons are helpless in the face of magic spirit power. Perhaps, to change the desperate future, we must start with this person. If we add this person, and gather all the forces and make full preparations in advance, maybe we really have a chance to fight with Wanlong? Change the desperate future? However, since there was such a powerful guy in the past, why have I never heard of this guy in the future? Just when Future Lucy was confused, Guyun probably understood what his situation would be in the future of Future Lucy. Chapter 37. P.S. I was going to take a nap, but I overslept. Ha ha ha, I'm going to update like crazy. After all, the butterfly effect, even a little error in the past will cause unprecedented changes. In the future where Lucy is, or even the future where Roger is, it is very likely that Guyun did not wake up from the frozen state. For example, Janana in Fairy Tale did not find the ice coffin that froze Guyun, so he would not be disturbed by the mace wizard of the Dusk Demon. Although Guyun had already studied the progress of the immortal magic to 99.9%, the last 0.01% of the progress was really up to fate. In short, in the future where Lucy or Roger is, Guyun may not have finished studying the immortal magic, nor was he disturbed by the discovery of the Fairy Tale Guild members. Therefore, those two future selves may have completely overslept and missed all the plots. Thinking of this, Guyun smiled and shook his head. But compared to Guyun's ease and comfort, future Lucy's mood is heavier and more depressed. When she thinks about experiencing the despair she once experienced again, future Lucy's heart trembles. No matter what, future Lucy feels that at least everyone in the Fairy Tale Guild must survive. As long as they can survive, there will be hope. On July 7, X791, 10,000 dragons will come to the kingdom of Fiori. Future Lucy recalled those bad meetings during the Great Magician's military operation, and secretly made up her mind to be well prepared before that. The first person she needs to persuade is this guy who is so powerful that he can shatter the magic elves with one sword. Since this guy knows that he is from the future, he should believe what she said. At this moment, in the Magic Council, after seeing Guyun easily and comfortably shatter the magic spirit power with a sword, Lahar found in despair that he really had no way to deal with Guyun. In addition to the panic and constant pressure from the surrounding counselors, he could only choose to tell all the counselors the cause and effect, and wake up the sleeping Speaker Gulen. Speaker Gulen, who had already woken up, was having a meeting with other counselors. After Dolan Bart came back, he told them that Guyun wanted the relevant information about the magic spirit power. At this point, although Speaker Gulen was very angry, he still chose to hold an emergency meeting to discuss whether to hand over the core technology of the Magic Council, the magic spirit power. Of course, although it was an emergency meeting, in fact, whether it was Speaker Gulen or other counselors, they knew very well in their hearts that handing over the core technology of the magic spirit power was inevitable. After all, the Magic Council had no way to deal with Guyun, and Guyun had most of the Magic Council's troops as hostages. Now it's just a discussion on what form it would be more decent to hand over the magic spirit power. Well, what do you think about the Dragon Slayer using tens of thousands of wizards as a threat to obtain the magic spirit power? Speaker Gulen said helplessly while looking at the silent members sitting in their seats. To be honest, if possible, Speaker Gulen really didn't want to clean up this mess. Speaker Gulen even began to doubt whether it was a wrong choice to run for the Speaker of the Magic Council. If he handed over the core technology of the magic spirit power, he would definitely become a sinner. Even after hearing Speaker Gulen's question, the other members sitting in the meeting room remained silent. After all, everyone had already seen that handing over the magic spirit power was inevitable. At this time, of course, they had to try their best to remain silent and try their best to distance themselves from this incident. Looking at the situation in front of him, Speaker Gulen couldn't help but take a breath again, and just when Speaker Gulen was about to say something, the door of the meeting room was pushed open, and a frogman in a white uniform with a panicked face ran in. "What's wrong?" Speaker Gulen looked at the panicked frogman and asked curiously, "Why do you look so panicked?" "It's bad, Speaker and all the members of the House of Representatives." After hearing Speaker Gulen's question, the frogman said in a panic outside. Boom! A golden flash appeared, accompanied by a huge roar. The frogman who broke into the meeting room and was about to report the situation to Speaker Gulen and several other members was blown away and fell not far away, unable to move. Ha 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 ha, what a delightful explosion! After a puff of smoke, a person wearing a green vest, with yellow hair, wolf ears, and a cat tail appeared in front of Speaker Gulen and the other members of the parliament. This was the Jackal, one of the members of the 9 ghosts of Hades Gate, the demon from the Book of Jalal, who possessed the explosion spell. The Jackal looked at Speaker Gulen and the other members of the parliament who were looking at him in horror and said with an unhappy look on his face, "It makes me very unhappy to think that you trash have been suppressing us, Hades Gate. So, this time you all just go to hell." Boom 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 boom. Long before it appeared, the Jackal had already filled the building of the Magic Council with its own explosive seals. With the activation of the explosive seals, the entire building of the Magic Council turned into ruins in an instant. The Hades Gate found that the Magic Council was extremely weak, and with the former Speaker Crawford's early surrender, it chose to take action at this time and eliminate all the high-level officials of the Magic Council in one fell swoop. With Guyun waking up from the ice coffin, everything has become different. Chapter 38. Originally, Hades Gate was going to stay dormant for a while, but Lahar had sent most of the Magic Council's troops out, leaving the Magic Council with a lack of power. Plus, there was a nice insider like former Speaker Crawford. If they didn't do something, it would be a shame for the former Speaker Crawford to join. Plus, the Magic Council was unprecedentedly empty. Hades Gate was not going to let go of such a good opportunity. So, there was the scene just now. With the information provided by former Speaker Crawford, the Jackal, one of the 9 ghost gates, easily sneaked into the Magic Council and directly wiped out all the high-level members of the Magic Council. At present, although Guyun's series of influences led to Hades Gate's early attack, the process was not much different from the plot in the original book. The Jackal pretended to be cool in front of Dolan Bart, so he let Dolan Bart use teleportation magic to run away. Because Doran Bart is actually a member of the Fairy Tale Guild, even if he took the initiative to erase all his memories about Fairy Tale, he still subconsciously ran to the Fairy Tale Guild at this time, and reported the current situation to the Fairy Tale Guild's 6th generation president, Funny, Makarov Dolia with a panicked face. In an instant, the Fairy Tale people who were originally thinking about participating in the annual Great Demon Director Wu to be held in the Kingdom of Fiori to get the first prize to pay off their debts suddenly became nervous. But just like in the original work, the Fairy Tale people did not know the purpose of the Gate of the Underworld, and for a while they did not know how to stop the Gate of the Underworld. After all, no one knew what the Gate of the Underworld would do next. Of course, it was not only the Fairy Tale people who were in a state of annoyance, but also another guy hiding in the dark, Roger Chaney from the future. You must know that since Roger from the future came to the present time, he has been carefully maintaining the original direction of history, for fear that something completely different from the original history would happen, which would cause the past he knew to be no longer familiar. However, the series of events that happened next were completely force majeure. First, in Magnolia, Guyun woke up from the ice coffin and had a conflict with the Magic Council's law enforcer Laharl. He killed 1,000 magicians of the Magic Council in seconds, which made future Rog feel that something was wrong. You know, the death of thousands of magicians in the Magic Council is not a trivial matter, but future Rog remembers very clearly that these things did not happen back then, and where did the so-called Dragon Slayer come from? Damn, it's completely different. It's completely different from the past, I know. Future Roger looked at the environment around him that had changed drastically because of Doran Bart's use of the super-large teleportation array, and said with an angry expression, "We must speed up the progress. Since this past is completely different from the past I know, then I don't need to continue to hide it like this. Some things I do in person will be more effective. It's just that, but future Roger is still a little afraid of this so-called Dragon Slayer. You know, future Roger also saw the magic elf power in the sky just now. If I guessed correctly, it should be the means used by the Magic Council to deal with this so-called Dragon Slayer, but it was smashed by something. The strength of this Dragon Slayer is indeed quite terrifying. But while being afraid of Guyun, future Roger also had the same doubts as future Lucy. Gu Yun's strength is so strong, why has he never heard of Gu Yun's name in the future where he is? The most important thing is that everything has become different. Future Roger doesn't know if the Fairy Tale Guild can still survive once the Grand Magic Director Martial Arts Conference is held again. It is impossible to get the first place like the past he knew. However, future Roger thought about it carefully again. The reason why Fairy Tale was able to get the first place was not luck but strength. In fact, Fairy Tale's luck was quite bad at the beginning. So even if the past he came to was completely different from the past he knew, future Roger still felt that Fairy Tale had a great chance of getting the first place in the Great Demon Director Martial Arts Conference again. At that time, the Emerald Princess of the Fiori Kingdom will completely believe everything he said and open the Eclipse Gate according to the method he said, as well as the era when the Dragon Clan dominated the world 400 years ago. Thinking of this, future Roger's eyes flashed with unprecedented brilliance. All of this is to become the world's overlord. At this time, Gu Yun, who was chatting with future Lucy in the ruins of the capital of the Kingdom of Fiori, did not know what happened in the Magic Council. He did not know that the Magic Council was wiped out by the Jackal, one of the 9 ghost gates of the Gate of Hades, just like the plot in the original book while he was chatting with future Lucy. However, Doran Bart obviously did not dare to ignore Gu Yun, who had just brought him unprecedented shock. So after reporting the information about the Magic Council to the members of the Fairy Tale Guild, Doran Bart did not care about resting and quickly used the teleportation magic to return to Gu Yun. Originally, Doran Bart wanted to explain the current situation of the Magic Council to Gu Yun, but after being teleported, he was immediately attracted by future Lucy. If Doran Bart remembered correctly, he seemed to have seen Lucy in the Fairy Tale Guild. How come there is also a Lucy on Gu Yun's side now? Lucy. Dolan Bart looked at the future Lucy sitting in front of Gu Yun and asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Why are you here? Weren't you with Natsu and the others just now? Why are you here all of a sudden?" Chapter 39. She is Lucy from the future. After seeing Dolan Bart's puzzled expression, Gu Yun chuckled and said, "I think your Magic Council should know the relevant information about the Eclipse Gate. And she is Lucy who came to the present through the Eclipse Gate in the future. There is nothing to hide about this matter. Sooner or later, Lucy's future situation will be known to Dolan Bart." Eclipse Gate. After hearing Gu Yun's explanation, Dolan Bart fell into deep thought. The Magic Council also knew that the Kingdom of Fiori owned the Eclipse Gate. After all, the Eclipse Gate could not be ignored. The biggest use of the Eclipse Gate is to travel through time. It requires the key of the zodiac to open it. Traveling through time to change the past is a very dangerous thing. Therefore, since the Kingdom of Fiori held the first Grand Magic Martial Arts Conference, the Magic Council has been monitoring the Kingdom of Fiori. However, monitoring is monitoring. In fact, the Magic Council does not know whether the Eclipse Gate can travel through time. Therefore, the Magic Council has always adopted a monitoring attitude towards the movements of the Kingdom of Fiori. After all, the Kingdom of Fiori is a country, and the Magic Council is only an organization that supervises magicians. If there is no dangerous behavior, it is not convenient for the Magic Council to care too much about these things. Well, the matter about the Eclipse Gate is not important. Looking at Doran Bart, who was deep in thought, Gu Yun interrupted and said, "You came back so soon. It seems that the Magic Council has agreed to my request? Are you willing to hand over the relevant information about magical spirit power?" What Gu Yun cares about now is the issue of magical spirit power. Although Gu Yun's current strength should be regarded as unparalleled and invincible in the world of fairy tale, no one would mind becoming stronger, right? Moreover, there are still some existences in the fairy tale world that are more vigilant, such as the god Anselram who cursed Ziref, which makes Gu Yun more concerned and vigilant. After all, from the original work, except for the curse of death hunting on Ziref and Mavis, he has never taken action at all. There is no upper limit to his strength, and he is a true god. Guyun is not sure whether he can do the so-called God's lair now. I'm very sorry. At this time, Dolan Bart also came back to his senses and thought about the most important thing at the moment. Compared with the fact that all the high-level members of the Magic Council were wiped out by the Hades Gate, it was completely unimportant whether Lucy in front of him came from the future. Thinking of his best friend Lahar who had died in the first wave of the Jackal's attack, Dolan Bart couldn't help but show a sad expression on his face. Just when our Magic Council Chairman Gulen and other members were discussing whether to hand over the data of magic spirit power to you, someone from the Gate of Hades suddenly broke in. Honestly, I'm still very confused about how he got in. It's very likely that there was a traitor in the Magic Council. You know, the headquarters of the Magic Council is not that easy to break into. But that guy basically encountered no obstacles along the way. He went straight to the meeting room and attacked the speaker and the council members. Therefore, the magic spirit power you want, Lord Dragon Slayer, may not be delivered to you in a short time. Now all the high-ranking officials of the Magic Council have died, and only the high-ranking officials of the Magic Council know the relevant information about the magic spirit power. Dolan Bart honestly explained the current situation of the Magic Council to Guyun. After all, Guyun's strength has been fully demonstrated before, not to mention that Guyun still has tens of thousands of magician troops of the Magic Council. Now that all the high-ranking officials of the Magic Council have died, the tens of thousands of magician troops in Guyun's hands are urgently needed to calm the situation. Guyun must not be allowed to choose to kill because he cannot get the magic spirit power. Then the Magic Council will really be finished. As the law enforcer of the Magic Council, Dolan Bart is still very loyal, and now that all the high-ranking officials of the Magic Council have died, the only one who can take charge is Dolan Bart, the law enforcer of the Magic Council. Hey? Hades Gate. Guyun was a little surprised after hearing what Dolan Bart said. If he remembered correctly, the plot of Hades Gate should have happened after the Great Demon Director Wu. How come now when there was no sign of the Great Demon Director Wu, he directly turned against him, and just like the situation in the original book, he killed the entire high level of the Magic Council with one blow? And future Lucy was more shocked. If she heard correctly, Dolan Bart actually called the white-haired young man in front of her the Dragon Slayer, the Dragon Slayer that was being sought by 10,000 dragons? Until now, future Lucy can still remember the scene when the 10,000 dragons appeared, and the extremely strong dragon leading the way kept roaring, "Where is the Dragon Slayer?" and wanted to tear the Dragon Slayer alive. I roughly know what you mean. Looking at Dolan Bart, who lowered his head and dared not look at him, he stretched and stood up and said with a smile, "That is to say, if I want to get the relevant research data on magic elves, I must start from the top of the Magic Council, right? Although I am a little surprised that Hades Gate is causing trouble now, I don't mind destroying them completely if they get in my way, but I think there should be many former high-ranking officials of your Magic Council who are still alive. As former chairpersons or members of the Magic Council, I think they still have some understanding of the magic spirit power of your Magic Council. Please go and tell me the residence of the previous chairperson and member of your Magic Council." Chapter 40. Since the top leaders of the Magic Council have been wiped out, there is no point in staying here now. Guyun is going to look for Crawford Shim, the former speaker of the Magic Council, who was in cahoots with Hades Gate in the original story and then was abandoned by Hades Gate. As the former speaker of the Magic Council, Crawford Shim knows a lot of secrets about the Magic Council, otherwise the Magic Council in the Hades Gate chapter of the original book would not be so miserable. It can be said that the reason why Hades Gate in the original book lost was entirely because of its own actions. The former speaker Crawford Shim created a great advantage for Hades Gate in the early stage of Hades Gate. The next thing will naturally become simple. Even the fairy tale in the original book can find the residence of the former speaker Crawford Shim by searching on its own. As the law enforcer of the Magic Council, Dolan Bart is naturally unlikely to be unaware of it. Soon Dolan Bart told Guyun the residence of the former speaker Crawford Shim. At the home of Crawford Shim, former chairman of the Magic Council. It's really rare. I didn't expect that I would have a guest to visit me. A chubby old man with a very long white beard poured a cup of tea for the white-haired young man in front of him, and then sat down slowly. This chubby old man with a white beard was Crawford, the former chairman of the Magic Council. As for the white-haired young man, there is no need to explain, he is naturally our protagonist Gu-yun. Although it is not appropriate to ask such a question at this time, there are very few people who know where I live, so I would like to ask, how do you know where I live? Crawford looked at Gu-yun and asked seriously, with a businesslike expression. People who don't know him might think that Crawford is a very nice old man. Of course, someone from your Magic Council told me. Gu-yun looked at Crawford, who was serious, and said with a bit of amusement, I don't think you don't know my identity, so there's no need to say more nonsense. As long as it doesn't affect me, I don't have time to care about the mess between you and the Gate of Hades. Give me the information about the magic spiritual power, the core technology of your Magic Council. Now that you know about Lord Crawford and our Hades Gate, you can't just leave like this. Just as Gu-yun's voice fell, a slightly gloomy voice came out, and a woman with a charming figure but extremely cold eyes slowly walked out of the room behind Crawford. This is the enhanced demon Seeing Lishan Quanghua, the leader of the 9 ghost gates of Hades Gate, who possesses relatively strong strength. Quanghua looked at Gu-yun and said coldly, you are the dragon slayer from 400 years ago, as they say outside. You dare to be so arrogant just because you killed some human troops. When Gu-yun became famous, there were no demons. At that time, Ziref did not feel guilty about the curse of the death hunt. Instead, he felt inexplicably happy because he had gained unlimited time. It was not until a long time after the battle between Gu-yun and the Dragon Clan that Ziref had the idea of suicide and began to try to create a demon that could kill himself. Therefore, no matter how much Gu-yun is praised outside, in fact, the Gate of Hades is the same as the previous Magic Council. Before you really see despair, you will not think whether Gu-yun is really particularly powerful. After all, no one saw Gu-yun's battle against the army of tens of thousands of magicians of the Magic Council and shattered the magic spirit power with one sword. Except for future Lucy, Doran Bart, and the army that lost to the Magic Council, other people's understanding of Gu-yun still remains at the level of Gu-yun killing thousands of magicians of the Magic Council in Magnolia. This includes Crawford Shim, the former speaker of the Magic Council. After all, whether it was Gu-yun suppressing the army of tens of thousands of magicians or shattering the magic spirit power with one sword, it was just what happened. When I'm talking, ants should not come out to seek a sense of existence. Gu-yun glanced at Quanghua, who was standing behind Crawford, and his face was full of impatience. He pressed his hand down in the air and said lightly as an ant, you should kneel down obediently when I'm talking. Don't even move, understand? After hearing what Gu-yun said, Quanghua sneered and was about to say something, and then an unprecedented pressure suddenly pressed on him, leaving him no time to react. Boom! As the wooden ground shattered, Seeing Lishan Quanghua, the enhanced demon of the head of the 9 ghost gates of the Hades Gate, knelt in the sawdust, or was suppressed by Gu-yun, kneeling on the ground and unable to move. Of course, Gu-yun did not burst out with momentum or anything. It was quite tiring to burst out with momentum and boiling magic every day to cause the world to shake and tremble. It was more convenient to use gravity magic directly. For example, now, Gu-yun decisively gave the head of the 9 ghost gates of the Hades Gate a 30-fold gravity package, making this enhanced demon with SM attributes lying on the ground and unable to stand up. Not bad, it looks much more comfortable now. Looking at Quanghua, who was lying on the ground and struggling to stand up, Gu-yun chuckled and said, remember this well, this is called the consciousness of an ant. Chapter 41. Asshole, bastard. It's just a mere human, don't be so arrogant. Quanghua, who was lying on the ground, began to struggle frantically, and a green light began to bloom on Quanghua's body. This was the strengthening spell that belonged to Seeing Lishan Quanghua, the leader of the 9 ghost gates of the Hades Gate, which could increase his strength sharply. 400 years ago, Jalal gave Kuang-Hua the strengthening spell in the hope that Kuang-Hua could infinitely increase his strength and finally achieve the goal of killing himself. It was a pity that Kuang-Hua's strengthening spell did not infinitely increase his strength, otherwise Kuang-Hua would not be just one of the 9 ghost gates of the Hades Gate. However, even so, Kuang-Hua's strengthening spell was still very powerful. Gu Yun could feel that Kuang-Hua was under the strengthening spell. The whole house began to shake violently under Kuang-Hua's struggle. But what shocked Kuang-Hua was that no matter how much he strengthened his strength, no matter how hard he struggled, he could not stand up from the ground. Every time he strengthened his strength, the pressure and gravity on his body increased. Now his strength is 3 or 4 times that of the beginning, and the gravity on his body has also increased 3 or 4 times. Moreover, the increase in strength does not mean that the body's ability to withstand can also be increased. Even if the demon has a very strong physical fitness, it can't bear it anymore, and the bones in the body begin to make a very subtle cracking sound. How is it possible? Former speaker Crawford had no time to feel sorry for his house. He swallowed his saliva subconsciously when he saw the scene in front of him, and muttered to himself, "This is the enhanced demon of the head of the 9 ghost gates of the Gate of Hades. How could it be suppressed so easily? Although he is a dragon slayer, he has a very strong combat power that can kill thousands of wizards in seconds, but the 9 demons in Hades Gate are also not bad. Basically, they are all demons in the Book of Zeref, and they also have powerful powers. How could the gap between them be so huge?" Crawford really couldn't believe it. You know, as a demon in the Book of Zeref, it can also fight against thousands or even tens of thousands of wizard armies. Just think about the demon Deliura who destroyed several cities more than 10 years ago. You know, although Deliura is powerful, he is definitely not ranked among the 9 ghost gates of the Hades Gate. That's why Crawford was so confident after knowing Gu Yun's identity. After all, the enhanced demon seeing Lishan Kuang-Hua, the leader of the 9 ghost gates of the Hades Gate, is in his own home. However, now Crawford's confidence has disappeared without a trace as Kuang-Hua was crushed in all directions. It seems that this is almost your limit. Gu Yun looked at Kuang-Hua, whose strength was still increasing, but whose body was gradually collapsing and could not bear it, and chuckled. The strengthening spell is indeed a pretty good thing, but it's a pity that it is not perfect. When you go back to revive, learn from this lesson and think about what you should do as an ant. After saying this, Gu Yun pressed his palm down again. Boom! The pressure far beyond the limit of Kuang-Hua's endurance suddenly pressed on Kuang-Hua's body. The bones in his body were shattered at this moment, and his body completely collapsed under the dual pressure of the strengthening spell and external gravity. Then, everything became quiet. It's a pity that I don't have any research on the soul, otherwise she wouldn't even have a chance to be resurrected. Gu Yun took a sip of the tea that the former speaker Crawford had poured, and then said to Crawford with a smile. "Well, Ken Crawford, the former speaker and the biggest traitor in the Magic Council, now give me the research data on the Magic Council's core technology, Magic Elf Power." I think that Crawford Shim, the former speaker who betrayed the Magic Council, will definitely not keep any secrets for the Magic Council anymore, right? Prisonman, Allegria. This is the base camp of the Gate of Hades, which the Magic Council had never been able to find no matter how hard they tried. Now, in the laboratory where the core of hell is stored inside Prisonman. This is too much, this is too much. A woman with short black hair and a pair of rabbit-like long hair began to shout loudly. This Lamy, who plays the role of a regeneration and transformation demon in the Gate of Hades, is an extremely nervous guy. He is also a demon in the Book of Zeref, and has the spell Slippery. To be honest, I am curious about how Zeref wanted Lamy to kill himself when he created him. Lord Sira, this is terrible. Lord Kuang-Hua has appeared in the core of hell. It's incredible. I don't know who killed Master Kuang-Hua. Rami looked at Kuang-Hua who appeared in the core of hell with a look of surprise on his face. Lord Kuang-Hua. A woman with a graceful figure, a pair of horns and long black hair, who was not far away, threw away her favorite book after hearing Lamy's voice, and hurried to the Hell Core. Seeing Quanghua appearing in the Hell Core, she shouted in surprise. This is the order of the demon Liang Yueshan Sira, who is in charge of the Hell Core used to resurrect demons and is one of the members of the 9 ghost gates of the Gate of Hades. Well, he is also the mistress of Xing Lishan Quanghua. Lord Quanghua, didn't you go to the former chairman of the Magic Council? Sira looked at the one waiting to be resurrected in the core of Hell. Hua said with a surprised look. How did it become like this? Who killed Lord Quanghua? Speaking of this, Sira's face became extremely gloomy. Chapter 42. All right, Sira. After hearing Sira's voice, Kuanghua became unusually gentle and said, resurrect me first, and then I will report what happened this time to Lord Pluto. As for who killed me, Sira, you are not even as good as me, and you still want to avenge me. Anyway, I'm not really dead, I just resurrected after a short time. Although he is a demon, he has his own emotions, which is rare. Even the so-called cruel and cold Pluto Mardogil, who abandoned all emotions, was very excited when he saw Ziref, and even shed tears when he was destroyed by Ziref. But, Lord Quanghua. No need to say more, Sira. Seeing that Sira wanted to say something, Kuanghua shouted coldly and said seriously, although I really don't want to admit it, I have to say that the guy's strength is indeed very strong. I think only Lord Pluto can defeat that guy. Why is Rami still standing here? Different from the unwillingness he showed at the house of former Speaker Crawford, after calming down a little, Quanghua could feel Guyun's terrifying strength. You know, from beginning to end, Guyun never really took action. Even if he didn't use all his strength to release all the cursed power in his body to transform into the demon form of the Book of Ziref, Quanghua knew very well that even if he really transformed into the demon form of the Book of Ziref, it would be useless. The most he could do was to make Guyun, who didn't use his hands to crush him, become a little more active and then crush him. The calmed-down enhanced demon seeing Lishan Quanghua still had a considerable degree of self-knowledge. Is it really that powerful? After seeing Kuanghua's serious expression, Sira opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she didn't say it. At the same time, in the depths of the prison beast, the man who had been holding a book with an ancient atmosphere and leaning on the skeleton throne, raised his mouth slightly, chuckled and muttered to himself. Can you easily defeat Kuanghua? Interesting, interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. It is really interesting to be able to make me, Mardogil, who has abandoned all emotions, feel emotions again. Dragon Slayer. Mardogil was curious whether the Dragon Slayer could really slay a dragon. At the same time, Guyun also learned from former Speaker Crawford about the whereabouts of the research materials related to the magical elf power, the core technology of the Magic Council. In order to prevent being fooled by Crawford, Guyun personally took Crawford to find it. The guys in the fairy tale world are all experts in courting death, especially those villains who are more suicidal than each other, and they force a sure win to a complete collapse. Guyun really can't guarantee that former Speaker Crawford, a typical expert in courting death, will not risk his life to fool him. After all, the former Speaker Crawford is already risking his life to be a traitor and cooperate with Hades Gate. I've already told you that I didn't lie to you, but you still insisted on bringing me here. Former Speaker Crawford looked at Guyun, who had already obtained the research materials on magic spirit power, and said with a little complaint, now everyone knows that I brought you here to find the research materials on magic spirit power. So I should be fine now. In exchange, please don't tell anyone about my cooperation with Hades Gate. It's because I brought it here that no one dares to gossip about it. Guyun looked at the research materials on magic elves in his hand and thought about it, then said to the former Speaker Crawford with an impatient look, okay, now go back to where you came from. Just don't disturb me, I don't have time to care about your shit. Then Guyun disappeared directly from the sight of former Speaker Crawford. If possible, Gu-yun didn't want to say too much to the idiot. In fact, Gu-yun had one more thing he didn't say to Crawford, that is, the plan of the Gate of Hades would definitely disturb him. After all, once the White Heritage magic pulse bomb phase explodes, it can destroy the magic power of the entire continent. There is nothing special about Gu-yun. Although the magic power in Gu-yun's body is forcibly snatched from the outside world, it will not be affected by phase, but being unaffected does not mean that it is really unaffected. Once the White Heritage phase explodes, the magic power in Gu-yun's body will not disappear in the future, but it will not be replenished in any way, unless it is used with vitality, or it will be used a little less. If it weren't for not knowing the specific location of the Gate of Hades, Gu-yun would have slashed it with a sword in the air. Gu-yun is very confident in combat, but he is not good at some auxiliary aspects. 400 years ago, because of the repeated pressure from the Dragon Clan, Gu-yun has been desperately improving his strength. Gu-yun had no idea about some magic that was of no help in the battle. In short, with the series of actions of Hades' Gate, the impact of Gu-yun's previous series of events soon passed, and everyone focused their attention on the fact that all the high-level members of the Magic Council were attacked by the Dark Guild Hades' Gate, and the speaker and all the members were killed. The annihilation of the high-level members of the Magic Council was not a small matter. At the same time, the former speaker Crawford also moved directly to the prison beast of Hades' Gate's base camp after the Gu-yun incident, and this was also the requirement of Hades' Gate. After all, before the launch of the White Heritage Magic Pulse Bomb Faith, the former speaker Crawford played a considerable role. Before the former speaker Crawford's value was completely exhausted, everyone in Hades' Gate would entertain him politely. Of course, once there is no use value, then there is no need to say what the result will be. The main members of Hades' Gate are basically demons. What good can you get from cooperating with demons? Chapter 43. The following things naturally became simpler. Although Gu-yun knew that the plan of Hades' Gate would definitely hinder him, considering that he was not very good at tracking, Gu-yun did not take Hades' Gate to heart for the time being. If the fez was really activated, then all the fez could be smashed with a sword. And it is possible that the matter of Hades' Gate does not need to be intervened by himself from beginning to end. After all, the disappearance of magic power will not only have a considerable impact on Gu-yun, but also on other existences. It is even more fatal. For example, in the original work, the Black Dragon Acknowledger, which did not appear in the Seven Dragons incident in the Great Demon Director Wu chapter, actually appeared after the full launch of the White Heritage Magic Pulse Bomb Fez. Gu-yun knew very well what this meant. Obviously, the reduction and weakening of the world's magic power also had a huge impact on Acknowledger. Judging from the situation that the Fire Dragon King Igneel fully suppressed the Black Dragon Acknowledger during the launch of the White Heritage Magic Pulse Bomb Fez, Gu-yun was even more certain of this. Because of the special nature of Fire Dragon King Igneel, White Heritage Faith did not have any impact on Fire Dragon King Igneel during its activation. In other words, it was almost the same as Gu-yun's situation. The power in his body absolutely belonged to him and would not be affected by the disappearance of external magic power. At most, he would use a little less and not get any replenishment. After not paying attention to the matter of the Gate of Hades, Gu-yun began to study how to further purify the magic power in his body based on the relevant information of the magic guide spirit power. To be honest, after hundreds of years of continuous purification and refining, the purity of the magic power in Gu-yun's body can be said to be the purest magic power among the life in the world of fairy tale. Otherwise, Gu-yun would not have been able to crush the Dragon Clan back then. You have to know that the reason why the Dragon Clan is so invincible is because the quality and quantity of magic power far exceeds that of humans. In fact, it can be seen from the comparison of body size that all wizards in the world of fairy tale are born. Except for some secret methods with a price or very rare opportunities, the wizards in the world of fairy tale can only become stronger naturally over time, and it is almost the limit after adulthood. The reason why Gu-yun was able to crush the Dragon Clan was that he relied on his own brain to actively absorb and purify magic power, so that the quality and quantity of his magic power gradually exceeded the world's dominant dragon clan at that time, and then successfully possessed dragons and even surpassed dragons and finally completely crushed the dragon's combat power. Then even in this case, Gu Yun had to admit that there was still a considerable difference in quality between his magic power and the magic elf power called the power of God. If you have to describe how big the difference is, then use the magic power form of the cultivation level as an analogy. Generally, wizards are in the gaseous state of practicing qi, while Gu Yun is in the liquid state of building the foundation, and the magic elf power is naturally the solid state of the golden elixir. At present, Gu Yun is stuck at the level of changing from liquid to solid. It can't be said to be stuck. The main reason is that if he wants to change from liquid to solid, Gu Yun needs to spend a lot of time to continue to absorb and purify. So Gu Yun is going to make a try. Since he can increase the amount of magic in his body by absorbing the magic factors in the atmosphere and then compress it to achieve the purpose of improving the quality, then can his magic, which is now in liquid form, absorb higher level magic, such as directly absorbing the magic elf power called the power of God to speed up the process of changing from liquid to solid. Originally, Gu Yun didn't have such an idea, but after seeing the scene where Doranbart directly used the magic elf power to enhance the magic effect he used, such an idea emerged in Gu Yun's mind. Although Doranbart suffered a lot or even serious trauma because of the forced use of magic elf power, Gu Yun can also understand that if the body is strong enough, can it ignore the damage caused by the magic elf power? In the world of fairy tale, who has a stronger body than Gu Yun? Gu Yun felt that he could give it a try. If he succeeded, the time for the magic power in Gu Yun's body to turn from liquid to solid would definitely be greatly shortened. Even if he failed, with Gu Yun's current physical fitness, the so-called side effects could be basically ignored. The immortality magic that Gu Yun spent 400 years researching was no joke. The extreme enhancement of cell lifespan and strength, as well as the number of divisions, made Gu Yun's lifespan units counted in tens of thousands at the very least. If he could live for tens of thousands of years purely on his body, then the strength of this body would be clear. It was definitely not just an old turtle or an old salted fish that simply lived a long life. In this way, during the period when Hades Gate and Fairy Tale were fully engaged in an offensive and defensive battle, Gu Yun created the first magic crystal containing magic elves' power according to the research data of the Magic Council. Imitating the way Doranbart used magic elves' power at that time, Gu Yun directly held the magic crystal containing magic elves' power in his hand and crushed it directly, and directly absorbed the magic elves' power that flowed out into his body. Gu Yun could clearly feel that as he absorbed the magic spirit power floating in the air into his body, the magic power that was originally very stable under his control began to heat up uncontrollably and then boiled completely. However, it was different from the magic power that evaporated in Doranbart in that instant. The liquid magic power in Gu Yun's body was of extremely high quality, and the magic spirit power that Gu Yun absorbed was not much, so the magic power in Gu Yun's body only boiled for a few seconds before cooling down again, because the magic spirit power absorbed into the body had been absorbed and neutralized by the magic power in Gu Yun's body during this period. And through the extremely subtle control of the body, Gu Yun could feel that the total amount of magic power in his body had slightly decreased and thickened. Feeling this, Gu Yun couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise in his eyes. It is feasible to accelerate the time for magic power to transform from liquid to solid by absorbing higher level magic spirit power. Chapter 44. Next, Gu Yun even put some effort into the research and improvement of ancient magic, and began to manufacture a large number of magic crystals containing magic spirit power to absorb, and quickly purify and improve the total amount and quality of magic power in the body. These are some old habits of Gu Yun. Because 400 years ago, when he was not completely strong, he was often chased by crazy dragons and had no way to go to heaven or earth, so Gu Yun still subconsciously wanted to become stronger. Even if Gu Yun's current strength is already invincible in the world of fairy tale, it is still the same. Turn your attention to Hades Gate and Fairy Tale again. Because Guyun had a relationship with him before and showed a strength far beyond the head of the 9 ghost gates of Hades Gate, seeing Lishan Quanghua, so even with the participation of former speaker Crawford, Hades Gate did not start to waste as shown in the original work after taking a huge advantage. Tens of thousands of Magician Corps on the side of the Magic Council also took action under the leadership of Doran Bart. Although they didn't know what the purpose of Hades Gate was and where the base camp of Hades Gate was, they only needed to do what Hades Gate wanted to do. Every former member of the Magic Council was protected by 1,000 Magician Corps. Even Fairy Tail sent out elite main members to assist. After all, Makarov knew very well that Doran Bart was a member of Fairy Tail, and now Doran Bart was the most powerful person in the Magic Council. There was no need to say more about what this meant. Under the protection of the main force of Fairy Tail and the Magician Corps of the Magic Council, it really became extremely difficult for Hades Gate to assassinate every former member of the Magic Council. Of course. Despite the difficulties, Hades Gate relied on the information revealed by the former speaker Crawford, who was constantly betrayed by the insider, and coupled with its own advantages, it was still able to continue to assassinate former members of the Magic Council under the double obstruction of the main force of Fairy Tail and the army of the Magic Council. After all, if you can't win, then self-destruct. This trick is really unsolvable. After all, the enemy can be resurrected. For example, the explosive demon Jackal, one of the 9 ghost gates of Hades Gate, the Jackal's self-destruction power can destroy the entire city. In this case, no matter how many wizard armies there are, they are useless. In short, under the self-destruction offensive of Hades Gate, Fairy Tail, and the Magic Council were slowly suppressed, and slowly, almost all the former members of the Magic Council were assassinated. The only ones left alive are Makarov's old friend Yajima and the extremely powerful Jalal. Damn it! In Magnolia, in the Fairy Tail headquarters, a muscular man with a very tough appearance and white hair punched the wall heavily. The guys from Hades Gate succeeded again. A man can't be so useless. The muscular man said as he punched the wall again. The muscular man who kept shouting manly was Elfman, one of the main elites of Fairy Tail. With the soul of the Beast King in his whole body, he possessed the top power of A level, and in the later period, he even reached S level. Elfman, don't blame yourself like this, there is nothing we can do about it. A girl with white hair and a gentle look beside him quickly stepped forward and grabbed Elfman. This was Elfman's sister Myra Jane. Myra Jane looked at her wounded companions and said helplessly, those guys from the Hades Gate will self-destruct when they find they can't beat them. There is no solution at all, and they can also revive continuously. We are still lucky, there are not tens of thousands of people. The Magic Council has suffered a lot of casualties because of the constant self-explosion of those guys from Hades Gate. This is not a solution at all. Because of the relentless pressure from Hades Gate, the former members of the Magic Council could no longer withstand the pressure of death and told Fairy Tail about the Magic Council's real absolute secret, the White Heritage Magic Pulse Bomb, Faith. At the bar in the Fairy Tail Guild Hall, a short old man with half-bald hair and a very cute little loli in a pink cloak were also discussing something. These two are the 6th, funny, president of Fairy Tail, Makarov Doria, and the first president, Mavis Viviamilio. Makarov, how many former members of the Magic Council are still alive? Looking at the wounded Fairy Tail members, Mavis asked Makarov beside her with a serious face. I think the former chairman of the Magic Council, Crawford Shim, may have defected to Hades Gate. Varied what? Makarov, who was also a little annoyed, was surprised after hearing what Mavis said, and said in disbelief, how could the former speaker defect to Hades Gate? You know, there are huge conflicts between Hades Gate and the Magic Council, especially the speaker. How could the former speaker? I thought about it, Makarov, this is not just a possibility, but a certain possibility. After hearing Makarov's unbelievable voice, Mavis's expression became more serious, and she said seriously, even the former members don't know the residences of other former members, and the current members and the speaker of the Magic Council are all dead. How can Hades Gate, as a dark guild, know the residences of every former member accurately? You know, even if we, Fairy Tale, have been lurking for many years and have collected intelligence, we can't know the residences of the former counselors so quickly, but the people of Hades Gate can know it directly, which is a big problem. First generation, you mean? Makarov's pupils shrank suddenly. There must be a high-ranking traitor in the Magic Council. Considering that most of the former counselors have died and the top leaders of the Magic Council have been wiped out, the high-ranking insider is the former speaker Crawford Shim. Chapter 45. P.S. It will be available at 12 o'clock tonight, please subscribe. Get ready for the final battle, Makarov. The final battle. Yes, the decisive battle. Now that Hades Gate is under our strong protection, it is unlikely that they will be able to assassinate the former senator, so there is no other way except to dispatch all our forces to kill them by force. Therefore, I think that Hades Gate may launch a major offensive soon. Through her understanding of the current situation, Mavis is certain that this time the war with Hades Gate has become completely intense, and soon Hades Gate will take major action. After all, the Magic Council is not just standing by and watching. The erratic Jalal will not be taken care of for the time being. As one of the 10 holy wizards, Jalal himself possesses considerable strength, so there is no need to worry. However, former Counselor Yajima has already been surrounded and protected. Even if Hades Gate self-destructs, it will be useless with tens of thousands of wizards. They can detect it from a distance and surround and kill it in advance. In fact, Hades Gate has already assassinated Yajima many times, and each time it was discovered far away from Yajima, and then powerful S-class wizards such as Fairy Tale took over. The guide went over to tangle with it, and the army of the Magic Council surrounded and killed it, reducing the damage of Hades Gate's self-destruction to the minimum. It can be said that if Hades Gate still relies on this method of assassination one by one, and self-destruction when the assassination fails, then there will be no results even if the assassination lasts for a year. After all, after so many self-destructions, the Magic Council has already made corresponding measures for Hades Gate's self-destruction. For example, the self-destruction magic barrier particles of the disaster demon storm will be collected and sealed by specific collection magic, and the self-destruction of the jackal will be directly teleported to a distant place by Doranbart using teleportation magic. The reason why Hades Gate was able to assassinate it repeatedly before was simply because there were too many former counselors who needed to be protected, which led to the dispersion of power and the continuous destruction of Hades Gate. The situation of Hades Gate succeeding. Now, most of the former members of the Magic Council have been assassinated, and only Yajima is left with the exact location, so they only need to concentrate all their forces to protect Yajima, and it will be difficult for Hades Gate to succeed. It is worth mentioning that perhaps because it felt unprecedented powerlessness in front of Guyun, or perhaps because Hades Gate did not capture Fairy Tale's Fairy Queen Urza Chocolado and Demon Myrajane as in the original work, Crawford, the former speaker of the Magic Council, did not tell the people of Hades Gate that he could transfer the key. It is even more impossible for him to transfer the key to himself, because the former speaker Crawford suddenly thought that he actually had no power in front of Hades Gate. How could he resist? Now he was fine and was treated politely because he was still worth cooperating with. But what if there was no value in cooperation? Former Speaker Crawford began to regret cooperating with Hades Gate, but former Speaker Crawford also understood that he had boarded Hades Gate's pirate ship and there was no turning back. So even though former Speaker Crawford began to regret cooperating with Hades Gate, he could only bite the bullet and continue cooperating. In other words, he expected Hades Gate to keep its word after achieving its goal. Anyway, because of former Speaker Crawford's various doubts and thoughts, Hades Gate, after a discussion, decided to go to Magnolia to kill Yajima. Snort. Just a human being. After hearing Kuanghua's report, Pluto Mardogil's eyes flashed with coldness. I can't wait any longer, President End. Looking at the ancient book with the word End printed on it, Hades Maldogil chuckled and muttered to himself, I guess you, who have been sealed for hundreds of years, can't wait any longer either, President End. Don't worry, it will be fine soon. Soon, President End, you will be able to break the seal and see the light of day again. All this is for the great Jalal. This time, the acting president of Hades Gate, Hades Mardogil, decided to take action himself. Magnolia, in a restaurant called 8 Island. Oh! As expected of a magical dish, it tastes really good. Guyun finished the thick soup in front of him and said contentedly, I've been busy lately and haven't really rewarded myself. It's really comfortable to have a big meal now. Well, it is also very pleasing to be able to receive the appreciation from the customers. A little old man with a horse face who looked about the same age as Makarov said happily after hearing what Guyun said, this is the magic skill passed down from my ancestors, and there are many repeat customers. I have wasted a lot of time because of my work in the Magic Council. I can't waste it anymore. Yes, this is Yajima, the last former counselor who survived besides Jalal. Well, having a good cooking skill makes Guyun feel quite good. In this era without the internet, satisfying the desire for food is one of the few pursuits of Guyun besides becoming stronger. At this time, it has been almost half a month since Guyun got the relevant research data on magic spirit power from the Magic Council through former Speaker Crawford. Because he has been paying attention to the Hades Gate incident, after feeling that things are about to reach a white-hot stage, Guyun came directly to Magnolia to wait. Of course, Guyun came out for more than just this reason. Another reason is that Guyun has no money. Chapter 46. P.S. I went for a full-body checkup this morning. It will be available at 12 o'clock tonight. Please subscribe. There is a saying on earth that a cannon is worth a lot of gold. This saying is very applicable to the world of fairy tale, especially to the magic spirit power, which is called the power of God. The reason why the Magic Council rarely uses the magic spirit power is that there is no suitable reason to cause a serious chain reaction, and then it is the cost of using the magic spirit power every time. This cost is absolutely huge. According to Guyun's spending during this period, the money unit required to send out the magic spirit power of the level that attacked him last time is definitely in billions, or even billions. In just less than a week, Guyun has almost spent the money he got from the Dusk Ghost, although the quality of the magic power in Guyun's body has also improved a lot in this week. If Guyun can continue to absorb the magic spirit power into his body, then in 2 years or even a year at most, the magic nature of Guyun's body will change from the original liquid to a solid state. At that time, Guyun's strength will once again advance by leaps and bounds, from the original invincible to even more invincible. However, the cost of a series of materials needed to make magic crystals containing magic elves is a huge amount that is a bit of a headache. Robbery or black eating black is a good way, but it is very troublesome. If it can be robbed in one go, Guyun certainly won't mind. However, robbery does make money quickly, but it is not the fastest. It is difficult for Guyun to get enough money to transform his magic power through robbery at one time. And compared with robbery, another way to actively let people send money to you is better. So this time, in addition to the matter of the gate of the underworld, there is also the matter of making money. Guyun has roughly some ideas about making money. After all, this is a world of magic. Although it is far inferior to the world of science and technology in some ways, it is far superior to the world of science and technology in some ways. In fact, magic can be called black technology that science cannot explain for the time being. Many of Guyun's brain holes on Earth can be completed with the help of magic, especially in the field of entertainment. Guyun is absolutely confident that he can make a lot of money. Thinking of this, Guyun's mouth curled up slightly, and he began to plan what kind of entertainment he should use to make money after the Hades Gate incident. By the way, he could also develop the entertainment industry, which would also be of great benefit to the magic network era that Guyun imagined in the future. Then, may I ask, is the famous Dragon Slayer really just here to have a meal? Yajima put away the spatula in his hand, looked at Guyun and asked happily. Or is there any other purpose? As old as I am a little curious. After all, the recent events at the Hades Gate really kept me awake all the time. Although most people in the world only know Guyun's name, Yajima, as a former member of the Magic Council, still knows what Guyun looks like, and ordinary people cannot come to Yajima who is currently surrounded. It is because of the irresistible existence of Guyun that this can be done. Otherwise, even the members of the Fairy Tale Guild will be symbolically checked. After all, Yajima is related to the comfort of the world. Once the White Heritage Magic Pulse Bomb Face is launched, all the wizards in the world will suffer from magic deficiency syndrome, which is fatal and has no solution. At that time, most of the wizards in the world will die due to magic deficiency. After all, everything is relative. Since vitality has been greatly enhanced due to magic, almost every magician is an indestructible cockroach. Once the magic disappears completely, every magician will become as fragile as thin paper. Even Guyun himself is the same, but the difference from others is that the magic in Guyun's body is plundered. The magic in Guyun's body is marked with Guyun's label and will not be affected by the disappearance of the world's magic. At most, as mentioned before, it can no longer be replenished unless Guyun uses vitality to replenish it. As for the purpose, there is nothing wrong with it. Of course, it is because of the Gate of Hades. After all, your Magic Council's White Heritage Magic Pulse Bomb Faith will cause me a lot of trouble. Otherwise, I really don't want to get involved in these trivial matters. I am easy to talk to. As long as I am not provoked, it doesn't matter to me who rules the world. After hearing what Yajima said, Guyun said with a little annoyance, then think about making money. My daily expenses are still very high, I have to make more money. Really? It seems that the Magic Council has indeed caused a lot of trouble for everyone. Yajima also sighed. Yajima can be regarded as a veteran of the Magic Council. He also knows about the history of the White Heritage Magic Pulse Bomb Faith. The Magic Council has existed for 400 years. The Magic Council was established almost not long after the Dragon Clan disappeared. The Magic Council has only possessed the magic elves for more than 100 years. How did the Magic Council survive for nearly 300 years? It was the self-destructing artifact of the White Heritage Magic Pulse Bomb Faith. It can be said that success and failure are both due to Xiaohe. Back then, the Magic Council relied on the White Heritage to survive the torrent of history, and now it has suffered a near-devastating blow because of the White Heritage. Before Yajima could continue to sigh, a huge explosion was heard from afar. What's wrong? Yajima adjusted his chef's hat and asked in a panic, the Gate of Hades. Guyun smiled and said, well, the Gate of Hades. Chapter 47. P.S. Well, it will be available at 12 o'clock tonight, please subscribe. In the sky not far from Magnolia, tens of thousands of magicians from the Magic Council kept trying to attack a huge square building with a strange big mouth in the sky. This is the headquarters of the Gate of Hades. The prison beast, which is controlled by the power of Hades Mardogil, can fly in the air and has the ability to decompose and collapse buildings. Because the prison beast is too obvious, the moment the prison beast appears in the air, the magician army surrounding Magnolia discovered the existence of the air prison beast and tried to attack the prison beast. It must be said that the magic circle that shared magic power used in the battle with Guyun still has a considerable effect. Under the leadership of Dolan Bart, the prison beast floating in the sky became shaky. But even so, the prison beast at the headquarters of the Gate of Hades still did not make much movement, and I don't know when, at the top of the prison beast, a young man in a black robe with long black hair appeared. This young man is the devil in the Book of Zeref, the actual ruler of the Gate of Hades, Mardogil, the lord of the underworld. How pleasing it is to see humans struggling in despair. Pluto Mardogil looked at the wizard army that was constantly attacking the prison beast and chuckled, it's really rare that humans like ants can make me, Mardogil, so happy. Although Pluto Mardogil spoke very softly, everyone in Doranbart, the wizard army, or Magnolia could hear the voice of Pluto Mardogil very clearly. Reciting. Dolanbart, who was commanding the battle on the ground, muttered to himself with a little confusion after hearing the words of Pluto Mardogil. Whose voice is this? Who are you? Hades, Mardogil. Mardogil of Hades was still concerned about the leader of Dolanbart, so he answered immediately after hearing Dolanbart's question. However, you don't need to remember this name. The Pluto Mardogil stood at the highest point of the prison beast and looked at the densely packed grindstone army on the ground like ants and said lightly, because you can't see the sun tomorrow. As a reward for my pleasure, Mardogil, everyone was overwhelmed with joy. Joy. As the voice of Hades Mardogil fell, the ground where Doranbart and the surrounding wizard army stood began to shake wildly, and a pink viscous substance kept emerging from the ground, pulling the wizards standing on the ground one by one and wrapping them up, and finally formed pink statues. In just a moment, tens of thousands of wizards of the Magic Council were completely transformed into a pile of pink statues. Only Doranbart escaped by teleporting magic. In just a moment, tens of thousands of wizards were killed. Looking at the figure standing at the highest point of the prison beast, Dolanbart muttered to himself in disbelief. Such an existence, how can such an existence appear so frequently? Dolanbart's sense of time has really begun to collapse. It was okay for Guyun, an invincible dragon slayer from 400 years ago, to appear now. Unexpectedly, there is now a Hades who can kill tens of thousands of wizards in seconds. When did this world become so terrible? Is this really the peaceful world supervised by the Magic Council? Did one escape? Pluto Mardogil looked at Doranbart, who used the teleportation magic to escape from danger in an instant, and said with interest, "It's quite an interesting magic, but the rest of the time is up to you. Don't let me, Mardogil, wait too long." After saying that, Pluto Mardogil didn't even bother to look at Magnolia, and went straight back to the prison beast's body and sat on his own skeleton throne. In the eyes of Pluto Mardogil, it was just a mere human being, not even worth letting him take action. Similarly, the former speaker Crawford, who had been hesitating, finally made up his mind at the moment when the Magic Council was completely defeated. Since he had decided to become an insider and cooperate with Hades Gate, he could only go all the way. If Hades Gate's plan failed and was defeated because of his hesitation, then his fate would not be much better, so it would be better to surrender directly. It has come to this situation, and he can only gamble whether the devil is trustworthy. Former Speaker Crawford chose to use his former speaker's authority, transfer the key to unlock the White Heritage Magic Pulse Bomb Faith from Gerard to his own body, and then just find a scapegoat. However, unfortunately, everything is almost the same as in the original book. When the last useful value disappears, it is the time when the former speaker Crawford dies. When he knew that the last key to unlock the White Heritage Magic Pulse Bomb Faith had been transferred to the body of the former speaker Crawford, the former speaker Crawford still ushered in his own end. The only difference is that this time, because the 9 ghost gates went out to fight, it was the Hades Mardogil who personally ended the life of the former speaker Crawford. As the former speaker Crawford ushered in his own tragic end, the White Heritage Magic Pulse Bomb Faith that had been sealed under the continent was also activated. Chapter 48. See allsangtakviet.tk. T download time, 0.029 s. Scan time, 0.026 s. PS. First update, please subscribe. It's best to subscribe automatically. December 10, 2017, a new character illustration has been added. You can take a look. At this moment, in every city in the world, one or more magic pulse bombs fez appeared, and everyone was attracted by the sudden change. And because of the strange and even hideous face of the White Legacy magic pulse bomb fez, no one thought that these things would be a good thing. End President, did you see it? After casually killing the former speaker Crawford, Hades Maldogil looked at the white giant face sculpture that emerged outside the prison beast and smiled and muttered to himself, "The magic power of this world will soon disappear without a trace, and your seal will also be completely unsealed with the disappearance of the magic power, and you will be able to regain your freedom soon. I think, President End, you are already impatient to fulfill the long-cherished wish of our Lord Zeref. Kill, Zeref Dragneel." However, in the next moment, an unprecedented palpitation suddenly emerged from the heart of Pluto Maldorgil, a feeling that Pluto Maldorgil had never felt before. At this moment, it seemed that everything had stopped. Pluto Maldorgil felt that the wind that had been blowing around him had stopped, the light that illuminated the entire world had stopped, and even the omnipresent time and space had stopped at this moment. The whole world seemed to have lost its color at this moment. The world became quieter than ever at this moment, so quiet that it was maddening, so quiet that Pluto Maldorgil felt a panic he had never felt before, and felt an emotion called panic. What happened? What on earth happened? Why did everything seem to become forbidden? What on earth is causing this palpitation in my heart? Just as the world fell into silence and Pluto Maldorgil was roaring wildly in his heart, a sword light that was extremely bright appeared within the sight of Pluto Maldorgil, so dazzling. In fact, Pluto Maldorgil was not the only one who felt this way. At that moment just now, everyone in Magnolia was horrified to find that at some point, the world around them suddenly lost the color it was supposed to have, and the world became quieter than ever before. Then a sword light that was extremely bright appeared within everyone's range of vision. In this world that had lost its color, this sword light was so dazzling. Boom! There was a white silence between heaven and earth. In the world of absolute silence, the roar was so clear. Then, after an unknown amount of time, everyone felt that the grey world that had lost its color had regained its original color at some point. The wind continued to blow as if nothing had happened, and the light shone normally as usual, illuminating the entire world. Time also passed normally as before. However, the 2,000 white heritage magic pulse bombs faith spread throughout the world were cut in half at some point, and fell on the ground after the world regained its original color. It landed on the ground, attracting the attention of everyone around. The extremely strong white heritage fists, which could be ignored even by the full power attack of the blue Pegasus magical critical boat Christina, was chopped into pieces like paper in front of the previous white sword light. And most importantly, the 2,000 white heritage magical pulse bomb fists spread all over the world were cut off together. Pluto Maldorgil looked at the scene in front of him with disbelief, as if he had not recovered from the state just now. At the same time, the black monk Keith, who had been using the body of the former speaker Crawford, also began to report to Pluto. "Lord Pluto, through the control of the former speaker's body, it seems that all the White Legacy magic pulse bombs, Faith, were destroyed in the white light just now. It seems that our plan to resurrect the End President seems to have failed." Pluto Maldorgil, who was originally in a daze, came back to his senses after hearing the report of the black monk Keith, and then his whole body began to tremble wildly. This is not fear or anything else, it is just pure anger. Unprecedented anger is burning wildly in the heart of Pluto Maldorgil. Who is it? Who is it? I, Maldorgil, have never felt so angry. Without the White Legacy magic pulse bomb fess, there is no way to unlock End President from the book. My long-cherished wish will become so far away. Anger needs to be vented thoroughly. Let this city be the first place where I, Maldorgil, discover my wrath. No one will be left alive. Unprecedented anger completely burned away the sanity of Pluto Maldorgil. Finally, these disturbing things appeared. All solved and finished, the next thing to do is to think about how to make money. At the same time, just as the Hades Maldorgil was roaring wildly, Guyun stretched his body while looking at the broken and collapsed White Heritage phase not far away. After the White Heritage magic pulse bomb phase finally emerged from the ground, Guyun, who had been waiting for a long time, certainly would not be polite, and directly cut off all the phase with his sword. That's why the scene just now happened. Because of the absorption of magic spirit power before, Guyun has become more terrifying than before, and a sword can achieve the effect of affecting time and space. Feel reminds you, 3 things to do when reading, collection. Chapter 49. See all sangtakviet.tk. T download time, 0.510 s. Scan time, 0.032 s. PS, please subscribe automatically, and don't worry, the author took a nap from 8 to 10, and is updating frantically. I went out for a full body check today, so I don't have much time to write. As for the fierce battle in Magnolia, Guyun was too lazy to care, even if the furious Hades Mardogil personally took part in it. Does a dance between ants still need to care about how strong and tough the ants are? Compared with those things, I didn't seem to be full just now. Although I don't have much money, I have helped so much. It shouldn't be a problem to treat me to a meal. Guyun said while touching his belly and returning to the restaurant of Yajima. He smiled and said, I said, the white inheritance problem that you have been worried about has been solved by me. As a thank you, it is reasonable for you, as the former speaker, to treat me to a meal. The kind that satisfies. I think the only one who could cause such a terrible scene just now is you, who can break the magic spirit power alive. After hearing Guyun's words, Yajima also said happily, young people nowadays are really amazing. Although you may be much older than me, who makes me look older? There is certainly nothing wrong with treating people to a meal, but you should only eat as much as you can and not waste food. In short, while extremely fierce battles were taking place in other parts of Magnolia, Guyun was enjoying delicious food in a relatively central part of the city, feeling the one-sided battle under the full-strength outbreak of Hades Mardogil. Gray did not have the ice demon destroying spell passed down to him by his father yet. Without the restraint of the ice demon destroying spell, the true combat power of Hades Mardogil could be said to have erupted. Even if he released all his cursed power and transformed into the demon form in the Book of Zeref, Hades Mardogil could still easily beat any member of Fairy Tail. Makarov, as the president of Fairy Tail and one of the 10 holy wizards, was the first to fight against Hades Mardogil, but he was driven away after only 5 or 6 moves. After all, Makarov's strength has not changed much from 7 years ago, and the main force of Fairy Tail had already opened the second magic source with the help of Urusha, a member of the Witch's Sin. It can be said that the gap in strength between Makarov and the main elite of Fairy Tail is not particularly huge. And 7 years ago, the second-generation President Precht, who didn't even have the Devil's Eye open, was able to crush Makarov with a few moves. There was no other way. Makarov was very old, and there was no such thing as the Devil's Heart to provide strong vitality, so it was not unacceptable that his strength declined seriously. After Makarov collapsed, he was completely defeated. After all, the furious Hades Mardogil did not leave any chance at all. He simply vented and continued to crush Fairy Tail with his absolutely powerful strength. From here, Guyun once again confirmed that if the villains in the Fairy Tail world are not arrogant, then the Fairy Tail world must be dominated by villains. However, most of Guyun's attention was placed on a crimson figure, that is, the Fairy Queen Urza Chocolito in the Fairy Tail Guild. The third purpose, Guyun actually cares about the Fairy Queen Urza Chocolito, not because Guyun has a good impression of this character in the original work, but for more complicated reasons. Some of the grievances and hatreds of the past will not be brought up to the present for the time being. President. Are you okay? Just leave the rest to us. After seeing Makarov being defeated by Pluto Mardogil, Urza quickly got rid of her opponent, rushed to Makarov and stopped Mardogil from moving forward. Looking at Mardogil, who was looking at her and Makarov with interest, Urza said angrily, I will definitely defeat this guy. The armor of God of Teniki. A huge magic power, even not inferior to Makarov's, rose from Urza's body, and even the earth trembled slightly in front of Urza's all-round explosion. 7 years ago, Urza was already a top-level S-class wizard. Now, with the help of Urusha, she has opened the second magic source and possessed even more powerful magic. The armor of God of Teniki is the super armor that Urza can barely use after opening the second magic source, because the magic power required to wear this super armor is too huge, and the people who can control this armor are rare in 10 years. Everyone who can control this armor will become an unparalleled sword that cuts through everything. Then she wore a flower crown like a princess, tied her hair with a hairband, and her shoulder armor was a hexagonal three-dimensional lion head. There was a ribbon behind her that was as long as her ankles like a heavenly garment. Urza, holding a fanged Yenhuaji, appeared in everyone's sight. This is Urza's strongest and most gorgeous armor. Oh! Ants in beautiful clothes. After feeling the pressure coming from Urza, Pluto Mardogil said with a little interest, "Come on, struggle as much as you can, only in this way can I feel a little happy. It's not just a struggle." After hearing what Pluto Mardogil said, Urza roared loudly, "I will knock you down completely." After that, she turned into a shadow and rushed towards Pluto Mardogil. Boom! A huge roar sounded. What? Arisal looked at the Hades Mardogil who blocked her fanged Yenhuaji with just one finger and said in horror, "How is this possible?" Humph! Looking at Urza's horrified expression, Hades Mardogil sneered and said, "You are just a mere human being, just an ant. Just struggle obediently. Don't be so arrogant here." To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Falu. Chapter 50. See all sangtakviet.tk. Pluto King Mardogil had no feelings of sympathy for women. After blocking Urza's full-strength attack, a white light with black dots appeared in his hand, which turned into crescents and hit Urza's body. Urza! All the fairy tale guild members around shouted loudly after seeing this scene, trying to remind Urza to dodge quickly. However, how could she dodge such a close attack? It was even more impossible for the companions around to rescue her. Just shouting loudly to remind her was already a matter of time. Haha, it's useless. A mere wizard guild dares to go against our Hades Gate. Kuanghua looked at the demon Myra Jane who was confronting him and sneered, "Although our Hades Gate plan may have failed, as a guild that has interfered with us again and again, we will not let it go. However, I think you have the potential to be a demon. I can let you join our Hades Gate to be transformed into a demon. You will have more powerful strength and lifespan, which is no longer comparable to that of humans." As a lesbian, after seeing Myra Jane transformed into a demon, Kuanghua had to admit that she was a little attracted to Myra Jane. After all, female demons have always been very rare. Although it is really good to play with Liang Yueshan Sira, it is also a pleasant thing to change the taste occasionally. Just thinking about it, Kuanghua's face inexplicably flushed. "Our fairy tale will not be defeated by you so easily." After hearing Kuanghua's persuasion, Demon Myra Jane said stubbornly, "Our fairy tale will definitely win the final victory." As Demon Marajana's voice fell, a huge roar was heard again not far away, and a figure broke through several walls in a row, and finally fell in the ruins. It's useless to just say it with your mouth. After hearing the huge roar, Kuanghua said confidently in front of our Lord Pluto, "You fairy tale will not have any ability to resist. This is an absolute crushing victory." What? How is this possible? Lord Pluto, how could he be? Before he finished speaking, the confident expression on Kuanghua's face suddenly changed, and he quickly turned around to look at the ruins where the figure had just fallen. If he sensed correctly, the breath coming from the ruins was not the breath of Urza, but the breath of the Pluto Mardogil, who was so familiar to him that he couldn't be more familiar. Kuanghua quickly turned his head again to the place where Gil and Urza were just now, and then Kuanghua's pupils suddenly shrank, and he said in horror, "Is it him? The Dragon Slayer? There is really no other way." Guyun turned around slightly and looked at Urza who was staring at him blankly behind him with a slightly complicated look, and said helplessly, "After all, they are too similar, whether in appearance or personality. You, who are you?" Urza looked at the white-haired young man standing in front of her in a daze and asked with some confusion. For some reason, Urza felt a very reassuring and safe breath from Guyun, a feeling she had never felt before even in the Fairy Tale Guild. In the Fairy Tale Guild, Urza felt more warmth, and a sense of security was something she rarely felt. Maybe she would occasionally feel a little bit of it from Makarov. As for me, I'm probably quite familiar with your mom. I have a pretty good relationship with her, yeah. It might be better than I thought. After hearing Urza's question, Guyun touched his head and chuckled. If your mother knew that I was watching you being beaten by others, I would be embarrassed, so I came out to help. My mother. Urza became even more confused after hearing Guyun's words, but soon she turned her confusion into excitement and asked excitedly, do you know my mother? If possible, can you take me to see my mother? I have a lot to say to my mother, and I have a lot of questions to ask her. This is a bit embarrassing. To be honest, Guyun doesn't want to see Urza's mother in the short term. Although Guyun still cares about Urza and Urza's mother Irene Belzarian, the events of the past also make Guyun feel uneasy. Therefore, Guyun still needs to think about this matter carefully. Fortunately, Pluto Mardogil was very sensible at this time and took the initiative to come over to help Guyun out. Pluto Mardogil, who was unlucky in everything, was already in a very violent state after experiencing a series of events just now. Very good. You must be the dragon slayer that Kuanghua mentioned. Pluto Mardogil climbed up from the ruins leisurely, patted the dust off his body and chuckled. Being able to crush the leader of the 9 ghost gates of the Gate of Hades is indeed enough to make you proud. There are almost no people who can do this among humans. Sometimes, it is quite pleasant to meet an ant that can resist a little. Looking at the indifferent Pluto Mardogil, Guyun's mouth twitched. In fact, when Guyun was reading the original book, he had a vague feeling that Pluto Mardogil was a star who would die if he didn't show off. His anger was about to break through the sky, but he had to show off here. I say, don't speak so easily and so casually. Guyun looked at the elegant Pluto Mardogil and said with a smile, this will only reveal your weakness. Philo reminds you, 3 things to do when reading, collection.